Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The government has unveiled a new agricultural financing program aimed at increasing Nigeria's annual grain output from 11 million tons to 25 million tons as part of efforts to boost agricultural productivity. The initiative, known as the Renewed Hope Smallholder Agricultural Financing Program, is being implemented by the Bank of Agriculture to provide smallholder farmers with affordable access to improved farm inputs, including subsidized fertilizers, certified hybrid seeds, and other essential agricultural materials. Speaking at the unveiling of the scheme, the Managing Director of the Bank of Agriculture, Ayodele Shotinri, said the program was designed to improve crop yields and increase national food production. Shotinri explained that the farm inputs will be financed through BOA's single-digit lending facility at an interest rate of 9%, stressing that there were not grants but loans intended to ensure the sustainability of intervention while remaining affordable for farmers. It is closed that the first phase of the program will benefit about 500,000 farmers during the current farming season before expanding to 2 million farmers next year and eventually reaching 5 million farmers nationwide. Also speaking, the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Abubakar Kyari, reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to addressing food inflation by increasing local food production rather than relying on imports. Kyari said food affordability is determined largely by supply and demand, noting that expanding production through timely access to quality farm inputs remains the administration's central strategy. President Bola Tinubu has signed a Presidential Executive Order on Virtual Assets Coordination 2026 to harmonize the regulation of virtual assets. The presidency said in a statement that the order responds to a regulatory environment that has become fragmented as virtual assets increasingly blurred the traditional boundaries between currencies, money, commodities, and securities. It explains that the executive order, which takes effect immediately, is also aimed at strengthening cooperation among the nation's financial, revenue, and capital markets agencies, protecting citizens from fraud and safeguarding the integrity of the financial system. The executive order, according to the statement, establishes a Virtual Asset Council chaired by the Central Bank of Nigeria, with the Nigeria Revenue Service and the Securities and Exchange Commission as vice chairs, and comprising the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit and the Office of a National Security Advisor. It noted that the Council will provide policy direction, promote synergy among the participating agencies, and work with the Attorney General of the Federation to develop a harmonized legal and institutional framework that aligns the sector with Nigeria's national security, economic, and social objectives. It was a historic occasion in ENUGU as the city played host to eminent Nigerians who gathered at the International Conference Center Independence Layout. They came to celebrate a former Minister of Power and Chairman of Geometric Power Group, Professor Bath Enaji, on the occasion of his 70th birthday. Correspondent Chinemere Mikigbenam captured the exciting moments for Signature TV.
Former President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the Emir of Kano Muhammadu Sanusi, and governors of Enugu and Abia states were among eminent Nigerians who gathered in Enugu to give honor to whom honor is due. The event, held at the International Conference Center, brought together political leaders, traditional rulers, captains of industries, academics, and other stakeholders to honor the renowned engineer and entrepreneur for his outstanding contributions to Nigeria's development. Glowing tributes came in torrents as each speaker tried to define what Professor Bath Enaji, who served as Minister of Power, represents on the occasion of his 70th birthday. Enugu State Governor Peter Mba described Professor Nnaji as a man whose life exemplifies purpose-driven leadership, innovation, and selfless service to humanity. He said the celebrant's humility, commitment to excellence, and immense contribution to national development remain a source of inspiration to the younger generation.
Life has shown us what becomes possible when talent is matched by purpose and ambition is balanced by service. You have demonstrated that excellence and humility can work hand in hand.
Chairman of the occasion and former President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo commended Professor Nnaji's remarkable achievement, describing him as an outstanding Nigerian whose career has been defined by excellence, integrity, and transformational leadership.
Today, we are here to celebrate achievement. Today, we are here to celebrate excellence. What we can show to other people that this is the way to go. And perhaps you have a lot of that.
Delivering the keynote address, the Emir of Kano, Muhammadu Sanusi, praised Professor Nnaji's resilience and determination in overcoming bureaucratic, financial, and regulatory challenges in pursuit of national development.
Coming from across the Federation, Professor Nnaji stands as one of Nigeria's most accomplished engineers and visionary leaders, whose life and work have profoundly shaped the nation's scientific and energy landscape. Unlike other academicians who theorize, Prof practicalizes his profession and has contributed to humanity in solving everyday problems.
Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Otti also paid tribute to the celebrant, describing him as an innovative thinker whose pioneering work in engineering, robotics, and artificial intelligence placed him ahead of his time.
He veered into engineering and artificial intelligence. By the way, MIT, he was studying artificial intelligence and robotics 41 years ago. And whatever you saw, because artificial intelligence is just coming up. So you saw tomorrow.
Responding, Professor Bath Nnaji thanked the dignitaries and guests for the honor and pledged that he would continue to contribute his quota to Nigeria's industrial and technological advancement. He acknowledged the support of governments, financial institutions, and development partners in the successful delivery of the Aba Integrated Power Project.
I want to thank the people who organized this program, my darling wife and the team, phenomenal job. The government of ENUGU State, led by our very eminent governor, thank you very much. I cannot begin to thank Baba for coming, Mayor Khalifa, coming, Governor of Abia. These are the people who have supported us in several ways.
The event attracted a distinguished audience, including the widow of the Nigeria's first president, Professor Uche Azikiwe, former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi, Senator Enyinaya Abaribe, and Kelvin Chukwu, President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo Chief John Azuka Mbata, as well as lawmakers, religious leaders, traditional rulers, and other stakeholders from across the country. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Enugu State Government has announced that its 300-bed specialist hospital, currently under construction, will commence operations before December this year. Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, who gave an update on the project, described the facility as a state-of-the-art hospital equipped with advanced diagnostic and treatment technologies that are largely unavailable in the southeast region. Professor Ugu disclosed that the hospital's dialysis unit will be equipped with more than 10 dialysis machines and that patients would also benefit from a central oxygen supply system and other medical infrastructure designed to enhance healthcare services. He explained that the specialist hospital will serve as an apex healthcare facility in the state, receiving referrals from primary healthcare centers, cottage hospitals, general hospitals, teaching hospitals, and federal health institutions across Enugu State. Commissioner revealed that the government is engaging Nigerian medical specialists in the diaspora to strengthen the hospital's workforce, noting that the hospital is a critical component of the state's ongoing healthcare reforms designed to help reverse the trend of Nigerians traveling abroad for specialist medical treatments. A high court in Anambra State has convicted and sentenced controversial spiritual leader and self-acclaimed prophet Onyebuchi Okoya, popularly known as Onyeze Jesus, to 6 years imprisonment and a fine of 20 million naira for offences bordering on a violation of the Anambra Homeland Security Law. Delivering judgment, Justice Jude Obiora held that individuals who claim to possess supernatural powers capable of making people wealthy through prohibited practices or will prepare charms outlawed under the Anambra Homeland Security Law are liable to imprisonment and financial penalties. His prosecution stemmed from the Anambra State government security crackdown launched in February 2025, during which several high-profile native doctors and spiritualists were arrested over allegations of prompting spiritual practices, preparing charms, and making claims capable of encouraging unlawful activities. The judgment marks another significant development in Anambra State government's ongoing campaign against alleged ritual practices, fraudulent spiritual activities, and the use of charms believed to facilitate crimes such as kidnapping and internet fraud. The Supreme Court has affirmed the final forfeiture of properties and $2.5 million linked to former governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, to the federal government. In a unanimous judgment delivered, the Apex Court overturned the decision of a Court of Appeal in Lagos, which had nullified the forfeiture order. The court held that the Court of Appeal erred when it overturned the forfeiture order and directed that the matter be reheard by the trial court. A judge of a federal high court in Lagos, Dende Dikweolu, had on November 1, 2024, ordered the permanent forfeiture of monies, 7 choice landed properties, and 2 share certificates of Queen Dove Global Fund Limited Trust belonging to Emefiele to the federal government, said to have been acquired with proceeds of unlawful activities. In June 2025, the Court of Appeal in Lagos, in a 2-3 decision, overturned the final forfeiture order issued on the assets forfeiture owned by Emefiele and ordered a retrial of the case at a lower court. The federal government has charged 3 men, Abdul Razak Umar, Yunus Musa, and Samsu Sani, for the recent kidnap of children and teachers of a school in Orire, local government area for your state. The 10-count charge filed before the Federal High Court, Abuja, borders on terrorism, kidnapping, concealment, incitement, and illegal mining. The defendants, all of Suleja local government area of Niger State, are alleged to have conspired with Mohammed Sani, Jibril Mohammed, and Ibrahim Kabab between January and May 2026 to kidnap school children and teachers in Oyo State, contrary to Terrorism Act of 2022. It was further alleged that they aided the kidnap of school children and teachers and concealed information regarding the identities and activities of the alleged masterminds, despite knowledge of the plot. In separate counts, the first defendant, Abdul Razak Umaru, is specifically accused of providing training and instructions to terrorists and inciting members to commit acts of terrorism through a WhatsApp group titled "The Oneness of Allah is the Foundation of Peace." The suspects are expected to appear in court next week following conclusion of investigations. The family of a late Mary Habila has appealed to the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, to intervene in the continued retention of her remains, urging the police authorities to release her body for burial. The appeal was made through the family's lawyer, Kale Yusuf during a press briefing at the force headquarters in Abuja. Yusuf said Mary Habela, who was attached to the office of the Minister of Works, Dave Umai, died in Ebonyi State on June 27. He noted that her remains had remained in official custody since her death, despite the family's efforts to secure the release. According to the lawyer, the family has complied with all procedures and conditions stipulated by the Nigeria Police Force for the release of the body. Yusuf stated that contrary to some reports, Abela was a trained nurse and not a physiotherapist, and had previously worked at David Umahi University of Health Sciences before being deployed to the office of the Minister of Works, where she served for about 3 years as a civil servant. According to him, documentary evidence, including appointment letter and salary records, confirms her employment status, saying that there was no justification for the continued withholding of the body. Yusuf further revealed that the family had consistently declined requests for an autopsy, citing personal, cultural, and traditional considerations. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has announced the rollout of VPass, a biometric identity verification system designed to make domestic air travel faster, safer, and more seamless. The system would enable passengers to verify their identities through facial recognition technology, reducing reliance on physical identification documents at airports. FAN's Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, Henry Agbebire, will disclose this in a statement, said initiatives underscores the authority's commitment to leveraging technology to improve passenger facilitation and strengthen aviation security across domestic airports. FAN explained that the dual verification process is designed to prevent impersonation, unauthorized access, and identity fraud, while providing security agencies with greater confidence in passenger authentication. During the rollout phase, passengers will be able to use self-service kiosks or receive assistance from FAN personnel. The authority added that electronic gates will automate access to controlled areas, reduce queues, and improve passenger flow, as the biometric verification will take less than 30 seconds after enrollment, while first-time registration is expected to take about 1 minute. The VPass platform would also provide airlines with secure access to flight schedules, passenger manifest, and boarding statistics through a digital interface. Nigeria and Ghana have agreed to collaborate and strategize to prevent crisis from escalating in Africa, following recent Afrophobic protests and incidents targeting African nationals in South Africa. The agreement was reached during a meeting between the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Shola Enikayolaye, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Ghana, Samuel Ablakwa, on the sidelines of the ongoing ECOWAS Media Summit in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Enikayolaye underscored the need for increased collaboration and strategic consultation between both countries and preventive diplomacy, which would enable both countries to nip irritants in the bud before they escalate. Both ministers expressed deep concern over the resurgence of Afrophobic sentiments and violence, noting that such acts undermine the ideals of African unity, solidarity, and regional integration as enshrined in the Constitutive Act of the African Nations, objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Area. They condemned all forms of xenophobic, Afrophobic, intolerance, and violence against fellow Africans, emphasizing that such acts are contrary to the shared values of Pan-Africanism and the collective progress of a continent. The minister stressed that criminals among migrant populations must be treated in accordance with the rule of law and not be subjected to violence and mob actions that often target even regular migrants and other law-abiding African citizens. Still to come, Russian online retail warehouses hit by deadly Ukrainian strikes. Trump threatens new Canada tariffs over fires, sending filthy air into U.S. cities. Stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A boy living in the strategic northern town of Anefis was attacked on Saturday morning by Tuareg separatists. Military and security officials disclosed the fighters from the Tuareg separatist movement FLA and the Al-Qaeda-linked jihadist group temporarily seized the town on July 4, and latest in a series of coordinated attacks in the West African country. A military source based in Gao told newsmen that the army suffered heavy losses, even though the rest of the convoy was able to continue. An official told release on July 12 by the General Staff noted that the recent violent clashes in Anefis left around 30 Malian soldiers dead and about 60 wounded. Mali has struggled to contain a jihadist insurgents that has plagued the country since 2012. 8 people have been killed and 62 injured after a Ukrainian drone struck 2 warehouses belonging to Russia's biggest online retailer, Wild Berries. According to Russian officials, 7 deaths and 25 injuries occurred at a warehouse in the city of Tambov. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said the attacks had struck major logistics facilities which had been used to supply sanctioned components for drone production and navigation equipment. Added that Ukraine had also struck targets in the Sea of Azov, the Black Sea, and Russian-annexed Crimea. The attacks appeared to have started at night, with some videos showing terrified and injured staff attempting to flee as explosions continue, while another clip shows the walls of a warehouse disintegrating as they're engulfed by flames. Russia has targeted similar facilities in Ukraine since the start of the war, including its postal service and some electronics distributors. United States President Donald Trump has threatened to impose new tariffs on Canada after hundreds of wildfires left much of the northern U.S. covered by a blanket of smokes. The threat follows complaints by U.S. lawmakers over the wildfires and Ontario's Premier Doug Ford asking the U.S. to send support to fight the fires rather than complain. Trump said in its post to Truth Social that the world called Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney to demand an explanation over his country's willful negligence, accusing the country of not properly maintaining the forests and brush. As of Friday, there were about 88 fires actively burning in Canada, according to the Canadian Wildland Fire Information System, with the majority burning out of control. Member of Canadian Parliament Eleanor Olszewski said in a statement that Canada has worked to prevent wildfires and invested about $8.5 billion in forest sustainability and fire prevention. According to the Canadian Wildland Fire Information System, nearly 3 million hectares of land in Canada has already been destroyed by wildfires. Now, some sports stories. Spain and Argentina prepared to do battle in the World Cup final in New Jersey on Sunday. The Messi's Argentina bidding to become the first team since Brazil in 1962 to win back-to-back World Cups, while Spain are trying to win a second title after the maiden victory in 2010. Organizers said they are closely monitoring the wildfires in Canada, which has left smoke that has choked skies over large areas of the United States. A White House World Cup Task Force Executive Director Andrew Grialuni told journalists that there has been discussion about the fire-attendant smoke and that somebody with National Weather Service sits in FIFA headquarters monitoring the situation. U.S. President Donald Trump will be among a crowd of over 80,000 spectators as the largest World Cup in history reaches its climax at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said she would also attend the final after an invitation from the American president. U.S. President Donald Trump wants FIFA to bring the Men's World Cup back to the United States, said the next edition to be hosted by the country will not be shared with Canada and Mexico. Trump made the remarks during a FIFA World Cup reception at Trump Tower in New York ahead of Sunday's final, where he addressed FIFA President Gianni Infantino and praised the tournament. He also suggested FIFA awards the tournament to another host before returning it to the United States in order to take some of the anger, hatred and steam out of everyone. Trump added that Infantino had floated another idea for a future tournament involving the United States and China. The next Men World Cup open for bidding is in 2038 edition, as FIFA has already awarded the 2030 tournament to Spain, Portugal and Morocco, with the opening matches in Argentina, Paraguay and Uruguay to commemorate the competition's centenary, while Saudi Arabia would host its 2034 World Cup. Under FIFA's hosting rotation rules, countries from North America and Oceania were eligible to bid for the 2038 tournament, with the bidding process expected to begin years in advance. In entertainment news, Nigerian Afrobeat superstar Davido has named global icon Rihanna as his dream international collaborator. Davido made the remark during a live stream interview on Twitch, where the host, the boy from Mojo, believed that a collaboration between them would make dope music. He noted that Rihanna is not into music again, saying she makes billions from her makeup business now, and acknowledges admiration for Rihanna. According to him, Rihanna is highly focused on the massively successful Fenty Beauty and fashion businesses rather than recording new music. The two artists share mutual respect, as Rihanna has been very vocal about her appreciation for Davido's catalogue and once declared Davido's hit track Unavailable as her favorite song, having it on repeat. Davido has collaborated with several international artists, including Chris Brown, Nicki Minaj, Lil Baby, and Da Baby, highlighting global reach of his music. Grammy-winning Nigerian singer Temilade Okpeniyi, popularly known as Tems, has become the first African female artist to earn a Recording Industry Association of American Diamond certified single in the United States. She attained a milestone for the song Wait For You, a acclaimed collaboration with American rapper Future, featuring Canadian rapper Drake, after the song surpassed 10 million certified units in the US. Global music monitoring platform Chart Data revealed on its X page that the song has sold over 11 million units in the US. Tems now joins Wizkid as the only African artist to earn a diamond single in the US, which he won through his collaboration with Drake and One Dance. The achievement marks another major milestone in Tems' international career and further underscores the growing global recognition of Nigerian music. Singer has won multiple Grammy Awards and received nominations for several international music honors, collaborating with some of the world's biggest music stars. And that's it in Global News. I am Barry Kumo Ado, thanking you for watching.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished the game. Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Welcome to another day on Muse. Muse is a program on Signature Television where you have only me coming to you, thinking and talking. This is not new. I mean, for some of you who have been following on, this is not new. So you only say, this man has come again. I've come again. Please accept me the way I am. My name is Christian Chibuz Omaduka. I'm the chief muser. The opposition they gave me, it's not fake agency. It's real because you can see me, I can feel me. I mean, you can see me flesh and blood. I'm not a fake agency, not a fake individual. In Nigeria is anything that happens in one week, one trouble. But it has come down to the level where we have 1 hour, 2 troubles. And they say, God forbid, are we going to survive in a nation like this? I'm still get to that. There are a few things we want to think and talk about. Like I always say, you are free to talk and think. Here we chose to think and talk. Whether you are thinking or talking and thinking, you are doing something all the same. It reminds me what a professor said at University of, I won't say where, but the university in Nigeria somewhere. And the professor is an Igbo man who teaches mass comm. He said, whether people are taking decision, but whether they are taking good decision or bad decision, they are taking decision all the same. And he said so many things that it will be funny if I talk about it. He said that when we talk about chitty chatty and titty bitty, we are talking about the things that are happening in mass communication. Here I am to talk about titty bitty that is happening in Nigeria, where you have so many things happening. Let's start with the hunger and hardship in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria. The United Nations has recently said that hunger and hardship has reached the worst level in Nigeria, and they use the word worst level. It's just reported in few Nigerian newspaper headlines, and it's not something we can gloss over because the problem is looking at us eyeball to eyeball. Hardship in northern Nigeria has reached the worst level. It sounds like something that Nigerian politicians trust them. They are very creative. They just turn it into campaign topics. Like a lot of people go to the church, they have prayer point. This one has become campaign point. So very soon, big rallies for political parties will assemble in northern Nigeria. They will gather the wretched of the earth, masses of them, and then people will gather in the big field, and the big politician will mount the rostrum and start telling them, I am going to stop hunger and hardship in northern Nigeria if you vote for me. If you want to stop fight, first of all, stop the push. Once the push has been done, it will be difficult to stop the fight. Anybody who wants to stop hunger and hardship in northern Nigeria. It's not that the United Nations has been segregatory in their reporting of hunger and hardship in Nigeria. It's better to say that is hunger and hardship in Nigeria has reached the worst level. A lot of data has come. This one is United Nations. When you go back to the newspaper headlines, you will see, and then you see the data they are giving us. But some people have said that over 140 million Nigerians still coming from these international agencies
have been pushed into abject poverty, not just poverty, a poverty that has been described as abject one. Poverty where they don't get mama, papa, and they born twins. Kai, who did this to Nigeria? God will save Nigeria. Nigeria will help thee. We used to sing in our national anthem. Now, there are different implications to this. If you are talking about insecurity in northern Nigeria, if you are talking about drug abuse of banned substances and drug and hard some of those banned substances and hard drugs in northern Nigeria, look at the street children. What is that thing they call them again? Almajiri. It sounds like another name in Nigeria, Almajiri. I don't know where we got that. But everything negative is always springing up from Nigeria. That are part of the people. You find them roaming the street with some plastic plates and looking for food here and there. That tells you that if you tell me who your friends are, I will tell you the kind of person you are. If you look at the children drop out of school, street children in Nigeria, people who sleep in bus stops and some areas that you can't imagine people will sleep and wake up in Nigeria, you don't need United Nations to tell us that's hunger and hardship. Of course, even our political leaders, the governments in places from local government to state to federal has said there is acknowledged there's hunger. You said acknowledge. Don't be too short. The spokesman of the federal government of Nigeria, is he spokesman of the presidency? I don't know. Spokesman of the president, the spokesman of Nigeria should be the minister of information. But the spokesman of the president, Mr. Bayo Onanuga, said that he cannot see hardship and hunger, that he is suffering from some, what he called ophthalmologic sickness, that this hunger and hardship that United Nations from the office in New York can see in Nigeria, that the man walking in Aso Rock, speaking for a president, cannot see it. That tells you it's not in politics. You decide what you see and what not to see. But whether you see it or not, the fact remains that even me that's speaking here, I am hungry. So nobody need to tell me whether Nigeria hunger situation has gotten to worse. So you better that either accept it and start looking for a way to solve the problem, or we keep denying it, which is obvious. You can always deny, but whether you deny it or not, there is hunger and hardship in Nigeria. That's about it. I just want to think and talk about it. Because if I go more to do and talk about hunger and hardship, the hunger and hardship in my stomach will be mowing away, and the worms there will be eating deep, and as wasting energy and the little that left talking about it, when some people who are supposed to see it have decided not to see it. So the fact remains that is my word against theirs or their words against us. Do we have them and us? We are supposed to have a nation where the government will be talking with the people. But here we find some people in government, either they are demarcating or marketing, managing and damaging. Directors of government go ahead to say whatever they want to say, whenever they get up to say. Whether they thought about it or did not think about it like we are doing here is their problem, and let's sort it out. So thank you. The next agenda we have here said, this one is, there's an organization they call PFIPC. Whatever that means has begun as something that has blown into a scandal in Nigeria. They say this particular government agency, not just government agency, attached to the presidency. You have a lot of offices in Nigeria. When you see their vehicle and their acronym everywhere, they say the presidency. But this one they call PFIPC has come out with a scandal. What is a scandal? Somebody who's supposed to be the Director General, Substantial Executive CEO of PFIPC has come out to say that certain things have started happening, that the money they gave him mobilization fee, and some people who gave the money throw away and want to collect, and he said no. In my language is when two thieves go to thief, and they could not share it, then that's how the neighbors will know that the thieves are sharing their loot at the backyard of the house, because they will start fighting. This fight has blown into a rough one. According to Fela Nicola Gokuti, it's a rough fight. When fight get to rough level, they not beautify them again. Nobody will say, hit me here, don't hit me here, when such a rough fight starts. So the rough fight between Adeyemi, one Mr. Adeyemi of PFIPC, that he used to be, but is now fake. There's been into rough fight, and along the line, he dragged Bajabi Amila, the chief of staff of the president, Asorok, into it, and suddenly along the line this morning, according to newspaper headline, the state government, the secretary to the federal government of Nigeria has been dragged into it in one way or the other. So the fight is expanding. Even along the fight, some people who are supposed to be key witnesses have been found dead in alleged hotel that got burnt in one place in Abuja. The name of the hotel, they say Ikachi. The police are also involved, and then the fight is just going round. What is funny that we want to think about here and talk about is that the chief, the man himself, who is the chief of staff, one of the strongest kitchen cabinets in this government, has been fingered, has been centered around it. Make me happy, bring money, make we share, you know. You did not bring that then. Somebody start talking. A lot of Nigerian politicians are calling for the man to resign so that they will all step aside. Using that word, IBB brought the step aside so that they can. Falana has said, let Bajami Abila step aside, let them probe the scandal. But now the thing is, the question we want to think and talk about. This particular organization got about 1.3 billion in the new 2026 budget of Federal Republic of Nigeria. This organization got an office space at the Federal Secretariat, Abuja. This organization has a location of 300 staff that the government approved for them to employ, and they are put in the civil service structure, earning salaries from Nigerian government. This organization has been representing Nigeria at different international forums, even representing the people who visit here as international business envoys and ambassadors, and have come to visit. And this particular organization, represented by one Mr. Adeyemi, has been receiving them with his officials in his office. This same organization is having an account with the Central Bank of Nigeria. This same organization now tagged the fake. Who did this to Nigeria? God. Oh, certain things that doesn't join. You know, in Nigeria, you see, many people are going mad because when they begin to put all these facts together, none of them can join. They start lose their sense and they say they are mad. One man say, why people say he's mad is because if you want to say one thing, another will enter his mouth. God forbid, you're not going to do me madness. So talking about PFIPC, whatever it means, I have put a lot of facts together, but this organization, the Asorok is insisting is fake. Now, how fake is this fake? How many of these organizations are existing in Nigeria that are fake? How many of them have been created as conduit pipe of corruption to suck money from our little, whatever is left of Nigerian money? The one that we use to service debt, that we have borrowed so much, the one that little comes in from the oil we explore in Nigeria and still half of it, sold it abroad and go back and bring it back and refine petroleum. And the little that's left, the 70,000 naira minimum wage promised that some states have not started paying, and we're still turning it about. But this organization is talking about 400 million, 240 million that shared mobilization fee, and all kind of figures that have been talking about in this scandal. It can make somebody go crazy. I don't want to think about it. Somebody cannot go and do the smelly thing, and I will go and stoop on it. Nah. In Igbo land, they say, no, I can't do that. Whatever any man. So let him reap. I can't go and start reaping. But we have to talk about it because this organization now is fake. The world is watching Nigeria, how we are handling it. And before you know it, it will die natural death as usual. But Nigerians are watching. The world is watching. At this time, this government is seeking for second tenure, asking the people for another time to vote for them. This scandal needs to be managed well. If it's not managed well, I'm a broadcaster, and then when I can only talk and then talk. Whether you hear or don't hear, I've done my bit. So I keep talking and thinking, or talking and thinking, or thinking and talking. That's what we do. So we have to talk about it because it's a standard raging now and it's a trending thing. So whether you think about it or not, but these facts are there. If somebody build a house, get a tenant, occupy, take everything, sign contract, do everything, then suddenly something crop up, you say this one is a fake tenant. The federal government has to look deep into it and tell us which of the organizations that are, because anything can crop up tomorrow, they will not tell us. They start mentioning fake organizations that are existing in Nigeria, and before you know it, even you self, who is the talking, they will declare you fake. If you talk too much, Nigeria will deny you and say you are not a Nigerian, you are a fake Nigerian. So I wonder some of the influencers are going on in the news, in the social media, asking for let nothing happen. No, let the man still speak and tell us who is pushing this button of scandal. What is it that how many organizations exist like PFIPC that is fake? In Nigeria, nothing is impossible. This is a country of endless opportunities, endless scandals, endless things that do not join. But God bless Nigeria. Nigeria, we help you, we move forward. What else can I do? The next agenda says flooding. Flooding again, the fear of flood has triggered panic in the states that are prone to flood. Is it enough for this to trigger panic? Yes. Is it enough that even already some states are deep down in water like Lagos State? Yes. Is it true that the NIMET, the organization that is in charge of the environmental predictions and the weather and all, predicted about this flooding 6 months ago? Yes. Then what is it that has happened that Nigerians did not take care of this? Why are we still talking about fear when they say a problem known is a problem half solved? What is happening in Lagos State? Look at the pictures. What is going on? This one don't pass fear. The fear don't swallow, the fear of flooding has swallowed some part of Lagos. They're ready to swallow a lot of states in the few days because the NIMET has predicted that this rain is going to be so bad before it gets better. Before this is the way call it the peak. They say it gets darker before dawn. That is it. The rainy season started like joke. It has gotten to the apogee, the climax, and the zenith of it that is getting worse. Then, what are the states doing? What are the SEMAs? Where are the NEMAs? Where are the emergency organizations? What are they doing? Because Nigerians are still the best people who wear this shoe and they're spending them. Some of them, their property, I saw a viral video where a child is being pulled from the roof, above the roof, because people, even the parents are hanging. Somebody is bringing child through the ceiling, and they're bringing the child through the roof, and they collect him because the water has swallowed the building. Now the question is, when are we going to start looking at anticipatory actions against some of these emergencies? Or we don't call them emergencies again because they are predicted. When are we going to have actions that will make us to become proactive instead of reactionary to this? We will always wait until the flood swallows us before we begin to talk about the fear, before people begin to talk about it, and then people would have died, property worth billions of naira, and this hardship and hunger would have been swallowed. And some of the people, what is Nigeria talking about? Or Of course, Nigeria is talking something. They are talking about 2027 political build-up. Which party to deregister, which one to register. Even at this time, horse trading, the result of primary elections are not yet out. INEC has released key or codes to the portals. Some people are seeing, you see yourself today, where everything about Nigerian political system has become Obanje. Like Professor Wole Soyinka wrote in his poem, Abiku, coming and going in these several seasons. Come and go, come. Turn out politics. You see your name today in INEC portal, the next day you don't see it. You see your party today, logo today, you don't see it. It's going off and on, and think we are making headway. Well, I always say, how we make our mouth is how we lie on it. We cannot go to Malta, Greece, America to bring them to come and sort this problem out. We destroy our nation, we lay back on it because any goat that's lying on the ground is lying on its skin. That is the proverb of bone and silence. So we move on. The next thing is the one that has become so emotional to some of us who served Nigeria. I went to serve Nigeria 1 year voluntary service of Nigerian youths. We call it Youth Service Corps. The NYC is going through reforms. A lot of things came up, and the federal government has come out to deny that we didn't say that we were going to use our dire as a uniform for... I've always said that people who manage information for our agencies in Nigeria, they are suspect. Is it that the agencies do not want the information to be managed well, or that they deliberately keep it that so that they will leave Nigerians on wild goose chase of rumor mills, or what you call the market talk? Instead of using the agencies who have radio, television, social media, for this organization, they have their handles in, and not many of them, but you can't see them coming out to give Nigeria information. They will allow Nigerians to come up with their own information. After all, it's this country. During the Buhari days, in government, the president was away for 151 days out of office, but nobody reported where our president was. They left Nigerians to be here. Somebody wake up in the morning and say, neighbor, do you know where our president is? He said, I don't know. He said, I went to buy akara the other day. The woman selling akara said, our president is in America. Oh, the person will go with that. Another one says he's in London. That we're talking like this for 151 days until our president came back. You can see. That is what you call information management. Some people are paid. They sit down in the offices eating goro and granite, and they say they are managing information of Nigeria. Why Nigeria, at this era of information crisis, is going through rumor. Somebody said there is a delay now that will even come up with some designs. Trust AI. AI has designed uniform made of adire, beautiful, smart ladies wearing, and boys wearing adire, But even the NYC, just before, they have to wait for that to happen before they say they're going to remove army, all the military things now, and try to make it a civilian thing. But I didn't see anything wrong in Nigerian young people leaving school, having some, even if it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks of orientation of regimented life like the military, because the military remained the most disciplined organization in Nigeria, despite the fact that we have pulled them into the street, tried to rub mud and oil and salt on their... Yeah, because a friend told me once you bring them out of the barrack and keep them in the street, very soon their prestige will be rubbed off. But it has started happening. But still, when you see people in khaki, you still look back and say, hey, are we safe? So that fear of the military is still there. So when Nigerian young people like us, when we serve, they are wearing that khaki, proudly singing, youths obey the clarion call, and to serve our fatherland in the rain and in the shine. Nigeria call, all those things I have forgotten is a long time. But that will tell you the power of that regimented training given some of us. We still grow up with it. We went around Nigeria, met friends. Some of us married from there. Some of them met friends that lasted a lifetime. All the people making this reform now, what do you say is the problem with NYC? The problem is making the legacy to stay. We have left it to die. We begin reform. Now that NYC is almost dead. Youth couples cannot travel for 10 minutes without the fear of kidnap. 10 minutes from their state. Somebody, I give example somewhere in another platform, travel from Onitsha to Asaba. Just cross the bridge for 5 minutes. You are not sure you reach your destination. As a youth couple, you are not proud to wear that khaki, white, and all the anything about NYC looking smart because you are not sure you get to your destination. These are part of the thing. Insecurity has started eating deep in all things that get all together. So if you are talking about reform Nigeria, let's have security. Let the man from Anambra State go to Borno to serve. Come back, make friends, know Nigeria, see the beauty of Nigeria and make friends and then come back. That legacy is the only thing that is still there. I don't know what reform you are reforming. If people are still thinking about very soon, they will say NYC is a fake agency. If one scandal came up of the reform, somebody will deny. NYC is a fake agency. We didn't say it's going to use Adire and anything is possible in this country. Before you get to that point of declaring NYC fake agency, do something now. Do something now. Stabilize NYC the way it's going. Instead of too much reform, too many cooks will spoil the broth. Why not keep the one that we have and then not go into overblown? If you want to bring a lot of innovations to get the people to get skills, beautiful. We have been getting skills at NYC. I went through skill training as NYC those days in Oyo State. I remember St. Andrew's College of Education in Ede in Osun State now used to be Oyo State. That will tell you why a long time. So I've been around. If you don't know, so I know what I'm talking about. NYC is beautiful policy, beautiful idea, legacy that Nigeria should keep. Too much reform might weaken it and kill it. That's my opinion anyway. You agree with me or refuse. Before we reform it too much and they will lose the taste of it. Okay, this one concerns me and I'm sure I've been crying about it. Just the month just ended. I got a lot of alerts from all the few banks. I didn't have so many bank accounts, so I got this account maintenance. I got this SMS. I got this. When somebody want to buy toffee of 1 naira, they say pay is cashless. They will charge you 26 naira for buying coffee of 10 naira. Now, what am I talking about? Multiple bank charges is squeezing Nigerians. And the banks are declaring mighty profits while Nigerians who are banking with them are dying. Something is wrong. Let's look at it. Because very soon people will start banking again under their pillow. Yeah, they'll be digging ground, like Nigerian politicians. Some of them will dig ground or buy GP tank and fill it with naira and dollars. So then we rent the one property in Ikoyi and then take a whole flat and load it with dollars. When they recover it, nobody has told us where the dollars are now. That's it. So many things. Where are you going to think about? Nigeria has a way of making you to forget because which one are you going to remember? Which one? But these multiple bank charges, if they don't revive it, me, I won't bank again. Is it by force and close account? You don't ask me unless you guys stop taking, naira. So if everybody must use social media banking, just to bank to be milking people dry. CPOS operators everywhere, everybody transfer. Banks are now taking any amount, 176 naira to cash 5,000 naira from POS. This is killing. This is killing. This is too much. If we use all these bank charges, they say millions of naira to cover our teeth. How much are we going to get when we smile? This is killing, I'm getting information that the time flies when you think and talk. You wouldn't even know. So the multiple bank charges is killing Nigeria, killing people who are banking. But then the big men who have big money don't know about it. They won't feel it. But imagine when you have only 5,000 naira in the bank, the month end, they give you charges of keeping 5,000 for you, account maintenance, SMT fee. You transfer that money, you want to collect it. Before you know it, if you leave 5,000 in the account for 1 week, the bank will collect it and collect it until when you go there, you start crying. It remains only 1,000. Is it not robbing? What is the difference between banditry and terrorism? You know what they call banking terrorism. A lot of terrorist actions are happening in Nigeria. And before I go, the registration of political parties in Nigeria, that one, the registration of political parties in Nigeria, registration of oppositions, especially, we have not heard that they threatened to register APC. We only hear NDC, APC, and then it's turn by turn. They try with the NDC, and now they're saying they go to NDC. Before NDC come back, I don't know which next. So what is the future of our political structure and growth in Nigeria when we are degenerating and we claim we are doing democracy? Why are we telling ourselves this kind of lies? For how long is it going to take us to, is this building or damaging or destroying our political democratic system? Why can't we allow the kite to perch, allow the eagle to perch? Let all, but what is good for the geese is good for the gander. Why are we making it difficult? If we had made it was this difficult, Nigeria get to this political level. ADC, people shouted 24 hours, they re-register or re-recognize. Now it's NDC. Before NDC we finish, and INEC is on the side sitting down. When will these parties be ready to meet all the deadlines put on their head? Is it deliberate to make them to be on wagyu chairs so that they will not really look in to organize themselves for this election? And 2027 is not too far again. Where are we going? That's the question I leave you with. I'm going to stop here and not go to far. You know the stories and how is it. Don't look at my mouth. You say, na me talk and no be me talk. And it's what's happening in Nigeria I'm thinking and talking about. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. You are a regular muser on this station. Join me same time, another time you see this program on Signature Television. Don't go away. Stay with the rest of the program on this station. God bless you.
Thursday sitting was the closing session for the 4 days public hearing by the investigative panel. The panel focused on the implications of imprisonment with options of fines and failure of convict to pay such fines, creating congestion in the correctional centers. Correctional Officer L.C. Cyrus told the panel that the Nigerian Correctional Service has no authority to detain anyone without proper legal documentation, particularly in cases involving court-ordered fines.
Where the individual is unable to pay compensation before the end of the jail term, that compensation is converted into a jail term on the warrant. And then where that particular order is not given on the warrant, the officers report this matter before the court that has actually convicted this individual and talk to them on the issue of the compensation. And then it's the judge or the magistrate that will either convert the compensation to a jail term or order the release of this particular individual.
Cyrus also revealed that an amendment to the 2015 Act is underway. This amendment proposes the creation of a Victim Compensation Trust Fund, funded from federal allocations to settle victims' fine payments when they cannot afford them.
So what this means is that if an individual at the end of his jail term who has a compensation to pay is unable to pay, the individual may be asked to go on some service, that will yield proceeds, money or something. But then it does not really matter if the individual is asked to go to farm and then he'll be paid and then the proceeds from that farming is paid into the government. What matters is that the compensation to the victim will be paid from this trust fund without having anything to do with the inmate now who is unable to pay.
Deputy Controller General of Corrections Ibrahim Idris disclosed that 28,149 inmates have been released after payment of fines, a move that has reduced congestion in the centers. He said more detailed statistics will be presented later, but stressed the importance of the initiative for decongesting correctional facilities.
The less number of inmates we have under incarceration, the less burden and the less opportunity for us to do proper rehabilitation. Because even before the 2019 Act, the philosophy of Nigerian Correctional Service has always been imprisonment as a punishment and not for punishment. Once it is pronounced, it is already punishment. Whether the person comes to the correctional center or not, it's already taken care of.
Idris praised the collaboration of stakeholders in facilitating the payment of fines and compensation of inmates who work in correctional service firms and workshops while awaiting the payment of their fines, noting that some inmates were even provided repatriation money upon release. He urged the public to continue supporting the service in its rehabilitation mission.
That payment of fines and the compensation is a very charitable thing to do. It helps the federal government a lot. But when an individual wants to do it, he should follow the example of the Honorable Minister. Whereas inmates were choosing, and the compensation, the fine were paid, and the inmates were even given repatriation money.
As the panel continued its hearing, proposed reforms, particularly the Victim Compensation Trust Fund, signal a shift toward balancing justice for victims with the rehabilitation of offenders. For the correctional service, the challenge remains how to manage overcrowding while ensuring that punishment, fines and compensation serve their intended purpose without leaving inmates or victims stranded in the process. In Abuja, I am Chimizi Zedima for Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether
A very good morning to you and welcome to a new day on Signature Television. Today is Sunday, the day the Lord has made, and of course we rejoice and be glad in it. Don't forget that we are broadcasting live from our ENUGU studios. We are also live on SLTV, channel 265 rather, and of course on Free TV. I'm your host, Chigichi Agoram, and this is a very special edition of New Day because we have not one, but two very big fishes in the house that you don't want to miss hearing what they have to say. And of course, we are going to bring you a very interesting interview on the recent political scandals ravaging our political scene in the country. Don't go anywhere. Up next, newspaper review and headlines. Don't go anywhere.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
And if you're just joining us, thank you once again for joining us on New Day on Signature TV. Welcome to our newspaper headlines. But before then, I would like to introduce, I did mention our two big fishes in the house. Well, these two gentlemen are phenomenal in their fields, and guess what? They are here with us to say a few things and give us a few insights. Well, on my left is Professor Oke Ndibe. He's a novelist. He's a columnist, he's a lecturer, and he's here to give us his insights on so many interesting and relevant topics. And by my right is none other than V. Martin Obiora Ilo. Of course, he is the chairman, the president of Signature Television, and he's here with us in the studio. Good morning, gentlemen, and thank you so much for joining us on the show.
Yeah, thank you, Chigi, for bringing me in. Because you did say you had some very distinguished guests and you'd like me to be part of your interview this morning.
Absolutely.
It's really an honor and privilege. Thank you.
No, the honor is mine. Right?
So, okay, you're welcome. You're welcome to Signature Studios in ENUGU. You were talking. You were talking about the newspaper just before we started.
Yes, I did. And I would like to start off with a very interesting headline on Punch. Sunday Punch says, fake agency inside police, DSS operation behind Adeyemi's arrest. And it's quite interesting because it forms part of what we're going to be talking about later on in the show in an interview. So, gentlemen, we've all been, the media is in our wash with issues around the fake agency, the fake director general, issues, counter arguments, and things like that. But I've not really gotten, the perspective of someone who is an artist. So, sir, given your experiences, outside of the shores of Nigeria, the first time this news broke, what was running through your mind?
Well, for me, it's actually not been a surprise.
Oh.
No, not at all. I think that what was transpiring here is consistent with the pathology in our political culture. I think that our political culture encourages fraud, encourages corruption, in fact rewards those maladies. And so there's a lot of excitement amongst Nigerians, both here and abroad, about this latest incident that sort of points to the ways in which our resources, the resources of a country which can't afford to waste its resources, but those resources are squandered by those who presume to be leaders in Nigeria. But there's nothing unique about this. This is one with what we've seen both during our military dictatorships as well as since the country transitioned to what we call democracy. And so, you know, my attitude as somebody who commented on Nigerian politics for more than 20 years, actually a lot more, but I wrote a weekly column for 18 years plus. My attitude is that I've seen it all, you know, so nothing surprises me about Nigeria anymore.
Interesting, but do you see a way out? Because I know in other climes, when scandals break out, it's expected that the person, you know, in question should resign to start with before any investigations are, you know, carried out. But you don't see that happen in our shores, and I consistently wonder why, except for, if my memory serves me correctly, during Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton's scandal, Bill didn't resign, maybe because he enjoyed maybe the love and the support of the people. But why do you think Nigerians rarely do the right thing in terms of resigning once scandal breaks out?
It's a very long story, but I think that over the decades of our independence, that we have bred a culture that is receptive to excuse making. So we make excuses. Those who fail as leaders, those who are tragic figures as leaders, make excuses for their failure. And those who should be the led, if you like, or the ruled, which is a language in Nigeria, because instead of leaders, we have rulers, and then we have the ruled. So the ruled also make excuses for the leadership, or for the rulership, if those who are ruling are from their same ethnicity, from their same state, from the same religious faith, and so on and so forth. So there are all kinds of ways in which our people excuse mediocrity, failure. And so we have allowed a culture over the years of not holding people accountable. And by the way, I don't think that Bill Clinton demeaned the office of the president in having this affair with Monica Lewinsky, but I don't think that he rose to the scale where he needed to resign. You know, he needed to be contrite, and he needed to show it. And of course, I don't think it was appropriately contrite. You know, he had this phrase, you know, sort of one of those scandalous phrases that almost like he didn't inhale, they say, that sort of thing. So he minimized what he'd done, but I don't think that I would not necessarily have required him to step down as president. That would be a different issue if he were caught stealing public resources or setting up an agency that enabled, a kind of illicit agency that enabled him or his cohorts or his coterie to steal public funds.
Right.
I think this is actually a good entry for the conversations we want to have this morning. I know Chigi has one or two more headlines she would like to bring up, but your answer to her question actually takes me to one of the first programs I saw, you know, reviewing some of your activities just before this interview, where you said that Nigeria is a tragedy in progress. So is that in sync with what's going on?
Absolutely. so this country is a paradox, right? It's a country that has some of the most intelligent, most gifted people in the world, in the arts, in the sciences, in medicine, in architecture, in broadcasting for that matter. So you see Nigerians excel in different fields. But the leadership of a country, the leadership of a community is particularly essential if that community is to sustain itself in any reasonable way. And somehow in Nigeria, because we've created a space where it's easy to pilfer public resources, we see that it's the least endowed intellectually and morally who aspire to leadership in Nigeria and who are willing to do whatever it takes, including killing people, in order to acquire power. And so we've let them do this. We've come to a situation where people have become so cynical that if you offer them somebody of stellar moral and intellectual acumen who is going to transform the lives, their lives and the lives of the community, people have become so cynical that we actually expect that our leaders are going there to steal our resources, and we sort of make the excuses that it's God that has given them the opportunity and so on. So there are all kinds of ways in which we've created this monster that is consuming us. So I've said that Nigeria is a tragedy in progress, and nobody who sees the quality, the mettle of Nigerians in different other fields of vocations would predict that our public leadership space will be so scandalously inept.
Did you ever imagine that there will come a time in Nigeria where we'll be talking about an agency at that level, and somebody saying that it was on the roots, that it was fake,
precisely.
and all that.
When all the evidence.
Precisely. But remember that this is a country where somebody claimed that a snake or something swallowed money. Do you understand? So that's why, you know, Nigerians sort of are entertained now by the failure of their nation, right? So we find this entertaining moment, you know, a kind of morbid entertainment where government officials are saying that somebody who interacted with foreign embassies, okay, who has budgetary allocations, who hired staff, somehow was running an illicit agency, okay? And so it's like people talk about it and we drink beer and we joke about it, really, because that's the thing. We have found our tragedy comedic, but it's very serious. But it's the accretion of these moments, the fact that we go from one scandal to another scandal. The next time we're going to see something even more monumental.
Probably a state governor who was elected could be fake.
Precisely. And of course, we've actually seen some of that where, I mean, when a governor has been in office for 2 or 3 years, which has happened in this country, and the courts find that he was improperly installed, right? And then they say that the winner should now take over and do 4 years. So, and the person who has been improperly in office is not prosecuted. You know, he's just waived off. The decisions he made as governor are still let to stand. The money he spent as governor, nobody says to him, well, you have to return these resources because you were not permitted, you were not properly elected to spend it. So there are all kinds of ways in which we allow our space to be pulverized and to be devalued, you know. So our values are devalued and our lives ultimately are devalued as well.
All right, so you've said so many things about Nigeria as a people. We enable corruption, weak institutions, and things like that. So what would you say should be the blueprint towards ensuring stronger institutions? Because I did listen to someone say, if you like, get people from outside of Nigeria put them in Nigeria, as long as there are weak institutions, corruption will still be, perpetuated.
Absolutely.
So what would be the blueprint towards ensuring Nigeria builds strong institutions?
I think it begins with the elite, okay? Because
political elite?
With the social elite. With the social elite, so it's much more broad than political, because the political elite are the ruffians who are really wrecking the country. The social elite would include the most enlightened professionals, in different areas, whether they are lawyers, doctors, lecturers, architects, even tradesmen, and so on. So it will depend on us collectively saying that we are sick and tired of the country's perennial failures and that we want a different system. It also takes, but this is again leaving too much to the shoulders of individuals, it takes personal integrity. When you infest the judiciary with people who were failed lawyers, right? So they get judicial appointments. They make do, they sort of try to make their lives better. And how do they do this? By accepting bribes, okay? If they were excellent, the kind of judge you want is somebody who didn't need to be a judge, somebody who could excel in private practice, but he chooses because he understands the nobility of the calling to be a judge, right? Somebody who takes his or her integrity seriously, you see. But ultimately it takes especially the elite in this country. It's a matter of education, actually. Because as I said, people expect that if somebody is a governor, local government chairman, councillor, president, that it is God's provision for you to steal. So when you say somebody has stolen, they say, won't you steal? The truth is that some of us would not steal, see. But often you find that those who wangle their way to positions of office are those who are willing to exploit the culture. It's a cultural thing, right? It's a cultural thing. You become ashamed in some cultures if you behave in a certain way, okay? But in Nigeria, if you have the right connections, you can do the worst possible thing and your reward would actually be a national honor or a chieftaincy title or a knighthood in the church and so on. So our institutions sort of enable impunity.
Okay, I want us to stay here because we are talking about public office recruitment in Nigeria. And for a lot of people, that has contributed so much to the failures we have in our country. But I'm going to a little, an unpopular side of it.
Yes.
My experience in politics is that the available becomes the desirable. When these morally puritanistic, if there's a word like that, people that you talk about, when they are not presenting themselves, when they are not interested in public office, because either they engage otherwise and they can't go through the shenanigans of politics and what have you. How else do you get the right people?
No,
because these people are not available.
No,
and there are some people who stay in front of the governor's office or the president's office doing rank-a-day, 247, and then the other beautiful people are not there.
Okay.
So what happens?
No, I don't think it's altogether correct to say that the good people are not available. And by the way, when I talk about there's a moral component in leadership, but there's also the technical component. You have to know what you're about. You have to have a vision of society that you want to achieve, and you have to know how to get there. Then you have to have the integrity to pursue your vision to its fruition, to its completion. I think that what we've seen in this country is that we have made politics an extremely expensive venture, precisely. So the good people do not have the resources sometimes to even buy the nomination form. When nomination forms are set at 40 million naira, 50 million naira, okay? And then often when somebody even who is good is able to attract people around him who say, we trust in your capability, in your capacity to be a good leader, so we're going to purchase a form for you. You know, we know how primaries are done and how elections are done. So sometimes a party will say the primary will be done in this venue, and somebody will bribe electoral officials to go to a different venue and proclaim him or her the winner of this process. So when there's a lot of money that's involved, and somebody could just corrupt the process and then say to you, don't overheat the polity, go to court, knowing that judges are also available to be purchased. You know, so I think that that's what limits, you know, really the entry of the good people. Nobody wants to make a decent, you know, sort of save a decent amount of money from your hard work, not from corruption. Then you hand it to political machinery that is going to take the money and do the wrong thing, not even give you a fair shot. You know, so I think that that's part of how the undesirable who make themselves available become desirable. Okay.
Let me go personal.
Okay.
Assuming the governor of Anambra State appoints Okendibe commissioner, will you take it?
Okendibe will say no.
Assuming the
president
offers you a ministerial position, will you take it?
Okendibe will say no. But there are people who are willing to say yes. Okendibe,
you can't speak for all of them.
Precisely, so it's self-knowledge. I have been given the talent to be a teacher and a writer. I don't want those interrupted. So some people accept political office because they think there's money in it or there's prestige. I have self-knowledge, and in fact I've been offered political positions. Even during the military administration, I was offered to be a press secretary to a military governor in this state. And people from my hometown, I had no car at the time. They said, oh, you get a house in GRA, you have several cars. I said, no. I was excited about being a journalist then. That's what I was doing. I'm excited about professing literature, teaching in different universities. So if the governor of my home state says to me, even come and be the vice chancellor of a university, I'll say, no, I'm not an administrator. If he says to me, come and teach in our university, yes, I will accept it. So, but there are people who are much better than I am as administrators. They will accept commissionerships. But then the other thing is, would a governor be open to proper advice? Because some of our governors see themselves as knowing it all. So they have their weekly cabinet meetings where they lecture their commissioners. They have no respect for their commissioners. So they have appointed commissioners as a favor to those commissioners, not because they expect the commissioners to bring something to the government. So when you appoint somebody like me, I will not sit down and listen to a governor's wrong ideas and people say, yes, yeah, His Excellency has spoken. No, if I disagree, I want to express my disagreement. And because we have not created that environment, in fact, if you disagree with the governor in a meeting, the next thing people will go to him and say, this guy is insulting you. Why would he disagree with you?
It's not loyal.
It's not loyal. But so it takes the capaciousness of a governor to say, I need people who will tell me the truth. And we all do. You know, so as a writer, I need my friends who will read my piece and say, okay, this is bad. Go and criticize. Do you understand? So if everybody says, okay, you wrote this, great, this is the best writing in the world, I don't grow, right? But our politicians have a God complex and they want to surround themselves with it. So I would not accept that because I don't worship anybody, you know, I can't. And so I say, properly put me where I belong. Put me as a teacher. Let me write, and then I'll try.
Oh, so you've stated categorically that the system is already rigged against these good people to move forward. So my question to you will be, how did we get here? Was there a particular paradigm that caused a miscarriage of democracy in our democratic process? What are your thoughts?
I think that part of what happened, and I trace it back to Babangida's administration, which put this country through structural adjustment. And what we found was that people woke up. And I think you can go back a little more with Murtala Mohammed. When Murtala Mohammed took over and then fired civil servants, sometimes just depending on somebody who had an axe to grind to draw up a list. So if you removed the people who needed to be removed, if you were patient and if you were methodical in the process and you identified those who were cogs in the wheel and you laid them off, send them home, that would have been a good process. But sometimes they got the most corrupt person in an agency to put down a list of those to be retired. And this person will put on the list the best talent who needed to be there. So some people woke up and saw that they could be dismissed just like that, lose their seniority, lose their pension, lose their gratuities and so on. So there came about this desperation when people were now civil servants are appointed into any agency to put away enough money for themselves so that if you've suffered that fate,
like
that you had something, a safety net, there's something to fall back on. So that's one. Then Babangida came and did structural adjustment. When you restructure an economy, so the spirit of it was well-meaning, but when you restructure an economy as he did, and suddenly people woke up, and people who were lecturers who had a fairly, not a big gargantuan salary, but they were able to feed themselves. They were part of the middle class. You woke up, and in this country, lecturers were now driving taxis. They became taxi drivers to supplement the resources. And so what came around is that the culture of selling grades and, of course, some male lecturers sleeping with their female students for grades became the norm. So we always introduce something and it acquires a life and an authority of its own. So students expect to bribe they call it sorting, right? To bribe their lecturers and so on. So when you put people in untenable situations, when you make it difficult for people to provide for themselves and for their families, you create desperation. And desperate people often are unable to become moral actors, you see. So I would put it that there was an acceleration of this pathology, I think, with Murtala Mohammed's very misguided way in which he, the policy itself was not inherently bad, but its execution was atrocious. And then Babangida came with his own thing. And what the military did, the military came into this country as a corrective arm, and then they exemplified corruption. And they could combine both their corruption with their failure as leaders, and then they had coercive power that you couldn't challenge them.
True.
When we hear these arguments about Murtala, about the leaders that came after him, some people still say that we're not being very honest, because in 1966, the reason given by the soldiers for taking over government was that there was so much corruption.
Yes.
And I've done some work about that transition period from the military, and there was indeed a lot of corruption. So the point I'm making is that it just didn't come with Murtala and all these people.
No.
It was already endemic even before the military came.
No, I wasn't suggesting that corruption began under Murtala Mohammed. We actually go back to our colonial experience. when the British came to this country, on the one hand, they said our cultures were decadent, that we were primitive, that they needed to civilize us. That's the sort of the going logic, the going rationalization of colonial enterprise. But it was an enterprise that was underwritten by hypocrisy. Because what Britain did was they didn't, first of all, create a sense of community. If anything, they exacerbated our sense of separateness, right? And they encouraged this because that divide and rule was essential to their colonial project, precisely.
The agenda.
And then the British, of course, brought their few officials to govern our lives without the consent, the will, the volition of the people who were being governed. So when they left, people who took over, so what you had, again, Frantz Fanon, the great scholar of the colonial experience, speaks about this great separation between the elite, the local elite created, and the people. So the local elite should have articulated what the British failed to do, which is to articulate a new national consciousness, a new identity, instead of which they saw themselves indeed in the light of the British officials who left. So they were interested in moving into the GRAs, they were interested in all the perks and all the preferment of British colonial officials. So they wanted to, drive us and to sit in the back. They wanted big mansions for themselves. They wanted access to the metropolitan capitals of Europe and America, North America, and so on. And so there was already embedded corruption, and it takes leadership. So some countries have gone through the same political experience of colonialism, and they've come out with a better system. Part of what compounded our crisis is that we have all these scores and scores of ethnicities. We have all these religious practices. We have all these class divisions, and the competition for resources. So even again, when we talk about the language of a country, the language of a country is predictive of the kind of outcome. So what were Nigerian communities saying whenever a governor came to visit a president? We want our fair share of the national cake, our fair share. So Nigeria became a cake. We were eating our country to death. You see, it was a meal. And it wasn't a cake we were baking. It was a cake that we saw as fixed in its size. And we all wanted a big cut, you see. So that's what's happening, that our leaders do not conceive of themselves as people who are baking a cake. They consider themselves as we're eating, and our friends who should eat, and our ethnicity, members of our ethnic group should get a huge share of it because that is our turn, and so on. And so no, I wasn't suggesting that corruption or the issues in Nigeria. I was just saying that there were moments that those trends that were already there became exacerbated.
Absolutely.
And so we lost. For example, because pre-Murtala Mohammed and pre-Babangida, you still had people who were strong in their areas, who could look a governor in the eye and argue with the governor. When Biasika was interested, he had an all-star cabinet. Okay, so if you talk to members who were in his cabinet, Biasika was a very intellectually bright man, and he welcomed intellectual exchanges. So did Gawan. Gawan had all these super permanent secretaries. They had robust conversations. Now you have people who just say, yes, Your Excellency.
Yeah.
So His Excellency will come with the most stupid idea, and everybody would hail that idea.
They will say that it's excellent.
Precisely, it's excellent.
All right, is it still okay to continue on this trajectory? Because I'm actually enjoying the conversation.
Well, we can't talk about and his work, his body of work, and not talk about his writings and talk about his journalism and talk about his activism. I don't know whether he accepts he's an activist anyway.
Accidental activist.
He looks every bit an activist.
Is it just the cap? So, for more than 18 years, you had a column, a weekly column. You've come out with a number of books. You've had controversial articles, that was stormy. And how does an academic, a writer, a novelist, without arms, without guns, how do people in that class, how do they help in changing society?
Well, every change in society begins with the mind. People do not change unless they can first imagine a different situation. So a writer comes in offering people the vision of a different society. So we have this system which is very dark, which has led us to terrible places, right? We have a country which I call one that was conceived in hope, but it's been nurtured into hopelessness, particularly by our elite. So my task is to say to Nigerians, look at the kinds of writers we've produced, okay? A Nobel Prize winning writer, a great universally acclaimed writer like Chinua Achebe. Look at the engineers that we've brought up, created. Look at surgeons around the world. These are people who are in Asia, in Europe, in America, in other parts of Africa, and they are thriving. There's a neurosurgeon in Connecticut who is from Anambra State, and he at one point was the highest paid state employee, much higher paid than the governor of the state, because of competition. So many places wanted him, so the state had to keep paying him to keep him, right? And on one occasion I had, my wife and I have these American friends, and the woman had a problem and needed to see him, but her doctor said, you can't see this guy because he's booked up for like a year, And I said, he's a friend of mine. And I called him and he said, yeah, tell her to call this number, to tell my secretary I want to see her. And when I told the woman and she made the call and got an appointment, she started weeping for joy, okay? This is a Nigerian who is, Americans line up for months to see him. So how do we as a people produce the kind of leadership we produce? How do we have the first 11 running in so many different fields? And in leadership, which is critical, we have knaves and mediocrities running the space, right? And so my duty is to say to people that enduring values are important, that we can have a different kind of space, right? That we can actually have, that in the end, we're all in a rat race in this country. But I like to remind people that the winner of a rat race remains a rat, because our people don't know it. So they go abroad, buy Rolls Royces, but you drive Rolls Royces on this road that we have. You take pictures in Dubai and you dazzle your friends with it. But if you have a sudden heart attack and a stroke, there is no real hospital that can save you. So
zero emergency response.
Precisely, there's no emergency response. There's no ambulance that you could call. So we don't have a country, and yet it is possible. So a friend of mine, so talking about emergency response, I have a doctor friend in the United States who is brilliant, from Ogun State, and years ago he wanted to advise his state governor about creating a real healthcare system, not building a hospital, which is what our people there, they say is built a ultra-modern hospital. No, that's nonsense. To have a healthcare system. They tried to speak to the governor of his home state of Ogun State wasn't interested. Then somebody said to him that he knew Alamesia, the former governor. So this person said, I can arrange for you to see Alamesia. And so this guy flew to London. Alamesia happened to be in London. And it was arranged that they should meet. They came to the meeting, and he was saying, Alamesia said you should meet him at a party. And he walked into this party, and there was loud music, you know, people were smoking cigars, as was Alamesia. So he met Alamesia, right? And he had women on the left, women on the right, and Alamesia said, are you the young man from America? Sit down, what do you want to drink? The guy said, no, I don't want to. Oh, no, you can't come to my party without drinking. You know, get him something. The guy said, okay, I'd like some water or something. No, get him, you know, whiskey or something. And so the guy sat down next to him. It's not an environment to discuss a healthcare plan.
Yes, I agree.
He flew in from the US at his own cost to discuss this. Alamesia says to him, let me tell you what I want to do. I was in Lagos and I had an ambulance going fiam. Go and tell me I want to buy some ambulances for Bayelsa so they will be going fiam. That was the totality of their conversation.
The fiam thing?
Yes, just I want an ambulance. So Alamesia had no idea. Yeah, he just saw an ambulance in Lagos.
Framework,
doing So he said, I saw an ambulance going fiam. I want some ambulance in my set so they will go fiam. So he thought this guy would say, okay, I'll make money. How many do you want me to buy? But the guy wanted to create a model of a system that works so that other states can emulate. Alamesia was not interested. He wanted fiam. That's the kind of leaders we have. So he won't even listen. Okay? I have talked to some governors in the Southeast about starting, I said, the major writers in Nigeria, some of the major writers from the Southeast, there's not one literary festival happening in the Southeast. I've talked to several state governors about this. And when I talk to them, I say, start a literary festival. And if all the Southeastern states will do a rotational literary festival, one state will host this year, the next, you know. When I talk to them, in fact, I was talking to a governor, who I'm not going to name, and he brought out a pad and he was taking those seriously. I said, whoa, finally I'm connecting with somebody. I finished. He said to me, people don't know politics. I was in Abuja, I went to see Buhari and they started attacking me. They don't know politics. I said, what has politics got to do with what I just... So that was it, okay? They don't understand that culture is important. And so that's why you see our young people valorizing wealth. And so our young people are going to get Okite for wealth. So wealth and hard work have been disjoined. Our people no longer understand that the opportunity to just have money.
The value system is warped.
Precisely. The value system is warped.
Okay. You were telling me a story about an interview granted during the Obasanjo regime. And your mom had not listened to it, had not watched it live. And then she sees a recording of it and says, okay, let no one else hear this.
Yeah.
You know. And you had talked about Obasanjo.
Yes.
But you know what? The story you told me about Obasanjo is still very germane today.
Yeah.
You know, it's still very current today. Like you were telling me that here was an Obasanjo who lived in Abeokuta, and there was no road from Abeokuta to Lagos.
From there, yeah.
And you said he was a disaster.
Yeah, for himself as well.
Principally
for himself.
Can you still say that of our leaders today?
Even more so, because what's happened is that in retrospect, the quality of our leadership worsens, see, which is why people look back and they say, it was better during this person's time, right? And so it's a culture of low expectations that we have. So that our leaders that we venerate and lionize and applaud are actually very mediocre. It's like in Nigeria it's become, for me, a joke and a tragic one that every governor you talk to, I say, what's your achievement? They say, we've constructed this number kilometers of roads.
And we're paying salaries.
Yes, and we're paying salaries. And my response is that a goat should be able to build roads. If a goat were the governor of a state or the president of a country, you should be able to build roads. That in societies that take themselves seriously, there's a budget for roads every year. But for building new roads, if people establish new developments, roads are built automatically, okay? And every year, roads are maintained. So for me, it makes me so ashamed as a person that 60, almost going to 70 years after our independence, when people are asked, what's your achievement? They say, we built roads.
We made water,
precisely.
Made water available.
Boreholes, okay. So I was being interviewed once by Ben Television in London, and I was making this point. This was when Jonathan was president. I said, Jonathan has no roads to go from Port Harcourt to his home in Bayelsa, okay? And which is why I think one of the generals died in a helicopter going to a funeral because, there was no road, okay? And so listen to, so somebody called me on the radio station and said, you have to be objective. You're over criticizing. Jonathan has tried. I said, what has he done? And he said, he's building some roads. I said to him, I said, you live in London, right, in the UK? He said, yes. I said, have you ever heard the mayor of London or the British Prime Minister say that their achievement is that they built roads? And this idiot who called said, you can't compare us to the UK. So I said, our presidents, our governors are more paid much better than the British Prime Minister, collect more money in their official salary, right? And then, of course, they collect security vote, which a lot of governors just pocket, plus the corrupt money that they pocket from contracts. So I said, it's fine for you that our president is paid more, okay? It's fine for you that our governors are paid more than the prime minister in Britain. But when we say they should work as much, you say, no, you can't compare. I said, this is inferiority complex. Okay, so our people have inferiority complex. So when a governor is paying salaries and you tell people this is not an achievement, they say, but the former governor did not pay. And I say, whoa. So we have now a culture of low expectations built in. So in retrospect, I was very critical of Obasanjo when he was president. And I have no apologies. I was very critical of Jonathan when he was president, as I was of Yaradua. When Yaradua was president, he was actually the person who put my name on a list of watch list of enemies of the state. That's why I've been harassed, for years. Whenever I came to this country, I'll be detained at the airport. But Nigerians would then say, once a previous governor or president is left, this one is better than the current one. There are occasions, where people admit that the successor is doing better, but still not by much. Given the resources that we squander, this country has no business being as impoverished as it is, and it's not a matter of, I've been to Uganda, right, several times. When you look at people in Uganda, that's the first thing that struck me. They look fresh, they look nourished. And the thing is that in Uganda, the matoke, plantain, which is boiled or pounded, is their staple, just like swallow is our own, right? Anybody, however poor you are, you have access to matoke. And they have meat, they have chicken, they have beef, they have pork, they have, goat, okay? So poor people at least eat well. So you look at their skins, you see this person is well fed, right? And the other thing is that they are well spoken. So the first time I went there, I was a guest of the U.S. Embassy in Kampala to give workshops to writers there. A writer from there picked me up at the airport. And as we drove into Kampala from Entebbe, he was speaking, and he was speaking better than any graduate that I knew I'd spoken to in America. So I said to him, I arrived at night, everywhere I looked there was electricity. So I said to him, how is the electricity supply in Kampala? He said, bad. I said, how bad? He said, very bad. I said, how often do you have power failure? He said, once or twice a week. I said, for how long? He said, sometimes up to 2 hours. For a driver in Uganda, that was very bad. And this was at a time in Nigeria when if you had 4 hours of electricity, people would say, NEPA has tried a day.
It has not changed.
Yes, precisely. So a driver said, I don't accept, oh, and by the way, it's load shedding. So they will announce in the papers and on television, in this area, power will go off at this time and it will come back at this time. Okay? But a driver in Uganda wanted a country that had unbroken supply of electric power. And so he said it's very bad.
So at any rate, what you're saying about our low expectations.
Low expectations. I stayed in Uganda for 7 days. I did events in 3 hotels. I visited 3 homes where I was giving a reception. Not on one occasion did I hear a generator. So that shows you how rare it was to actually encounter what this driver said was bad. But in Nigeria, we get 6 hours. Very, very good.
I'm already feeling a certain way that I don't want to talk about. All right, so we are almost out of time. But before we let you go, Prof, do you think Nigerians are deserving of the kind of democracy that we experiencing? Because you did mention someone who called in, with the low expectation, the mediocrity culture, and of course, when you go on social media and you read comments, you become depressed, right? So do you think Nigerians are deserving of the leadership that we're getting?
The leadership we're getting?
Yes. You think we deserve it?
Well, on some level, I would say that people deserve the kind of leadership they have because we've accepted it, okay? We've accepted it. Our leadership across the board leaves much to be desired. It's very inept, it's very mediocre, it's infuriating, really. But on some level, I think that Nigerians also
contribute.
Well, we contribute, but we also want, on some level, when Nigerians see a good example, So I'm in town to celebrate Professor Barton Naji, for example, his 70th birthday. You see a man who has excelled, and I met him in America. He was part of the magazine that I went to edit. Naji is an extraordinary person, okay? And you see, I've been to his hometown. You see the way in which people relate to him. You see the profound respect that his fellow villagers have for him. And then I've seen him in America in professional contests where his colleagues looked at him and saw how surpassing he was in his area of engineering. I've been to this country and I did a book tour in 2017. I saw a hunger for people. Everywhere I went, the book sold out because people have this hunger for a different kind of engagement. So people have a sense that their lives are misshaped and people have a dream for a better life. Somehow we don't know how to get to that better life. But I think that Nigerians should do better.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's conclude by just saying that you said recently Nigeria is a tragedy in progress.
Yes.
How do we stop this progression?
It's for people like you, people like me, people like her, to take seriously the job of education, and education in the broadest sense of it. Whenever I have the opportunity to speak to people, especially young people, I take it, I seize it. I come to this country often and I give public speeches, right? Because I think that young people ought to understand that everything is not about materialism, okay? That far more important is to be able to say, as you draw your last breath, that in some small way you made society better than you found it. So to give that message to our people, to take our people's eyes away from their fascination with naked material accumulation. I call it primitive accumulation, okay? And I call it a rat race. Once you let people understand that even if you win the rat race, you remain a rat, okay? I think it changes their perspective. But people need to see this. People need to see that when a politician comes and hands them a little bit of money for the vote, and they choose that candidate over one who would really better their lives, that it's a very short-term, stupid thinking, and that ultimately they are better off if they invested in the future in choosing a better leader. So education is key. And so it's our job as intellectuals, it's your job as somebody who has this kind of medium to reach a lot of people.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Vin Martin, for very wonderful, co-hosting. Thank you, our distinguished guest, Professor. Okay, David, God bless you so much for your time. Yes. And for you listening to us, don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after now. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished the Right, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
What I'm trying to say is that beyond the question of justice delivery, we should also know the issue of speedy adjudication of cases. You may be shocked to know that there are some cases pending at the Supreme Court, cases that you have filed as late as 1985, 1980, that are still pending in court as I speak. Apart from cases that are time-bound, most especially election petitions, you discover that many conventional civil and criminal cases do suffer undue delays. And these delays that cases suffer are caused by multifaceted factors. So if my Lord can put in place, while exercising her powers, let me say his, because we don't refer to them as using the feminine description. If my Lord can exercise his powers as the Chief Justice of Nigeria to put in place proactive policies that will help ensure that at least there is improvement in the manner in which cases are handled in our courts, especially the appellate courts, it will be a very wonderful legacy.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Well, we're being joined via Zoom by Dr. Joaquin Ibezimako-Ezeji. He's a policy and sustainable development analyst, and we're going to have conversations around the increased cases of scandals, abuses, and rascality of people in position of authority in Nigeria. Good morning, Dr. Ibezim. Can you hear us clearly?
Morning.
So, can we retrace our steps a little bit backwards? Can you actually say, Doctor, that these cases of scandals, that it has been on an increase, or it has always been like this, from as far back as you can remember? are they really increased these cases of scandals and rascality, or it has always been like this, cases where people commit certain, offenses because they're in positions of authority, things are swept under the carpet. What do you think the trajectory has been?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to air my view on what you have called scandals. But we have to be a little bit careful, because if you look at the definition of scandal is an event or an action that is morally decrepit, and the society is public opinion is talking about it. But we have to be careful. Most of those things may be determined by what you consider a scandal to another person may be policy controversy, may not really be a scandal. It may be a governance failure or a political attack. When you have the opposition who keeps talking about scandal, they may have an interest in what is at stake. So they call it a scandal. So I will look at it from a balanced perspective. Things that generated the largest public controversy since this administration came into power, or things that attracted the highest media scrutiny and investigation, or allegations of misconduct. Instead of calling it scandal, it may be scandal eventually if they're investigated and it is found that the opinion against that is justified by legal position of the court. One of the controversies, when you ask if they have gone down or whether they have gone up, these things keep coming because the way this government came to power was itself a controversy. And when there is such a controversy and nobody is addressing those issues, then you have a problem. More will come because there will be a lot of people don't have trust. So anything that is raised or that is flagged becomes a scandal. The election itself, there was a glitch. They were told there was a glitch, and no serious effort was made to diffuse the public opinion. And you see, even the judgment, the verdict by the court was itself a scandal or a controversy. So people didn't believe it. They refused to trust that judgment and have, in effect, did not trust the courts. So that in itself is also a controversy. And nobody goes ahead to explain some of these things. Even when the Tinubu government came into power, after the Supreme Court verdict on the elections, the first one that came to public limelight and that had a lot of scrutiny from the press, the media, was the Beta Edu scandal of 2024. This was arguably the most debated and significant corruption-related scandal linked to this administration. Then you begin to ask what happened. You see, there was an accusation that the minister or people working for the minister transferred about 585 million into a private account. Investigations have been going on. We were told that some funds have been recovered, but that was it. It has not been clearly settled. And what was most annoying to people was this was the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs was responsible for poverty alleviation and support to vulnerable Nigerians during a time of economic crisis. And that economic crisis is yet to go away. Another controversy or governance failure or policy brouhaha that has put Nigerians on the podium is the coastal highway. The procurement was shrouded in so much controversy, and there was no environmental impact assessment. You know, so that controversy has not really died down, and it's not helping the image of the administration. But the administration really do not care. They seem not to care. They keep trudging on. But the Kalam Coastal Highway is seen as a significant of a flagship infrastructure project of the Tinubu administration. But no matter whatever you call it, the thing is that due process, many Nigerians still believe that due process was not followed. And when you see the minister in charge of the ministry, he talks down on people as if this is no longer government. They are dealing with the public, and they are talking down on the public. We have to swallow it the way you want it. Things are not done that way.
Dr. Ezeji, you have actually tried to lecture us on what is scandal, what is controversy, link it up to policy, and bring us home there. I want to put it to you, Dr. Ezeji, you have held so many positions of authority. If there is a rumor, is not proven that you have slept with a lady who worked with you and it became a public issue, what are you supposed to do? That's one. Is it a scandal? We interpret it as Nigerians as scandal until you come out to prove yourself. Where we also link up in the lengthy topic we are talking about is rascality is when you are appointed as somebody who people say they alleged that you did this and you still sat there and then you do nothing and you still feel you are God and you talk down on people and want to defend that. Just recently, a Senate aspirant is in US. Well, some people came up and said he had some flinges with a lady 15 years ago, and he stepped aside and said, until this scandal is set up, I can't continue with my ambition to be. Why is Nigerian own different? And why are we talking about rascality, abuses, and controversies linked up with people in position of authority, and they still sit tight and talk back on people with all manner of arrogance, and they will think that over time it will be swept under and Nigeria continue as this. This is actually our interest in this topic. I mean, can you throw more light on this, Dr. Ezeji?
It's very much unfortunate that we have a crop of leaders who are not influenced by public opinion. I don't know why that is the case, but that is part of the arrogance of the average Nigerian, especially the public office holder. You know, you talk down on people who are the real owners of the power that you wield temporarily. When you talk about a minister who has a battery or battalion of girlfriends, and unfortunately for him, one of them dies in his custody, he will use everything, any paraphernalia around him to cover himself. And note that this is an election period. So the government will not want to lose face. Government will make sure that issue is covered. But there's a difference between this government of Tinubu and that of Obasanjo. I can remember when there was a budget padding issue during when Adolphus Wabara was Senate president. They were accused of bribery. It was a very big scandal. That's why I'm being cautious initially when I started. So, Wabara was made to resign, and Minister for Education, Osuji, was removed. The VC of Futo, Federal University of Technology, was removed. And a lot of people suffered. That was a fall for many people who were involved. A scandal. That's the ill wind of a scandal. At the end of the day, what happened? God, and the case died. None of them was found guilty. But that made a lot of headlines because people saw what happened as immoral. Now we're talking about Umahi and his girlfriends. In fact, I'm writing a book on Umahi and his girlfriends. So Umahi has a case. Their matter can be taken to court, and he will come out free. But in Nigeria, once you resign, you can never come back to that office. Now, people, political opponents, are the one who are trumpeting the scandal more. And the worst thing that if you Umahi should resign now, he will be replaced by somebody who will do the worst, and people will keep quiet. You know, the press have been accused, some sections of the press have been accused of some tribal sentiments. People have the interest. People push a case because of their interest. So if they push it to the point that Umahi is asked to step aside, they'll bring somebody who the press is kind to, or who enjoys the favor of the press, and there will be silence. And they won't remove him again. They won't remove that one if he commits a worse scandal. So this is the Achilles of this country. We are finding it difficult to sieve genuine public opinion from partisan public opinion. So it's a mob response. Who is saying the truth?
Okay, Dr.
So there are a lot of scandals. When you talk about, the fake agency, it's another scandal. You think in your widest imagination that Femi Gbajabiamila will ever be asked to quit when he's the Manfred of the president? Let president prove us wrong by asking the chief of staff to step aside so that he will not do it. I wrote an opinion article which was widely published. I said that our president, unfortunately so, will not meet the moral expectation of many people when the issue of Wike and Fubara was happening. Did you not see the position the president took? Very unfortunate, but we are living with it. So we have to raise the bar. If we have to make progress in this country, we have to raise the bar. There are people who are not fit for the offices they occupy. Now we are talking about the fake agency. We talk about how allocation was smuggled into the national budget. Is that not enough for the National Assembly or the leaders of the National Assembly to resign, to step aside? But it will not happen in Nigeria. Okay. And that is the political culture. That is the culture that is growing. And it will be difficult. It will be difficult to resolve it.
All right. So thank you
so ours is becoming, the Tinubu administration is becoming a government with serious moral burden because there are a lot of unresolved scandals. And they don't care. They really do not care. We can go to hell. That's what I see. And when somebody is behaving like that, that means the person doesn't believe in the power of the people to decide who rules them. There must be something that is giving them that confidence that they can rub shoulders over us and nothing will happen.
All right. Dr. Zeji, thank you so much. Usually, and I'm quite impressed that you mentioned a few specific cases, the one related to the Minister for Works, Dave Umahi, and of course, Femi Gbajabiamila. So, usually in very sane crimes, because there will always be investigations into these, controversies according to your scandals, it's expected that the people in question, the main political actors, step aside so that there wouldn't be any form of interference during the investigation. Now, that doesn't happen in our case. So my question to you would be, what is the way forward? If these political office holders are allowed to stay back and not, pressurized to leave office, at least for a while, to enable, unbiased investigation, then what would be the way forward, for Nigeria, given the fact that there's a lot of proliferation of these scandals or controversies, as you may choose to call them?
You see, when most of these scandals are even what motivated people to come to power. They came to power to steal. They are coming to power to misbehave. So when these things happen, they feel, why should I resign? I have not even finished what brought me here. That is one thing you have at the back of your mind. How many of the people you see, the frontliners of governance, how many of them are really here to serve? If I, as I am, I'm invited to serve, I'm given an appointment, and I genuinely come to serve, and there is an issue, I know I'm innocent, I will resign on my own. I don't need anybody to tell me. We have weak institutions in Nigeria, and we have weak individuals, morally weak individuals. They may be strong in other ways, but morally they are weak, and we have weak institutions that are completely down. Everybody is coming to grab his own share of the national cake. So when you ask somebody who has just arrived on the sharing table to quit, he won't quit. He will cite, he will bring in, he will muffle up a lot of things to defend himself. There are a lot of, yes, when you talk of the US, where their institutions are strong, where they understand what governance is. If institutions in America were not to be strong, maybe you will have people behaving like that. You saw President Trump. He was not time to leave, but the institution was strong. The American institution was strong. The military records were pulled away from him. And he knew that continue will land him in prison. He quit. But in Nigeria, it's not like that. They will keep abusing the institutions, and the institutions are willing to follow them because they're already on the ground. They fear no force already. So we have to model our own approach to some of these things so that we'll continue to improve our systems. But nobody is ready to strengthen the system. I was involved in development, and we spent years strengthening institutions in Nigeria. But there's so much bureaucracy that wouldn't allow them to thrive. The government is not a priority to government. Strengthening, they think about it, who are strengthening institutions, want institutions to be strengthened, but they like it the way it is. Why? Okay, when you talk about strengthening, will government be willing to digitalize the civil service or digitalize its operations? Now we build all this infrastructure, like WIKE is building infrastructure in Abuja. What is the asset management plan? How do you make sure those things are working? You need accountability that is built on the digital infrastructure. But because there's so much corruption in our system, they are unwilling to do that. So I don't know if we do not have genuine leaders who are committed to making this country great, the institutions will continue to be weak. Somebody like Goodluck Jonathan made effort to strengthen INEC, gave it independence, appointed somebody he never met as INEC chairman. This is how that institution should work. But as for an average politician in Nigeria, he will tell you Goodluck Jonathan was stupid to have done that. And the result was that he lost the election. But that is the ultimate sacrifice a leader should be ready to make. Don't you see the difference between President Tinubu, Goodluck Jonathan, and Obasanjo? Can you compare can you compare Tinubu to any of them morally? He's always interested in his survival first. And his hands are almost in everything. So it's a problem. It's a very big problem to this country. If Nigerians can be able to midwife change on their own, then we can say that we have silver lining before us. But there's no silver lining. Things are getting darker and darker every day. You go to the courts, hopelessness.
Thank you,
you go to the National Assembly, hopelessness.
Dr. Ezeji, thank you. Let's move on from this. We really appreciate your approach and how you are carefully analyzing the situation. Let's look at it this way. From what you have done so far, it's like we profile everything ethnically, who is involved, determine what happened. And you talk about the corruption in the system where we have not been able to strengthen the institutions to get things right. But we find out that these are individuals who are put in positions of authority that have the responsibility of putting the institutions and making them strong. But they are the ones who are actually in these controversies and scandals. And we want to find out what's the way forward for a government that is going for re-election. And we have had scandals all over the world. We have Watergate, we have so many gates. But within a short time in this government, we have Wike Gate, we have Maji Gate, we have, what's the gate, Umahi Gate, and so many gates that are actually going to be opened quite recently, and they seem not to be concerned. What do you think? Is it that this arrogant rascality that Nigerians can do nothing will continue for how long? And then where will Nigeria find itself with this kind of procedure? Because when we perpetuate this culture of rascality and abuses, what do we going to reap after all with the generations coming ahead of us? Please, I just want a quick reaction to this.
We're going to reap a wild wind. Nigeria will reap a wild wind. You know, let me tell you, when you look at all these scandals unabated, they keep happening because the people's votes really matters anymore. Nobody cares. That's why they are perpetuating it. But Nigerians have to come out and stop this. Now we have lost this country. When you see someone like Peter be saying, come and take back your country, it's on this basis. That take back your country is not an ethnic message. It's a message to the people. A lot of things have gone bad. If you don't tackle it now, it will get worse. When you talk about scandal, abuse, rascality, there should be checks and balances. And the democracy in itself has checks and balances. But we have collapsed all those checks. There's nothing balances anymore. The government of President Ahmed Tinubu has collapsed all the checks. National Assembly is no longer effective. Look at what the mess. They're talking about the budget. Not even the fake agency. There are a lot of other insertions in the budget. You talk about the Islamic agency that has the budget to build roads, to build it. It's not supposed to be there. Now we're reading the Tribune this morning. The article, it was highlighted there, talking about another representation of the same amount that was used last year, money being inserted into the budget. But there's a National Assembly that's supposed to look inside there. Somebody that capable shouldn't be the president of the Senate of Nigeria. He has a history. But it happens. See, when you see Buhari, as bad as we paint Buhari, Buhari is better than what we have now. I think the ministers were afraid of Buhari. And Buhari was firm. President is interested in bringing a speaker, bringing president of the Senate. Why is he interested in bringing president of the Senate? So that together
Thank you, Dr. Ezeji. Thank you, Dr. Ezeji. We are running out of time, and we always bring you back to continue on the discussion. We thank you for the abuses and your passion and the emotion that you attach to it, hoping that one day Nigerians will arise and take over and take back their nation from the rascality and abuses that some people in positions of authority has put themselves through. We thank you, Dr. Ezeji, development analyst and sustainability analyst as well. We thank you for having been part of this show. Chigi?
Thank you so much, Dr. Ezeji, and hope to talk with you soon enough. All right. Yeah. Don't go anywhere. New Day continues with more interesting content. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
So what exactly are the roles of popular artists, musicians, and social media influencers in mobilizing and advocating for good governance in Nigeria? Well, many people have come out to say that our institutions are weak, be it judiciary, be it legislature. But then do artists and entertainers and civil society have any role to play in strengthening our institutions? Our guest who gave a lot of insight into this very topic was Zaki Arze, he himself an artist, a musician, and social media influencer. You don't want to miss this interview, so stay tuned and take a listen.
Objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating every second, every minute, every day. News is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Most of the times in Nigeria, we expect politicians and people in high position of authority to take the lead of changing what is wrong about our country. But we, over the time, have found some people who have become pathfinders and lead as activists, using their art to do, to advocate for better Nigeria. One of them is somebody who's going to be our guest this morning, talking about Zaki Aze. Zaki Aze is a pioneer hip-hop musician in Nigeria who started his career in 1993. He has successfully carved a niche for himself in the Nigerian music scene. And you remember one of the songs, he says, do not agree for anybody. That's very important. And the thing will reign over time where you start viral video of people saying, do not agree for anybody, not agree for anybody. This morning, we are glad to welcome Zaki Aze on the Zoom on Signature New Day. You are welcome, Zaki.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for having me. We can see you. Don't worry.
Good morning.
Our eyes are seeing you, Zaki. You are welcome. We are glad to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So I know that you have more like a covenant, with the torchlight and all of that. But for many Nigerians that are wondering what brought about the torchlight, which is very unique. I don't think I've seen anything close to that with any popular artist. What brought about it, and why are you still practicing that?
Well, I've said it several times. As of the time that I was starting my music career, there was no hip-hop in Nigeria. I pioneered hip-hop, or one of the pioneers. If you remember, we had Sound on Sound. They reigned for a while, but the hip-hop music didn't really catch, and eventually people went back to reggae, dancehall, and all that. So as of the time I came, I was doing hip-hop, and it was risky. The first challenge was no recording label will even take me in at that time. Eventually, I was able to get EMI, and it was risky. Would hip-hop sell? Would hip-hop not sell? So it was a dangerous venture. I opted to praying. So whilst I was praying, the security man at Kling Studio then in Surulere, Surulere, had his torchlight then in Surulere, Surulere, had his torchlight on the floor. So I me succeed, make me famous, make me rich, and I promise you I will never derail. My music will not be vulgar. I will constantly and permanently acknowledge you all the days of my life in all my ways. And you said we are the light of the world and the salt of the earth. With this torchlight, I am making a covenant with all these things I have said, never to derail and constantly acknowledge you in all my ways. So that's the personal covenant I had with God with the torchlighting. That's why no matter what, any Zaki you see without torchlight is just the fake one.
Interesting.
So that's the story.
Zaki, you are an indigenous of Benue State. You are born and brought up in Kaduna, so you have been shuttling around Nigeria. And with the torchlight, you made covenant to God. We weren't expecting that when you point that torchlight, you will see what people do not see. And see the evil. You're not into vulgar things and of this generation. You want to change this society. That's part of the topic we brought here. What have you done to move the envelope of insecurity, of killings in your state, Benue, to come to light, and why the advocacy you are leading to do that?
Well, I have, if you check my career from the beginning, when it was Kaduna, I did a popular song, where yo Kaduna. I've always been advocating for peace. I've always been warning ahead of time of this insecurity issues, why we should live together, peace. I think I can boast to say I am arguably the only Nigerian artist who have done more songs on peace and unity than any other artist in Nigeria. If it is not so, bring the artist, name the artist, and let's see how many songs he has done on peace and unity. It's something that I know is the foundation in which all of us stand. In any country without peace, you see what is happening in Iran today and all that. Without peace, we will not be talking like this. So I have done a lot with Benue being my state. If I can do for every other part of Nigeria and Africa, talk less of my own state, I have been advocating for peace and unity. I've even been advocating for peace within our leaders in Benue. I have done songs with even other Benue artists like Rapizo, Udi Woods on peace and unity in Benue State. I've done several songs in regards to Benue State, and I have constantly been talking about it. You know, songs go a long way, and apart from that, it should not end with just singing. Your posture, your lifestyle should also be advocating for peace. Everything about you should be about peace, because you have to also practice what you preach. You know, so I have often been saying that the entertainment industry is huge now. You know our position right now in the world. We are number one as far as entertainment is concerned, especially with music. So you can imagine if all these Nigerian musicians who are very prominent, doing well nationally and internationally, all come together and start advocating for peace. Every banditry, kidnapping, and all this evil you see will end within a month. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. That is why I also sometimes hold the government in the center responsible, because they can also initiate that with the entertainment industry. Everybody loves entertainment. Everybody is on the phone looking at one artist or one entertainer or the other. So you can imagine using the entertainment industry as medium to advocate for peace. You can imagine the government stepping in and calling on all Nigerian artists, especially our three kings. You understand? And all that. All this will change. Even the people who are committing these atrocities, even the Fulani bandits have Nigerian artists that they are great fans to. They speak Hausa, they speak Fulani, we have Fulani artists. In fact, I was planning to do a collab with a Fulani artist, although he's not even a Nigerian, understand, but he's Fulani. In regards to that, we are planning to do a song on peace, you know, so that Nigeria will finally find peace. And this, let's not mistake it, these insecurity issues we're having also has arguably been also traced to the Western influence. Nigeria being a country that has a lot of potentials or a lot of raw materials, like they call us. I just wish that Africa and Nigeria particularly, that is the biggest black nation, will wake up and own its responsibilities to lead the independence of Africa, because it's obvious now to us that we are being used, and there's a negative influence from the Western world to making sure that we don't unite. If Nigeria unites, the whole of Africa will unite. If Nigeria coughs, Africa will cough. So Nigeria is key. It's very important. That is why there are a lot of sponsors from everywhere to make sure that Nigeria is not united and continue to serve them as raw materials. But apart from that, we as Nigerians, if we don't unite ourselves, if we are not united in our home, how else can we ever be united? You know, it first has to start with we trying to put our house together. That is why I keep pleading to Nigerians, especially the followers. It's not only about the leaders. The followers, one, you will not get involved. You don't want to get involved in politics. You don't want to come in. Nobody's going to give it to you. You take it. Understand? But apart from that, they are always quick. Their contributions is insult. Once a leader does something or once there's something, you know, there are ways of which you can intelligently address an issue and it will make a lot of impact. But just because you have a phone, all they do is insult you. They even discourage people who may be able to get the attention of the leaders when they speak. Such people are also sometimes discouraged from even speaking because they will be insulted, even if they are saying the right thing. So the followers, apart from the leaders, also have their own problem, which we need to address. Everybody needs to be focused right now on our leaders, because that's where our problem is. Our leaders. We must vote right. We must choose right. We must choose right. Vote and wait for your vote. They say, okay, we have been voting, it's not working. So if you have been voting and it's not counting, we want to leave it now. That means you have given up on Nigeria, on your future, on your family. Because whatever affects Nigeria affects everybody, including your family. It will come to that. So if we don't do things about what is going on now, it will increase. I remember a story. I will not forget this story. I was only 16 years old then. No, I was about 12 years old or 13 years old. And we're traveling. And the car parked, I think we had a flat tire or something. We're passing around the eastern states. I think I was traveling to Makurdi and they had to pass through the east. I can't remember what village particularly. As a child, I saw some cows like feeding in somebody's farm. And then I saw the woman, the owner of the farm, an Igbo lady, challenging this Fulani man that, wow, Aboki, this, she was complaining. I was there, I was watching it live when I was small. And the Fulani man responded by, Kai, drove the woman away. In fact, carried something, stoned her, and even like lifted his stick and chased the woman away. So why I'm narrating this story is you could see that this thing has started gradually. It started long time ago, but nobody was checkmating it. Nobody was looking at it. It was not given proper attention. That's why it's escalated to what it is today. And it will still even escalate more if we don't do something drastic about it. So I think the issues of insecurity is what concerns everybody. If you cannot do anything about it, there are two things everybody must do. Pray for Nigeria and give information. Once you see something, say something. That way you have contributed to peace, unity, and progress in Nigeria. It's one thing, go check my songs from the first time I started. From the first album, there's always a song on peace, unity, and progress of Nigeria, which is what also informs why I also started the program True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, to celebrate Nigerians who have done well and then encourage the ones coming behind,
Yeah.
to do the
Zach,
right thing.
you've made mention of your, of course, your background, in your day-to-day advocacy affair for Nigeria, bringing to light peace and what have you. Beyond entertainment, you've highly involved yourself in social advocacy. You once served as ambassador for human rights, the special marshal for the Federal Road Safety Corps, and then you are really known for trying to bring about unity and peace. But the question now is that other influencers, celebrities, how much are they playing in the role of, bringing about peace, advocating for unity, and just like you earlier mentioned, imagine a Fulani person that these bandits, in quotes, they are fans to. Imagine your mentor, the person you love, is telling you that this thing you're doing is wrong, it's hurting me, it's hurting your family, stop it. Do you know how far this can go? How much do you see our Nigerian celebrities, doing to call this to order?
I will score them. I'll score them maybe 20 over 100 because they are really not doing much in regards to that. Because, like I've said, music is so. You go to a concert, you see people crying. Some people pass out because of the love they have for their fans, their celebrities. I mean, the artists or the celebrity they love. People go to any. You can now imagine the power of the kind of strong influence they have on people. And this, even the cultists, the bandits, the kidnappers, when they want to celebrate, what do? They play the same music. You can now imagine them having a great fan, someone they really like, singing about peace and unity. It will go a long way. But I remember the Goodluck Jonathan's regime. Goodluck Jonathan used a lot of celebrities to campaign, and you saw the effect eventually. You saw the effect. I was one of those who campaigned for him. I was paid to do a song, and I did it well. And he went far, and he helped, seriously helped, for him to win election. That's the power of the entertainment industry. It's also the only industry that can wipe unemployment from the face of Nigeria. Yes, we have a lot of youths. I can guarantee you that 95% of Nigerian youths are interested in show business. They are interested. And there's a lot of money in the entertainment industry. I can tell you that for sure. I don't think even the oil industry has more money than the entertainment industry. It's just that our government are a little bit relaxed. Imagine what they have achieved without government support. You can now imagine government putting its weight now on the entertainment industry, putting the right people in the right place, not putting leaders by sentiment but by what's the word again? By merit. A lot of job creation, employment, banditry, all this evil in our society we reduce because it's the youths that they use to commit these things. It's the same youths. Old men cannot go and start committing. Check all the people you see on being arrested, being killed. They're all young people. They're all young people. So there's a lot music can do. It's just the government at the center are not seeing it in that form. They are more particular about, especially election, campaign, who gets this position, how much money I can keep for my family. What baffles me truly and sincerely about leaders and politicians I don't understand. If you are driving a car and another car is in front of you and it falls into a big hole, a big gallop, the only normal thing for you to do is to avoid it because you are behind. But these politicians come and don't learn lessons from those who have been there before them, who embezzled money, who have spoiled their lineage, have destroyed their name. Right now, there are some leaders that you cannot even mention their names outside. They will insult you. Their families are even ashamed to answer their names. You know? And you get, by the grace of God, get to this position of leadership instead of living a good example, leading by example, doing the right thing so that posterity will remember you forever. Every time they mentioned your name, they say name is better than money. All the previous politicians who have accumulated, now they are dragging them. Some of them are in court every day. It's not even about the court every day. It's not even about them being in prison or they are destroying. They have killed their image. Their name is destroyed. Their generation destroyed. Because when they talk about your father or when they talk about your name, once they mention your name, people gossip behind you, people laugh at you. And tomorrow, if you go out for any political position, it will also affect you. So you see, there's all the monies they steal and put this country in the condition where it is. That is why, honestly, this is my personal opinion. I know I'll be crucified for this. But if you check the positions of leaders that we have had from the beginning of Nigeria up till now, you would agree with me that the Northerners have had more chances, but yet poverty is highest in the North. Can you explain that? So what are they doing? And then once there's another leader who is not from the North, they start running up and down. You know, they want to, they look for every, you understand? So Nigeria does not belong to anybody. All we want in Nigeria is not where you are coming from, but a good leader. That's as far as I'm concerned, a good leader. Without a good leader, the country will be destroyed. Once the country, ordinary flood, natural disaster like flood. When flood comes, does it ask you whether your father, you are Yoruba, Hausa, or Igbo? He doesn't ask you that. That's how it is with war. That's how it is because Nigeria is virtually at war now. Almost in every state. In every state, people are being killed, kidnapped for ransom. You know, it's horrible. I think more. I know they are trying. The military, the armed forces of Nigeria, the police, and everybody are trying, but I don't think the government at the center is giving that enough attention. After all, we still have unemployment in Nigeria. What is the capacity of the Nigerian police? The entire staff of Nigerian police, how many are they? And you expect those limited or those small number of policemen to combat crime in Nigeria that is almost 300 million? What? Go to travel abroad and see. In every corner, you see a policeman, kitted, well equipped. In fact, by looking at the policeman, you'll be afraid to commit crime. So I think one of the things I am advocating for, especially in regards to Nigerian police, is that they should employ. There's unemployment, and the policemen are not enough to handle the situation. They are doing well, but you need capacity. They need to employ, if you ask me, maybe like 20,000 or 50,000 more men of police, Nigerian police. Because Nigeria is 300 million. So what's wrong with even employing 2 million or 5 million more policemen into the system? Because that's the only way. Well, yes, we can only continue to talk about this, but I really think, like the question you asked, if only entertainers would give more attention, especially Nigerian entertainers, just the same way we started music and we were battling with Nigerians. Then it was 95% Western music. Most stations, TV stations, radio stations like you don't even play Nigerian music. Then it was foreign music, Western music. We were struggling. And then what even helped us was Nigerians in diaspora. When the Mohits came to Nigeria with their expertise, they were living abroad. They are Nigerians. The Banch, Don Jazzy, the Banky W, Tiwa Savage, all these names I've mentioned were abroad doing music. By the time they came with their expertise and joined force with us, Nigerians were forced to accept Nigerian music. That is the breakthrough of the music industry in the entire Africa.
Yes.
Why Nigerian music is ruling.
Zaki, let me just add. You were once the president of PMAN,
Vice President,
and one time
yes.
you resigned. You have mentioned so many about unity. They were saying that united will move on, then divided will fall. With all the big names in Nigeria entertainment industry, what effort is being made now to gather them together, to put effort together to fight whatever evil that is. You just imagine a show where all the big names you are talking about come together to do a show to save Nigeria. You remember during the days of Michael Jackson and his producer, how they gathered the USA America or USA for Africa,
the world.
and
the world,
you know, and the boom, and what they use the outcome to do. Is their plan on the way to do so for Nigeria now that we have even world-class musicians and the people love them? From what you have said, if they come together to do a show like that, just to stop insecurity, mostly, what do you think will happen? And what are the plans to do such things?
You see, it has to be someone, an ombudsman or woman, or someone who has great influence. That's why I keep going back to the government that will be able to pull this set of artists together. Another way out is PMAN. If PMAN was not in crisis, if their house was together, you know, which is the same thing I keep talking about, leadership and even followers. People criticize, but when they give you one small leadership position, how do you handle it? And yet you are criticizing the leaders on top. You that is just a supervisor or a director or a head of department, how are you treating the people there? You know? So I think this has a lot to do with also our attitude, you know, which still boils down to the country, because if you don't believe if your attitude does not inform you that you have to do certain things or make certain decisions that will contribute to building Nigeria as a nation where there will be peace and progress, then And that is what I meant when I said followers. That's why as I took it down to that level, I have also mentioned P-Man here now. You see, if, for instance, P-Man is in order, P-Man can now move, and that's why we encourage bills in the National Assembly. We pass bills in the National Assembly, and it's a body, it's a front that can interact with the government in regards to entertainment, in regards to issues that has to do with peace, unity, how the entertainment industry can also enhance peace, unity, and progress in Nigeria, but they are fighting. They are always fighting. Greed. We were doing very well in P-Man before. Once some money, we were able to get some money, instead of using the money properly to move forward and do the needful, greed came in. And another fight. That is why I simply pulled out instead of spoiling my name. Like I said before, it's better to keep a good name than any fraudulent activity. So I think that what the question you have asked me, it has to come from, like the government, like the president. That
Zaki,
way, all the artists
can you hear me?
Would listen, will come together and do the needful. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. We are so behind time. Thank you so much for being a part of the program this month. We look forward to having you. We look forward to having you some other time. Learn more about the entertainment industry and what is happening with other artists. It's been a great time having you on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We'll be jumping off for a short musical break from Zaki himself. Let's enjoy one of his pieces. We'll be right back.
It would be good if we enjoy one of his music to wrap it up.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us, Zaki. We'll see you again next time.
All right.
All right.
To rejoice, the Shekiris, Urobo, Ife, Mother Keke, Tif, Juku, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Yorubas, Igbos, Hausawa, Zango Kata, Nigerians and Africans in general. We beg you all, for the sake of God, for the sake of our children and our children's children, to please We want you all to remember that every time you kill, what you kill is your brother. What you kill is your sister, father, mother, and eventually. Muna zaman mu to yanzu dai karkashe juna muke dan dukan mu yan uwa ne. In sai ka rama ni ma na rama to karkashe juna muke dan dukan mu yan uwa ne. In ka kashe Igbo karkashe juna muke. In ka kashe Yoruba karkashe juna muke. In ka kashe Musulmi karkashe juna muke. Ko ka kashe Kirista karkashe juna muke. Ba zai so irin nan ba. Sadauna ba zai so irin nan ba. Shugaban kasa ba zai so irin nan ba. Ba zai so irin nan ba. Inna ta mutu, ya mutu. Gogo an kashe, yara sun mutu. Mama ta mutu. Wayo Kaduna.
We are local. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, welcome to our weekend retrospect segment where we bring you highlights of some of the important conversations we had in the course of the week from Monday to Saturday, especially as regards scandals and controversies around some political office holders and actors in Nigeria. So do sit back and take a listen.
We are attached to the consensus whereby he said that everybody, every candidate, well, number one, only cleared candidates can contest in the can be part of the consensus. Number two, he says that every candidate has to agree for the consensus to be effective. Now, talk about implementation. Remember that we already said that all Nigerian politicians are cut from the same cloth. You understand? Now, with the consensus, because that's what happened here. People did not even bother with the direct primaries. Where it happened, it was so chaotic that they had to just scrap it. In NDC, in ADC, in APC, in PDP, and all. In fact, all the political parties did was secure a date from INEC. Now, the Electoral Act says that for consensus to happen, that all the candidates must agree. And for all the candidates to agree, and even when a single candidate does not agree, they have to revert to the direct primaries. Now, looking at the timing and all that, if there are disagreements and they are racing to submit names and upload with INEC, the whole timing system will hinder political parties to be able to go back for direct primaries after the consensus have also seemed to fail. Now, let's also look at what methods that some of these political parties employed to try to cheat the system. They began to screen out people they feel will give them problem with the consensus. If they see you as being very assertive, they don't have to give you any reason to screen you out, and you are no longer eligible to participate in the consensus from the word go. So what we have today is that people, the political parties or the people who bankroll them are now imposing candidates. But the root is actually beyond what we have today. You find out that in Nigeria, gradually excellence was thrown out through the window. Over the years, we began to quoterize leadership. We began to quoterize positions, even most sensitive positions. We've had a Chief Justice of this Federation in recent times that did not attend the conventional law school. He was an Islamic law scholar. And he became the Chief Justice of the nation. Nothing happened. We had a country where selection of judges, magistrates are now done by politicians, where they begin to empower their spouses and their cronies to become judges and magistrates, so that they just so that they will control the judicial system. We recently in Nigerian Senate, a senator stood up to say that he helped a lot of his colleagues to win their matters in the courts because his wife was a judge, and nothing happened to. There was no inquiry, no serious inquiry, and nobody has ever been held. I mean, this man voiced out what you already know. So it is a gradual introduction of in-house in the Nigerian system. It has climaxed in our political selection system, but it happens in the recruitment into jobs. We don't hear about advertisement into NNPC, into CBN recruitment, into the key national assets. Nobody talks about their recruitment. You just see people who are working in these facilities. Of course, the slots are used to settle high-profile politicians. So gradually, what we see today, especially the zoning or quoterization of positions, it kind of reduced the quality of competitions. So sometimes when something is zoned to a particular zone, you find out that either you do not find ably qualified people, or ably qualified people are simply not interested. What happens is that you begin to make do, and gradually the political gladiators, if what we now call stakeholders, have taken over the responsibility of deciding people who will occupy these positions. And how do they come to decide these things? It is very amorphous. They can't even define it. Sometimes it's just based on loyalty, either to the party or to individuals who have influence inside the party, or just to cronies or relatives. So Nigerian political recruitment has become prebendal in nature. It's about you scratch my back, I scratch your back. And here we are today. Look at the parliament. A parliament that used to have the likes of Uche Chukwumereja, Chuba Kanibo, and so on and so forth. Today we are seeing all kinds of comic actors in the National Assembly. Do they even do any parliamentary job? They don't hold the executive accountable. The laws they turn out, like the one we are talking about today, causes more problems than solving problems. And a democracy that had lasted since 1999 to date, it's expected that we will have had amendments or propounded laws that will enhance the democracy. But the laws we turn out each year, they are also reactionary and they intended to cheat the system, and at the end of the day, what we get is chaos.
All right, so while we are still looking at the whole process of recruitment in political offices, can we also take a look at certificates? Is it really, really necessary? Because we are looking at, since we're talking about leadership, okay, there are people that they are blessed with the leadership skills, the qualities, to be leaders, and they don't necessarily need to have PhDs and all those big certificates, so to speak. With just an SSCE, one is supposed to be in office. Maybe that will help reduce the rates of forgeries we hear here and there. You don't even must have completed your NYC, or even go for NYC. You don't even have to attend university. As long as one can see some sense of good leadership in you, and of course you can read and write. Shouldn't that be,
I think sometimes there's, like I said before, there is a temptation to oversimplify Nigerian problems. Now, talking about qualification and the certificate forgery, it's not an isolated problem. When you demand for certificates, it puts pressure on those who are aspiring for positions and they begin to forge. When you remove certificates, you can also diminish the quality of individuals that you have in National Assembly. But that's also not an isolated problem on its own. Now, the culture of constituency projects, we are supposed to fund legislatures, whereby even if they do not have certain technical knowledge, they can have a staff that will complement what they're doing. But we find out that the funding of the legislature today is for them to go and begin to provide infrastructure that should have been left for the executive to do. So Nigerian legislatures are leaving the legislative responsibilities to begin to
Every second, every minute, news in your pocket.
Whether he succeeded or not is now left for history. There's a particular hymn, because I'm a Christian, and I will use what I know to refer to situations. There's a particular hymn in Anglican Church. That hymn said, "By their works they shall be remembered." Only be remembered by the works they have done. Said, it will pass away, we fade away like stars of the morning. That loses its luster when the sun comes out. He said, just like that the people will go, but they can be remembered by their works. Muhammad Buhari, that time, when people will use his name for so many things, even threat and tell you Buhari. It's now history. Buhari is being remembered 1 year after by the works he has done, and that's what we are doing here. The ones he has done well should serve as inspiration to the people in power now. And where he has made mistakes as a human being who is mortal, should serve as, also as an inspiration where to pick from and change. And we remember that the president, the incumbent president, said he's continuing from where Buhari stopped. And the question is, during the reign of Buhari, we were crying that the fuel, price of dollar exchange, naira exchange to foreign currencies, so many things. But give it to him. This is a man in some other platform I've described that when he saw the hugeness of certain decisions he should take, he managed it. So instead of, like the Igbo say, going to remove the one in your stomach and you go there and use your leg to pick some and come back, he remained the status quo ante and managed the situation. Because Buhari was very close to the Talakawas, the masses. He couldn't take the decision of removing subsidy. We don't want subsidy, here we are. So when you look at Buhari, when Nigeria thought he was worse, we could look back in nostalgia and say, hey, how we wish it is Buhari time. Because you cannot compare a bag of rice of 7,000 naira with a bag of rice of 75,000 naira. You cannot compare 165 naira fuel with 1,500 naira fuel. So if you are remembering, and they only send the Shetima to go and make speech there, this government should go there to look at studying what Buhari did. Because my father told me that when the elephant is still in the ground, that the tortoise will think that they watered the ground. He wouldn't know his power of elephant that make him to kill easily. That is the Igbo translation of that proverb. So when Buhari was there, tilling the ground, some people thought he could do better. And when you get there, it's certain people, by your work, people will remember you. The present government will be remembered by theirs, just like we are remembering Buhari. And everybody who holds power, you know, is transient. Nobody knew that the big Buhari that's bigger than life. You know, remember, some of you were not born when Buhari's journey into power of Asorok started, and how he has been a strong man when he wants to take decision. You will tell him, he said, I know. He is not moved by sentiment. He will still, but he cares about people. Now that we are, that the Igbo say, when a woman marries two husbands, he will not choose. Bet me. I'm a broadcaster, I'm not supposed to hold opinion. But I am sitting here to tell you, I would have preferred. At that time, it was like we are, but if they bring Buhari back, I will choose him over anything before I see a new thing. Because it's only what you experience you can choose from. You can't choose from what you do not know.
Okay. All right. So, your thoughts?
Well, I vehemently disagree with my senior colleague on his adulation of President Buhari. Nobody should wish for a Buhari, not even against a Tinubu. Buhari has the special opportunity of ruining Nigerian economy twice in his lifetime as president. He did it in 1984. He came back in 2015 and repeated it, this time around in a more gigantic dimensions. Buhari met a growing economy and they destroyed it. Buhari introduced millions of Nigerians into multi-dimensional poverty. Buhari lost touch completely with the population. By the way, he said that Buhari is in contact with the Talakawas. I think that was only to the extent of elections. Because when he was military president, we know about the repressions that happened under his regime. He used the war against indiscipline and the military to suppress civilians, jailed journalists, jailed politicians without trials. And when he wanted to come back as president, he began to cry to the masses. And when he got that opportunity, what did he do? He created more extreme poverty, more than any president in our history, not even a Tinubu. How does he love the masses if he's going to throw them into poverty? Buhari misplaced his priorities as president, constructed railways to another country when Nigeria needs a lot more of infrastructure. His singular achievement would be building a helipad for his personal use. Under Buhari, there were so many high-profile corruptions that he denied. When a governor was caught on camera hiding dollars under his cap, Buhari said it was AI. Under Buhari, remember the Minister of Aviation that built heaven on earth as his personal infrastructure. The Nigerian Air saga was launched and so many other scandals. Under Buhari, Sadia Omar Farouk was the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and she was accused of embezzling over 37 billion naira. Under Buhari, Abubakar Malami, as the Attorney General, he is currently facing 16 counts of money laundering of 8.7 billion. Under the same Buhari, had the Godwill CBN Governor Godwill MFL, who is currently facing charges under EFCC for countless embezzlement. Ahmed Idris, the Accountant General's was said to have embezzled 80 billion naira. Babakar Lawal, SGF, he's been accused of diverting 20 billion, and so on and so forth. There were forgeries. Buhari was simply not in charge of his government. Nigerian inflation multiplied by intense under Buhari. Buhari borrowed money against the future. He traded off future oil to borrow money, and there was no infrastructure to show for it. At least Tinubu is making some effort, and I feel very awkward having to even defend Tinubu because Buhari was mentioned. Today, you see ENUGU Port Harcourt Expressway under serious construction. You see ENUGU and Expressway under serious construction, and efforts in various sectors of the economy. What infrastructure did Buhari touch in Nigeria? The poverty was worse, education was worse, and even security. As a former military general, even his home state became ravaged by insecurity under his watch. He did not make any attempt to bring back the Fulani headsmen that shared tribal connections with him. He didn't do anything to that effect. Buhari appointed for the first time a Chief Justice of the Federation that was not a secular lawyer. He made an Islamic scholar the Chief Justice of the Federation. The tribalism under Buhari, it was under Buhari that people threw away federal character. There was no effort to balance the government appointment. Buhari opened the floodgate for his kids and kin to benefit directly from the government. Buhari introduced prebendalism and nepotism in dimensions that have never been seen in this country. Buhari's presidency was a wasted 8 years. Nigeria should never experience another Buhari. Maybe because our culture will not speak ill of the dead. But nobody should even wish them. You see, another Nigeria has no president than Buhari.
Okay, so while he just looked at Buhari's administration from the worst and the failures, let's also look at it from the achievements and some of the successes he encountered during his administration. Buhari had infrastructure developments. He completed massive long-stalled projects, including Second Niger Bridge. And we're looking at the Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kaduna railway lines and the rehabilitation of major federal highways. He also had agricultural revolution, launched the Anchor Burras program, which significantly boosted local rice production and pushed Nigeria toward agricultural self-sufficiency. Of course, that period, many people complimented him. They commended him for the boost in agriculture. He also looked at the anti-corruption tools and asset recovery and forced the Treasury Single Account TSA to centralize government revenue and successfully recovered billions of dollars in looted state funds. Still under Buhari's regime, Petroleum Industry Act, that's the PIA, signed the landmark PIA into law in 2021, overhauling the legal and regulatory framework of Nigeria's oil and gas sector after decades of legislative delays. Still under Buhari, he upgraded the Nigerian Armed Forces by acquiring Super Tucano aircraft and other platforms severely degrading and the operational capacity of Boko Haram insurgents in the northeast. All right, these were other under Buhari and some of the successes that Nigerians achieved. But looking at the bad part of it, just as you mentioned, another angle was that exploding national debt. That was a concern and part of it. But no government is perfect. There is always...
We're not looking at the perfectness. I'm just saying, if you have to choose, the incumbent government has borrowed money that Nigeria has not borrowed in 65 years of independence. So, if you look at a governor that sits, you have so many things, like we said, nobody is here to make, 1 year is not enough in my church to make somebody a saint. He has to look at through your records of what you did over time and see the potency of when I mention your name, can somebody's sickness be healed? You know, and they will make you a saint. So we are just starting. This is just 1 year. So barely like a human being, whether his remnant has decayed under the earth, we're just starting to remember him. When it gets to the time to make him either a saint or a devil, we will get there. We are not looking at few things we can pick out of his reign and say, if I have to choose, I didn't say for us to choose.
That's your opinion.
That is exactly what I'm saying. Because the man there, listen, somebody know that Buhari was a minister of oil, even when he was civilian. He was into oil. Several angles of being in oil. Then before he became a president, that became substantial also, minister of oil and gas. He had opportunity of when people were saying subsidy, subsidy, subsidy. You know, because he has been going to Geneva, the OPEC Council, and knowing when you remove subsidy, what will happen. So he managed that. I'm not saying he's a perfect human being, but I'm saying he get to a point where certain decision I will take that will throw everybody off. I will restrain myself on doing that.
Mr. Chris, let's talk numbers here. I mean, we are broadcasters. Buhari did not remove subsidy.
Yes.
Because he didn't know how to go about it. I'm not comparing Buhari and Tinubu here. Let's talk about.
But if we have to do, let's do that.
Buhari came into a government that promised change. Nigeria was experiencing less than 30% poverty when he took over. And at the end of his regime, Buhari has 3.1% of Nigerians in multi-dimensional.
So where are we now?
Excuse me, that is 133 million people. It has never been so. This government, you are forcing me into a debate on Tinubu and
no, I'm not. No, don't. I'm just saying
let's focus on. You do know how the point newspaper described Buhari? The point newspaper described Buhari as being in perpetual denial. That was perpetual denial. Buhari's government did not even understand the enormosity of the problems. Buhari had no hang on the situation. Do you know how much inflation? Is it so far away that we can't remember? Under Buhari, 133 million Nigerians out of 200 million became extremely poor, even by Nigerian indices.
We have to benchmark whatever we're saying.
And we're benchmarking it from where he took over, from a government that he vehemently campaigned against. He promised change. And it was Buhari that said, is $1 or $1 to 150 naira okay for you? No. What happened? Dollar plunged to over 400 naira under Buhari. Under Buhari, the out of school children skyrocketed. Under Buhari, Nigeria began to have severe budget deficits. I'm talking about currently this government does not even have the resources to meet up with our budget demands because the Buhari administration traded future oil. He borrowed against the future, not the present. See, there was no regime for 8 years. There's nothing to compare Buhari with. See, in the time we idolize Buhari, the military man, because who we desire for a strong man has gone. Yeah. The way you look at the numbers, there is nothing. See, the most regrettable thing that has happened in our history, especially under the return to democracy, is a Buhari. Let's not go there. I mean, he's dead. Let's give him his flowers. He was a nice guy to his family and to his close friends, but he was a tragedy being the president of Nigeria.
Well, if you say tragedy, we have just I think everybody, we have to pick from different sides, and when you balance it up, you find out that Nigeria is really a complex nation. And once our leaders understand how complex Nigeria is, they will know the enormous job facing them. It's not enough to go to the street and say we occupy Nigeria and you move the people in office and then go there. But we expect that you must have a blueprint of what to do. And what I'm saying is like, I'm not comparing. I'm just saying from where we are, the benchmark of where we are today, what are we feeling like? What is happening if we say
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Why state police handles local security and crime, which is the essence of this extent. But where we're talking about is what comes next. And then what are we talking about? You know, we expect that it needs 2/3 majority vote of both the Senate and the House of Reps to pass through. And at least 24 out of the 36 states in Nigeria to our National Assembly, State Assembly to pass it. And finally, the president must sign it into law for it to become legal. I think part of why we're having push and pull is because this thing required what you call constitutional the amendment over the Constitution of Nigeria. But you mentioned something. If our National Assembly, that's the green chambers and the red chambers, have decided to be independent and, of course, take the responsibility of being the another major arm of our governance system, they should have insisted on certain things that have what they call take out time to study both what they have discussed and that of the presidential bill, instead of throwing the baby away with the bathwater, hoping that all is well. Power intoxicates, and I think the essence of having a template of the three arms of government that to have checkmate each other is that everyone must stand his ground and push to prove yourself relevant in the governance system. Instead of when Mark Ginger talks here, I say, I agree with you, and then Chris talk, I agree with you, then the people will be wondering, why am I seated here, warming the seat or wasting my time? I must have something I'm contributing constructively, and for us to put all the arguments together and see from it to have what they call splendid argument that can drive this nation forward.
Okay, so while many Nigerians are concerned that this bill came all of a sudden in the House and accepting it without really further interrogating it, and I think another reason why many people are concerned is because they feel that since they are all APC, so to speak, majority, so they feel whatever their boss brings to them, they just okay it. But what if that really is not the case? Because we're going to take a look at some of the contrast why the Tinubu's bill seemed to be more effective. According to the critical points of contrast between the two legislative proposals include the scope of executive input. We're looking at the House's original bill was internally drafted by lawmakers. President Tinubu's fresh executive bill includes targeted safeguards intended to protect against the abuse of state police powers by local authorities. And we also look at the institutional safeguards, where Tinubu's version says specific provisions for maintaining a functional job, but Tinubu's bills provides
almost everything is, when you say majority being APC, majority House, majority in Senate being APC, that is the most dangerous thing that has happened to our democracy, and that's why we are afraid. You know why we are saying this? If we have had a more balanced House, Federal House, a more balanced Senate, and everybody is making input and then the President comes up with that safeguard bill, you look at what you have and see how you can impute President's safeguard bill into it, because the President is seen at that bigger place as the view is clearer, he's seen everything, but he allow you or your input. That's how democracy works. So when you bring, I am concerned that I need safeguard in
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Not born here, you're not from here. I filed my paper even when the city decided that I wasn't qualified, I didn't meet the requirement. I sued the city and I won, and I was on the ballot. So just like in America, I'm from Texas. If I moved to Oklahoma and establish what they call the residence requirement, I can run for anything. I can run for governor, I can run for Senate, I can run for any political office. Nobody's going to look at it like, oh, you're not from here. So that is what has been keeping the black person limited, because tribal people don't build successful nations. Mark that expression. Tribal people don't build successful nations. Citizens do. Nigerians are mostly tribal people. The citizenship is just when they get the passport in order to do something. But in their thinking, in their disposition, they are entrenched. They are entrenched in what I say, me and the. How are you going to be looking backwards if you're going to make progress, which is, future. So these are the things. It's very, very important, the discussion. And then you cross, national boundaries, into Ghana, Nigeria, blah, blah. It's the same thing, so people push back. You gave the example of Ghana 1969. Most people always thought that it was Nigeria that did it to Ghana first. Ghana did it in 1969. So 11 years or so after that, it was payback time. And then the Nigerians started, when things got back for Nigeria, they started going everywhere. And then people started pushing back. Nigerians have been kicked at, in most countries where they go. And then South Africa, they went over there, and then the same, things started to happen. There's a pushback. So, I mean, you can see some of those tension in most countries, but in developed countries, they are not looking at your state of origin or, where you were born here. They're looking at it. Are you part of us? Are you here to add value to what we're going to do? And I want to give you an expression that John Adam in 1789 said. He said, the success of any nation starts with the private families. Families make communities, and communities make cities and regions before they migrate. Nations don't start up down; it starts from up, bottom up. So if there's a fracture, and there's a friction in that movement, it snowballs. It carries its ways to the national. So the nation will never succeed if the families that produce the leaders or make up the nation are not together or don't even understand what the role is. Like in US, George Bush, the Bush family originally came from Maine. They settled in West Texas because the father was in oil and gas, and then George Bush was governor of Texas before he became George Bush, governor of Texas, before he became president in 2000. His younger brother, became governor of Florida. And then their grandson, so you could see that sort of dynamic here. That it doesn't matter where you were born; it is where you end up living and calling it your home. If Igbo people say how come when he now comes when Sukaman is now watching me here, I'm not who's going by. What are the chances that, like a non-EA man or non-Udi man, will end up somewhere and become their Igwe and become council? These are the things that, Nigerians have to start asking themselves the question. And these are the things Igbo people make this most pretentious existence. But when you now know family about because they are very, very intra-tribal disdain, and intra-tribal disdain is what caused the friction. That's why they don't realize their potential.
Mr. Ejike, it's good to hear you speak passionately about this, terrible situation. But, Afrophobia is a paradox because during the colonial era, a lot of African nations, there were corporations among the people who championed independence. I mean, from Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, to Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Anthony Nahoro, going all the way to North and East Africa. And then in the era of South African apartheid regime, there was a lot of cooperation by brother African nations, the Southern African Corporation, and down to Nigeria. I remember myself in primary school in the early 80s, we used to, have programs that taught us about apartheid, and we contributed 10 kobo then, to support the struggle for independence by South Africa. And I remember those days on our school walls, they write, apartheid is a crime against humanity. But, where did you seem to get it wrong? Is this traceable to, because there must be an origin on this. As an Igbo man, as an Archman, growing up, we had certain cultural traits that didn't, show disdain for people of other clans. There are balances in Igbo language that say, for instance, we are African settlement are largely products of migrations cross migrations. So if you do the genealogy of most Africans, you see that you may find, mixed origins. However, we are seeing today that when we talk about xenophobia in Africa, it's actually Afrophobia. What is the origin of this, and where did we get it from?
We get it wrong from, like I said, from birth. You're from Achi. If in Achi there's a village called Ihe, ENUGU cheese. And Achi, Achi is part of Oji River now, but it used to be Ogu Division. And my dad was the chief of Ogu. From 1960 something to until the war started, because he was a member of House of Chiefs. But the most important thing here is how many Achi people that have lived in Ogu, that have their family roots traces to Ogu, will come back and say, oh, I have lived in Ogu now, Nebonye Bikon Awachi. I can be their Igwe, I can be their thing. You go trace that, you go do the genealogy, and then you come back and tell us what you have found in your research. You will find that it's practically impossible. And it's because of that, the entrenched intra-tribal village ways that most Africans got born into. It doesn't matter how educated they are, how exposed they are, they're still going to remember. You see, you come to Dallas, Texas, and you go to event Igbo people do, you think you're in your village. And I've always said, did you come to America to become a chief? I remember 1989 when I came back for the first time, and I was talking to my dad. I was telling him I was involved with the village meeting, Ihe People's Village meeting in Dallas. And my father looked at me and said, and I walked away. You will never see me wear a red cap in America. You will never see me identify with anything that proves me as a particular person. Maybe when you see my name, you could say, okay, this guy, but I don't hold myself out as a tribal person. America has 580 something tribes, and they don't work together. Most people think United States of America, there are tribes, there are still existing tribes in America. So this is something that is entrenched. It's a DNA. Remember, your DNA, your attitude, your ways or something don't change because you move to geography. So for us as Black people, we need to be having this conversation. We need to dilute this stuff. Yes, Europeans, you talked about, during the fight for independence. Yes, they did that because they singled out a common person, a white person. When they gathered independence, what did they do? Nigeria, shortly after you were handed over your own country in 7 years.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
And this is where we draw the curtains on today's show. You can join online. Signature TV. We want to hear your comments of some of the conversations that we've had. Channel 265, and of course on Free TV. I've been your host, Chigi Chiagorum, and from all of us at Signature TV ENUGU Studios, it is goodbye and God bless.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Gospel Lounge, a program designed to bring out the good news in all things and spread love, hope, and joy to all. Please gather your friends and family because our show for you today will leave you thrilled and so blessed. My name is Victor Chief George and I officially welcome you to Gospel Lounge today. You're welcome. Let's just give a song of worship to God and thank Him for all that He has been doing for us and to us and everyone that is connected to us. He deserves our worship. Join us and sing along with us. We say, oh, be lifted above all other gods. We lay our crowns and worship you. Oh, be lifted above all other gods. Lord, we lay our crowns and worship you. Oh, glorious God, we praise your name. Oh, we lay our crowns and worship you. Sing it one more time. Oh, glorious God, we praise your holy name. We lay our crowns and worship you. And we know you are a mighty God. What a mighty God. What a mighty God we serve. You can make it personal. Join me saying, mighty God. What a mighty God. What a mighty God I serve. Oh yes, heaven and earth adore you, even angels bow before you. Oh Lord, you're mighty God I serve. Heaven and earth adore you, heaven and earth adore you, Lord. Angels bow before you. What a mighty God we serve. He's a mighty God. Go ahead, sing that song to Him. He is faithful. And dear Father, we say glory and honor be to you for the gift of life and your love towards us. We give you all the praise. In Jesus' precious name. Amen. Psalms 119 and verse 97, the Amplified Version, David said, oh, how I love your law. It is meditation, my meditation, what I ponder on every day. So please prepare your heart to receive God's word, and I'll be right back to pray with you.
Each and every one of us has a dream. I was reading a book recently titled, How Big Things Get Done. And I think that the gospel today, taken from the Gospel of Mark, chapter 4, verse 26 to 34, is the Lord's answer to each and every one of us on how big things get done. It starts small. It starts with a dream. It starts with a prayer. It starts with a desire in your heart. But above all, it starts from and with God. God is the beginning and the end of all things. Your life here on earth is for a purpose. God has sent you here to fulfill a mission, not for yourself, not by yourself, but for God, by God, and with God. And so in the gospel today of the parable of the mustard seed, the Lord says that the seed is the smallest seed. But then you plant, you don't know how it grows. But then gradually this tiny seed grows to become a giant tree where the birds of the air will find shade. And that's how the Lord compares the kingdom of heaven. This message was addressed to a people, his followers, and many others who were listening, about how will Jesus realize this mission? How will the early church realize the mission of spreading the word of God, going out to the whole earth, proclaiming the word? How poor men and women with little knowledge, with little resources, surrounded by enemies and persecution, surrounded by many false teachings and doctrines, rejected as belonging to a sectarian group, as perhaps crazy people. And they were wondering in their hearts, how can we carry out this message? What is the possibility of success? Those of you who are into business, you do your market survey, you do your market projections, and then you begin to strategize how to realize your plan. If the early church were to have relied on market survey during their own time, every indication was low, failure, adverse environment, so many threats against you. The parable of the sower and the parable of the mustard seed was addressed to them to realize three important points for every one of us who is a follower of Jesus. First, the mission does not belong to you. It belongs to God. If God gives you a mission, God will give you a means. If God sends you on a mission, God will equip you, God will strengthen you, and God will arm you against all threats. Second, the rate of success is not going to depend on simply human effort. For as the parable says, the sower goes to sleep. You don't know how the seeds are growing, but they are growing. So the second point is to know, like Mother Teresa said, our task as followers of Jesus is not to work for success. It's not to work for money. It's not to work for fame or for relevance. The rule of Christian service is, like Henry Nouwen says, it is to be irrelevant, not to take yourself too seriously. Mother Teresa says it is to be faithful. God invites us to be faithful to God, to be open to God's grace, to say yes to God's love and God's call, and to worry less about success. Success is God's answer or response to your fidelity to God. May the Lord give you the grace to work for the Lord every day of your life. Amen.
All right, it's good to have you back from that wonderful time hearing from God. And I pray God's word have great expression in your life in Jesus' precious name. All right, we have a great personality in the studio today, and we are going to be talking about a lot today concerning the teenager, right? It's the people from the ages of 13 to 19, okay? There's a whole lot to talk about them. But you see, these are young people that are very passionate, and we'll be talking about several traits and attitude found in the teenager, their strengths, weaknesses, and above all, draw strength, positive strength, as to harness and make them live positively and channel their energy so their good individually and the society at large. So today I have with me a very passionate woman. A lot to say about her, but she's a coach, she's a leader, she's a mother in her rights, and I can tell you she has labored so much in the field of young people. All right. So today, help me make welcome to Gospel Lounge, Ifoma Watu.
Thank you.
Good to have you today.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm glad to be here too.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
So please lead us into the world of the teens. Who is a teenager in your own experience and what you have? Lead us into their world.
I would say a teenager is that young person who is trying to find his or her way around life.
Okay.
Because after the teen age, which is just about 6-7 years,
yeah,
the rest of their lives they become an adult.
Yeah.
So within this age, they are confused about so many things.
Yeah.
They want to be children and they want to be adults.
Yes.
At the same time. So it's actually a formative age.
Okay.
It's an age where they want to explore.
Yeah.
They want to do many things. They want to pursue so many things at the same time.
Okay.
So the teen age is an amazing age.
Yeah.
The teenager's world is an amazing world. It's a world of discovery.
Yes.
Yes, it's a world of discovery.
It's a world of discovery.
Yes.
Wow, 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 wow. I was once a teenager, and I can actually relate to this discovery. This discovery is so vast, and you know, juvenile delinquencies are found mostly in this age range.
Of course.
How do we respond to these exuberances that come with this age?
Okay, coming to that, you know, I will talk about the 21st century teenager.
Okay.
And the vices and the delinquencies going on, the juvenile delinquencies. I was once a teenager, and I can tell you that it happens much at this age. And how do we respond to it at this time? Open communication.
Open communication.
Yes, open communication, because a teenager will always feel safe around you when you're open with them.
Okay.
It's unfortunate that in this time we will have people who are around teenagers that will always want to tell them they are perfect. Teenagers don't believe that you're perfect.
Okay.
So when I talk about open communication, you can start by telling them what you passed through as a teenager, that you once did this and did that. They will feel relaxed.
Okay.
They will open up to you and listen to you. But once you present yourself like somebody who is void of mistakes, they see you as someone who doesn't understand their world. So to respond to this, the first thing is an open communication.
Okay.
Yes.
Communication. But you see, talking about communication, it varies, because just like you said, the 21st century teenager is quite different from
the millennials.
Oh my goodness. I remember in our own time, what we see today is different from what it used to be. In those days, our parents talk with the eyes.
Yes.
They just look at you. You organize yourself.
Of course.
But this time around, there is something more to the eye you are looking. In fact, they will query how you look at them. So this communication now, how do we harness it so that we'll have a balance? A lot of people really don't understand the makeup and the way of these young people, and then you hear things like, you know, are you coming from, are you well trained, that kind of thing. So how do we manage this communication so that both the ones from the if I will use the word Old Testament, will understand and balance it up with what is obtainable today.
Okay, coming to that, I will say those days of our parents, when they look at you and you just package yourself and know that this I means a whole lot.
Yeah.
This time, the 21st century teenager is that teenager who want to know why.
Why?
Yes. I call them the why generation.
Mm-hmm.
You tell a teenager, sit down, the teenager will ask you why. If I have to put my legs together, why? So that's why I said it's going to be an open communication. If the teenager is asking why, tell her or him why.
Okay.
You don't expect them to assume they understand what you're trying to portray at that particular time. So what you do is sit them down and tell them, this is why I want you to do this. These are the consequences. These are the implications of what you're about to do. And again, for us to have a proper communication with these teenagers, like those days our parents think for us.
Okay.
But this time, you allow the teenager to think for him or herself.
But there should be a guide.
There should be a guide, yes. There's a guide. And that guide is sitting that teenager down, having a conversation. Because if you don't have that conversation with that child, there are too many people and too many things out there that will have that conversation with that child. And they are open to learn from that thing. The society have 101% mediums to communicate to that child. The phone is there, the social media is there, and so many other things, and other adults around that teenager. So if you're telling your teenage child, if you go to Mr. A's house, like those days they tell us, if you go to Mr. A's house, don't do this. We just say, yes, sir, yes, ma. But if you have to tell that child, you have to make that child understand, this is the reason you don't have to do this. Those days, like you said in the Old Testament, it was more of commands.
Yeah.
It was more of instructions than communications. It was more of commands and instructions than conversations.
But let me cut in here before we go on a short break. These command and instructions, contrasting it with what we have today, can we actually say that our parents did well or they didn't get it right?
Our parents did 100% well. The thing is that parenting have not changed. What changed is the dynamics of parenting.
Wow. Can you repeat that again, please?
I said parenting have not changed.
Yeah.
What changed is the dynamics of parenting. There's a dynamic to parenting the 21st century child, and you need to learn it. It's a skill.
Because a whole lot have changed.
A whole lot have changed. There are things that will not work in this stage. I give you an example.
Okay.
While we were growing up, your parents will tell you, if I see you standing with a teenage child of an opposite sex, I will kill you. I will do this to you. But if you do it with the teenager of today, that teenager, you will not see that teenager again.
That's right.
Because like there's this word they use now, they say steeze and composure. They will always want to maintain their steeze. The teenager of today understand what self-confidence is.
Yeah.
They understand you don't need to bruise their self-esteem. They understand that they need to trust you to an extent. If your child comes home and tell you, mommy, a boy in my class said this, and you start shouting, you start raking, you're calling every uncle and auntie, you will never hear from that child again.
They will just fold in.
They will just fold in.
Oh, Lord.
So what you need to do is have, I keep saying it, conversation and communication. That's what we need to do in this time.
Conversation and communication is the key to talking with these teenagers. We'll be right back after this short break. It's good to know that you are still there with us. This is Gospel Lounge, and I am here with my friend Ifeoma Nwato, talking about issues that concerns the teens. Before we went on this short break, I heard you were saying something about the differences between the teens of the past and this 21st century.
Of course.
Now, while you were talking, you said something about the social media. Permit me to tailor this question this way. Who is responsible for the teens? Talking about their training now and upbringing, and how can we safeguard the teenager so that the inquisitiveness in them doesn't go to the negative side?
Who is responsible for a responsible teenager? First, the parents.
The parents.
The home. Charity begins at home.
Charity begins at home.
The home.
Okay.
The parents, the home is the first social group a child will have.
Okay.
So, as a parent, what are you modeling to that child? Then we have to talk about the home, then we go to the society. But let's talk about the home.
Okay.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Last week, Saturday, over the weekend, I had a program with the teens, and we got to a point where we said they should take gospel music. And a particular teenager, about 3-4 gospel songs. It was like so strange to her ears.
Wow.
Yes. And I have to talk to one of the teen handlers sitting beside me. I said, one of the challenges we have now is that you as a teen handler will do your work, then the parents will go and scatter it. How do I mean? In this time of social media, let me bring in.
Yeah.
You give your teenager a phone to record you while you are dancing on TikTok and doing all manner of things. What do you expect that teenager to do?
And this is going to be sending a lot of negative messages to them.
What do you expect that teenager? Will you have the right to tell that teenager not to play some kind of music in your house, whereas you give that teenager a phone to record you where you are dancing and doing all manner of things on social media? There's no way.
You know what gave rise to this question? I know we live in a free world where everybody wants to be whoever they want to be and do the things they want to do. But I believe that we still have some decency to maintain. I saw a little girl of about 14 on TikTok. You know, it's unimaginable what you can see these days. So that's why I ask, who is responsible for the teenager, and how do we safeguard this inquisitiveness in them so that it will be channeled positively?
As Christians, the word of God,
okay,
is very important. You know, I always tell parents, if you call yourself a Christian parent, does your child know the God you serve?
Okay.
Is deceit for you to feel that because you take your child to church every Sunday and the child memorizes a Bible verse, that child is born again.
That's one. Leaving the church circle now, the society, maybe the school, or what's their role?
I'm coming to that. I will still push 80% of the blame, or so 70% to the parents. Because we live in a society where people send their children to schools because the school wins so much award.
Okay.
They speak so much phonetics, you know. Their school uniform is very beautiful, the school structure, without looking at the moral values.
The moral values
they instill in that child. Because if the school is not helping you to maintain the moral values you have instilled in your child, that child will succumb to peer pressure.
Okay.
You have to make your child understand the values, God's principles, your family values. Most of the times, parents tell teenagers about these values, but they don't teach them how to communicate it. It's two different things.
Okay.
A teenager should be able to communicate his or her values to her peers, so that when he or she meets a child who have a contrary a contradicting values to the one you have from home, that teenager will not align with that person. The teenager will only align with those who have the same values with them. So the values you instill in a teenager should be an embodiment. It's something they carry everywhere.
Yeah.
It's non-negotiable.
Okay.
So the school has a part to play. Before you send that child to school, understand how much moral values does they instill in.
Very important.
What are the disciplinary measures they take for certain vices? Because they must be there. At this age, you can't rule it out completely.
A school, unfortunately, I'm not going to call names anyway, but a school last month, before they went on this holiday break, a school actually came with policemen. Okay, a parent came to a school with policemen to arrest the principal for disciplining a child. I want to know if this is right. A lot of people might have their different opinions, say don't flog a child on this, but I'm talking about these disciplinary measures that should be on ground to check these things. Do you encourage these measures to still be on? What would the government do about this? Are we supposed to have regulations over this?
Of course. There should be regulations. You know, I believe in disciplining a child. But there's a difference between disciplining a child and meeting wickedness on that child.
That's an abuse.
Yes, that's an abuse. But if in a school setting like we are talking about, it is all shades of wrong. Well, in quote anyway, I don't know what actually was the incident that led the parent to bring a policeman or police to the school.
The two young people, they fought in class.
They fought.
And one had to wound the other. So both of them were flogged.
Okay.
But
both were flogged.
Both were flogged for fighting. Okay? But one, they didn't enter well. So they had to reinforce and come back. Why would you flog my child? That's the problem.
That's wrong. To me, it is wrong. Because if the school did not overflog the child, if the child was not overflogged, I don't think it should be a police case.
Okay.
What the parents should have done is maybe we don't flog this child at home.
Okay.
If the school is a school that believes that flogging a child is a way of disciplining a child, please, can you give this child another punishment and not flogging? But if the child was abused, like maybe there were so much bruises from the flogging and all of that, I think it is very wrong. I'm not an advocate of flogging a child, but there are other disciplinary measures you can use on a teenager to correct that teenager. But I don't think it's a case that should go to the police. The parents would have had a conversation with the school and maybe work out something. But you know, in a secondary setting, fighting is more like a normal thing that happens every day. You see parents telling their child, if somebody hits you back, because of the high rate of bullying. Like I said, when you're trying to enroll a child in the school, please do your due diligence, do your research. How does this school handle the case of bullying? Because there are some schools that don't handle it well. They bully a child and the school like is a normal thing. Yes, it looks like normal thing, but it's abnormal to bully a child. So you find out how does they handle bullying, because most of these things that happens and it ends up and resulting in a fight is when parents tell their children fight back. If they bully you, fight back. The child may not necessarily fight back physically, but there are things that child can do and still stand up for his or her rights.
This is so wonderful, and I believe you all are listening and getting so much from this conversation about the teens, their challenges and everything. Lastly, before I let you go, the Gen Z project is real.
Very.
But if I am looking for a balance. I'm looking for a balance. It's real. These young people are so adventurous.
Very.
And what they are exposed to is way beyond thoughts.
Of course.
So now, I want you to please help us. What are we supposed to do, especially to the government? In fact, every one of us, parents, government, every institution available, what are the things we are supposed to do to help these ones, especially as it concerns the social media? How can we help them?
We need to educate them. We need to educate them about cyberbullying, how to manage the social media, sites that are good for them, sites that are not valuable to them. For the society, the truth is that a whole lot of things have gone wrong in this time. Because I always say, we live in a society where everyone is minding their business. And because everybody is minding their business, we are building a community that will destroy the upcoming generation. You come to social media and you see that a young person, a teenager, is exchanging some kind of things with an adult. And this adult sees nothing wrong in it. So I think what parents should do is to educate this child, and if possible, let there be a regulatory measures. If we can censor some things, if you're giving your teenage child a phone, you monitor what and what they do. I always tell parents, if possible, you can connect your mail to the phone from time to time. Try and find out what sites they visit, what do they do. Check out I've seen, the truth is that this Gen Z, because it's a stage where they want to explore. They want to know so many things. I've seen a teenager who blocked her parents on all social media handles.
Wow.
Because whatever she posts on her page, her mother is coming to shout on her, and that is not what they want. All you need to do is call her. This is wrong. This is wrong. And make that child understand the implications of that part. Make the child understand the implications of that part. There are so many trends, and like I said, is a formative stage. They want to behave like adults. They want to know too many things at the same time. So you make the child understand that this part, this is the end. This is the destruction. Is destructive. You can even bring examples of people who you know have told this part, and this is how they ended. I know we live in a society where people are free, so to say, to do anything that they want. But as Christians, I will always say, what do you tell your children? Because if you're not guiding them with God's principles, there's 101% tendency that they will conform. Because the Gen Z is a generation under tension. There are two opposite forces acting on them. It's either they go the negative or the positive. But the negative force is higher than that of the positive force. Now that is where the God factor comes in. How often do you share the word of God with your children? How often do you pray with them? And how often do you pray for them?
Praying with them and praying for them.
How often do you pray? Most parents don't hear God about their children, and it is wrong. If you hear God about your children, when they are straying, you will know. But then, let's not leave out the factor that you can do all. You can do your all, and yet this child will want to conform. Because the Gen Z generation is a generation that have, let me use the word, like in our local language, they say they have teared, their eyes are too open. They understand too many things that we may think is wrong, but they are not actually wrong. Because the Gen Z generation is a generation that understands that there are some things that you do to them and they'll tell you it's affecting their mental health. It's a generation that we want to know everything before it happens. They are very inquisitive,
Very
like
fast.
you said, very fast. So you have to follow their trends, especially when it comes to social media. Sometimes as a teen handler, I listen to hip-hops.
Okay.
Not because I play them, not because I enjoy them. So that when I am talking to a teenager, I can ask you, so song, can you tell me what these lyrics, what meaning does it make to you? What impact does it make into your life? But so many parents are not so attentive to all these things. They are not so attentive to all these things. You need to know whatever is happening in the now. The trend of the dressing, the trend of the song, the trend of the challenges, the trend of the languages, because some of these children will even sit right before their parents and say some things and these parents don't understand it.
That's a very serious
as
one.
a parent, you need to follow the trends also, but not conforming to the trend. You're following it so that you can guide them.
You need to follow the trend, but don't conform to it. I'm going to let my friend go now, but please, everything we have discussed here, give it a thought and make it something very important to pass through to your people, especially the young ones. I must thank you very much for coming to the show today. I enjoyed myself with you, and it's been an exciting conversation.
Thank you, sir.
I will call you again, you answer.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
The teenage age is a great blessing and an evidence that someone is growing, especially physically. Their challenges are numerous, so as guardians and parents, we need to apply caution and discretion in their training, both in the house, school, or church. It doesn't matter whether you're a Christian or a Muslim or a Buddhist or whatever. If we don't do great work in their training, we will definitely give birth to a crop of people that will not be a blessing to any circle they find themselves. Be intentional and draw strength and godly patterns for your teenagers through the Bible, God's word. Godly models, they are everywhere in our society. Thank you so much for granting us a space with you. It's still the Gospel Lounge, and I'll see you very soon. All right, you are welcome back. This is still Gospel Lounge, and I'm enjoying myself. I don't know about you. I'm going to be talking to another wonderful guest that I have here in the studio. Is a young man that is so passionate about the assignment he has from God on earth, and just a conversation with him, you're going to be blessed. All right? Friends, help me make welcome Wise Joanne. This is Gospel Lounge. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
So how has it been now?
It's been good though.
Good to have you.
Thank you so much.
Good to have you.
Thank you so much.
I seen you sing, perform, And you are a multi-talented person, I must say.
Yes.
And we love your work.
Thank you so much.
But I want to ask you, what's your inspiration?
Inspiration to music.
Music, yeah.
First, it was, as a young, when I was young, discovered it was a gift.
Okay.
I could sing. I had the voice, the riffs and runs and novels.
Yeah.
So, but as I grew up, there was an incident that happened to me one time. I almost lost my life.
Okay.
I actually lost my life. I died. But, God actually restored me. And when I came back out of those experiences, I vowed. I said, with my life, Lord, I'm going to use this gift and then reach out to young people, reach out to souls, no matter how I can. And I'm going to sing to you. That's, because now I know I have the gift, so I'm going to use it on this aspect to reach out to lives. Yes.
That's wonderful and very inspiring. And you are into the gospel music.
Yes.
So what's the message behind your music? You know why I'm asking this? Because you see, gospel is a very vast word.
Yes, sir.
And summarily, it's just good news.
Oh, yes.
So it's not necessarily that you must put in the name of Jesus or maybe call God in it before it becomes a gospel. But what is the message behind your music?
It's very simple, though. I could say the message is, at first, it's Jesus.
Okay.
It's Jesus. I am a person that fell in love with the book of Psalms and Revelation. There are kind of songs there are kind of things I saw there that are songs that just generally glorifies God.
Okay.
Majorly, I know singing about self and what God did for you. This is part of gospel. But when it comes to what I do, I like just singing about God.
Okay.
Singing about the things He has done, how He has, a lot of things. You could see this in the book of Psalms and Revelations. So that's basically my aspect, my place.
Wow, that's very wonderful. You can see that his message is just singing about God and giving Him all the glory. I would like us to see one of the ministrations that he had some time ago. We'll be right back.
Exalt Jesus, exalt Jesus, exalt Jesus. He wants to hear you say, be thou exalted, O Lord, above all heavens. Be thou exalted, O Lord, above all heavens. Let your glory be above all the earth. Let your glory be above Asamanaha, all the. You know this song? Be the exalted. Lift your holy hands, O Satana. Exalt Jesus. Be the exalted, Lord. Yes, Satana. Above every other name. Above every other name. Let your glory be above, Lord. Oh, we ask for your glory, Jesus. Let it pour down on us. Oh, let your glory be above. I am covered. Let your glory. Lift up your hands and sing. Oh, Jesus, be thou exalted. Oh, Jesus, above every other name, be thou exalted, Lord. I've not seen your word, Jesus. Oh, let your glory, Jesus. Let it be above all the earth. Hey, let your glory be above. Yeah, let your glory be above all the earth, all the earth, all be the exalted Jesus. From our hearts we sing, Lord. Be the exalted Jesus. Oh, Jesus, we lift your name high. Oh, hey, we lift your name.
You're welcome back, and I believe you were blessed by that ministration. And that is Wise Joan doing his thing, yes. And you can see his passion for the Lord. A program is coming up on the 18th of August, Outpour Worship Experience.
Yes.
What's the inspiration behind, especially the theme, Outpour? What's it all about?
Okay. I think it was the meeting. It's now 5 years.
Okay, 5 years.
Yes,
now.
This year makes it the 5th year.
Wonderful.
Of the meeting, yes.
Wonderful.
We've been in church, then God shifted us to the stadium.
Okay.
So this is the second time. So I would say I drew the name from Joel 2:28.
Okay.
The Bible said, "I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, upon the young And then the old men shall dream dreams, and the young men shall see visions.
Yeah.
So that was where the name came from. It's an outpouring of God's Spirit. And it's not non-denominational.
Okay.
It's not for certain people, it's for everyone.
It's for everyone.
Everyone.
Okay.
Everyone, yes.
And it's going to be taking place at
the stadium.
The Gymnasium Hall.
Yes, Gymnasium Hall.
Azikiwe Stadium.
Yes, sir.
This is very lovely because I can see through the flyers great ministers of the gospel.
Yes,
We're going to be having Chidi Evans.
Oh, yes.
Is coming out. Pastor Chidi and he's coming. Cyril is coming. Favor is coming. Gosorako is going to come.
Yes.
And a whole lot of people. I see Chidi Solomon coming this time.
Oh, yes, my brother.
It's going to be a very power-packed meeting.
Oh, yes.
But let me ask you, all these preparations, what are the challenges you've seen so far? I know these kind of things, they pose some challenges.
A lot of challenges.
Okay.
A lot of challenges. I think last year I had, the challenges I got was too much that I had to cry most of the times.
Okay.
There was one night I could remember, I cried for almost 1 hour.
Wow.
I was on my keyboard playing, I was singing, I was just weeping. We didn't have enough, resources, workforce.
Yeah.
A lot of people I thought were my brothers and my friends just left.
Oh my.
And they talked nonsense behind my back, and also I heard all those things, but I just turned back to God on that day, and I just cried my heart out.
Okay.
And I know He heard me. That's why we are still here in the second year. So
wow.
He just made a way, and we're here now.
I hope you are hearing that. It's not going to be easy when you are doing something very lovely and something worthwhile. In every walk of life there are several challenges that will come, but you keep pushing. Winners don't quit. And quitters, they don't win.
At all.
I want to encourage you to do more. From all of us here in Signature TV, we want to wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
In the programs, and then we also tell our audience to find a way to be in that meeting on the 18th of August.
Yes.
2024 is going to be at the Gymnasium Hall, Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium. He's going to be our host on that day, and we believe it's going to be a very wonderful meeting. So I want to thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you, sir.
On the Gospel Lounge.
Thank you so much.
Keep using your gifts to be a great blessing to the society.
Thank you so much.
And we wish you all the best. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you.
Thank you so much.
All right, friends. Thank you very much. That's all I have for you today on Gospel Lounge. Until we see next time, please keep enjoying yourself and be a good person, sharing and expressing the good news wherever you are. My name is Victor Chief Judge. From all of us here in Signature TV, I say bye for now.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Welcome to Global News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, FG targets 25 million tons annual grain output. 300-bed specialist hospital in ENUGU to begin operations before December. Rebels attack army convoy in Mali. And Trump asks FIFA to award another World Cup to US. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The government has unveiled a new agricultural financing program aimed at increasing Nigeria's annual grain output from 11 million tons to 25 million tons as part of efforts to boost agricultural productivity. The initiative, known as the Renewed Hope Smallholder Agricultural Financing Program, is being implemented by the Bank of Agriculture to provide smallholder farmers with affordable access to improved farm inputs, including subsidized fertilizers, certified hybrid seeds, and other essential agricultural materials. Speaking at the unveiling of the scheme, the Managing Director of the Bank of Agriculture, Ayodele Shotinri, said the program was designed to improve crop yields and increase national food production. Shotinri explained that the farm inputs will be financed through BOA's single-digit lending facility at an interest rate of 9%, stressing that there were not grants but loans intended to ensure the sustainability of intervention while remaining affordable for farmers. It is disclosed that the first phase of the program will benefit about 500,000 farmers during the current farming season before expanding to 2 million farmers next year and eventually reaching 5 million farmers nationwide. Also speaking, the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Abubakar Kyari, reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to addressing food inflation by increasing local food production rather than relying on imports. Kyari said food affordability is determined largely by supply and demand, noting that expanding production through timely access to quality farm inputs remains the administration's central strategy. President Bola Tinubu has signed a Presidential Executive Order on Virtual Assets Coordination 2026 to harmonize the regulation of virtual assets. The presidency said in a statement that the order responds to a regulatory environment that has become fragmented as virtual assets increasingly blurred the traditional boundaries between currencies, money, commodities, and securities. It explains that the executive order, which takes effect immediately, is also aimed at strengthening cooperation among the nation's financial, revenue, and capital markets agencies, protecting citizens from fraud and safeguarding the integrity of the financial system. The executive order, according to the statement, establishes a Virtual Asset Council chaired by the Central Bank of Nigeria, with the Nigeria Revenue Service and the Securities and Exchange Commission as vice chairs, and comprising the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit and the Office of a National Security Advisor. It noted that the Council will provide policy direction, promote synergy among the participating agencies, and work with the Attorney General of Federation to develop a harmonized legal and institutional framework that aligns the sector with Nigeria's national security, economic, and social objectives. It was a historic occasion in ENUGU as the city played host to eminent Nigerians who gathered at the International Conference Center Independence Layout. They came to celebrate a former Minister of Power and Chairman of Geometric Power Group, Professor Bath Enaji, on the occasion of his 70th birthday. Correspondent Chinemere Mikigbenam captured the exciting moments for Signature TV.
Former President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the Emir of Kano Muhammadu Sanusi, and governors of Enugu and Abia states were among eminent Nigerians who gathered in Enugu to give honor to whom honor is due. The event held at the International Conference Center brought together political leaders, traditional rulers, captains of industries, academics, and other stakeholders to honor the renowned engineer and entrepreneur for his outstanding contributions to Nigeria's development. Glowing tributes came in torrents as each speaker tried to define what Professor Bath Enaji, who served as Minister of Power, represents on the occasion of his 70th birthday. Enugu State Governor Peter Mba described Professor Enaji as a man whose life exemplifies purpose-driven leadership, innovation, and selfless service to humanity. He said the celebrant's humility, commitment to excellence, and immense contribution to national development remain a source of inspiration to the younger generation.
Life has shown us what becomes possible when talent is matched by purpose and ambition is balanced by service. You have demonstrated that excellence and humility can work hand in hand.
Chairman of the occasion and former President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo commended Professor Enaji's remarkable achievement, describing him as an outstanding Nigerian whose career has been defined by excellence, integrity, and transformational leadership.
Today, we are here to celebrate achievement. Today, we are here to celebrate exemplar, what we can show to other people that this is the way to go. I'm proud to have a lot of that.
Delivering the keynote address, the Emir of Kano, Muhammadu Sanusi, praised Professor Enaji's resilience and determination in overcoming bureaucratic, financial, and regulatory challenges in pursuit of national development.
Coming from across the Federation, Professor Enaji stands as one of Nigeria's most accomplished engineers and visionary leaders, whose life and work have profoundly shaped the nation's scientific and energy landscape. Unlike other academicians who theorize, Prof practicalizes his profession and has contributed to humanity in solving everyday problems.
Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti also paid tribute to the celebrant, describing him as an innovative thinker whose pioneering work in engineering, robotics, and artificial intelligence placed him ahead of his time.
He veered into engineering and artificial intelligence. By the way, MIT, he was studying artificial intelligence and robotics 41 years ago. And whatever you saw, because artificial intelligence is just coming up. So you saw tomorrow.
Responding, Professor Bath Nnaji thanked the dignitaries and guests for the honor and pledged that he would continue to contribute his quota to Nigeria's industrial and technological advancement. He acknowledged the support of governments, financial institutions, and development partners in the successful delivery of the Aba Integrated Power Project.
I want to thank the people who organized this program, my darling wife and the team. Phenomenal job. The government of ENUGU State, led by our very eminent governor, thank you very much. I cannot begin to thank Baba for coming, their candidate, coming, Governor of Abia. These are the people who have supported us in several ways.
The event attracted a distinguished audience, including the widow of the Nigeria's first president, Professor Uche Azikiwe, former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi, Senator Enyinaya Abaribe, and Kelvin Chukwu, President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo Chief John Azokambata, as well as lawmakers, religious leaders, traditional rulers, and other stakeholders from across the country. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
ENUGU State Government has announced that its 300-bed specialist hospital, currently under construction, will commence operations before December this year. Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, who gave an update on the project, described the facility as a state-of-the-art hospital equipped with advanced diagnostic and treatment technologies that are largely unavailable in the Southeast region. Professor Ugu disclosed that the hospital's dialysis unit will be equipped with more than 10 dialysis machines and that patients would also benefit from a central oxygen supply system and other medical infrastructure designed to enhance healthcare services. He explained that the specialist hospital will serve as an apex healthcare facility in the state, receiving referrals from primary healthcare centers, cottage hospitals, general hospitals, teaching hospitals, and federal health institutions across Enugu State. Commissioner revealed that the government is engaging Nigerian medical specialists in the diaspora to strengthen the hospital's workforce, noting that the hospital is a critical component of the state's ongoing healthcare reforms designed to help reverse the trend of Nigerians traveling abroad for specialist medical treatments. A high court in Anambra State has convicted and sentenced controversial spiritual leader and self-acclaimed prophet Onyebuchi Okoya, popularly known as Onyeze Jesus, to 6 years imprisonment and a fine of 20 million naira for offences bordering on a violation of the Anambra Homeland Security Law. Delivering judgment, Justice Jude Obiora held that individuals who claim to possess supernatural powers capable of making people wealthy through prohibited practices or will prepare charms outlawed under the Anambra Homeland Security Law are liable to imprisonment and financial penalties. His prosecution stemmed from the Anambra State Government security crackdown launched in February 2025, during which several high-profile native doctors and spiritualists were arrested over allegations of prompting spiritual practices, preparing charms, and making claims capable of encouraging unlawful activities. The judgment marks another significant development in Anambra State Government's ongoing campaign against alleged ritual practices, fraudulent spiritual activities, and the use of charms believed to facilitate crimes such as kidnapping and internet fraud. The Supreme Court has affirmed the final forfeiture of properties and $2.5 million linked to former governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, to the federal government. In a unanimous judgment delivered, the Apex Court overturned the decision of a Court of Appeal in Lagos, which had nullified a forfeiture order. The court held that the Court of Appeal erred when it overturned the forfeiture order and directed that the matter be reheard by the trial court. A judge of a federal high court in Lagos, Dende Dikpeolu, had on November 1, 2024, ordered the permanent forfeiture of monies, 7 choice landed properties, and 2 share certificates of Queen Dove Global Fund Limited Trust belonging to Emefiele to the federal government, said to have been acquired with proceeds of unlawful activities. In June 2025, the Court of Appeal in Lagos, in a 2-3 decision, overturned the final forfeiture order issued on the assets forfeiture owned by Emefiele and ordered a retrial of the case at a lower court. The federal government has charged 3 men, Abdul Razak Umar, Yunus Musa, and Samsu Sani, for the recent kidnap of children and teachers of a school in Orire, local government area for your state. The 10-count charge filed before the Federal High Court, Abuja, borders on terrorism, kidnapping, concealment, incitement, and illegal mining. The defendants, all of Suleja local government area of Niger State, are alleged to have conspired with Mohammed Sani, Jibril Mohammed, and Ibrahim Kabab between January and May 2026 to kidnap school children and teachers in Oyo State, contrary to Terrorism Act of 2022. It was further alleged that they aided the kidnap of school children and teachers and concealed information regarding the identities and activities of the alleged masterminds, despite knowledge of the plot. In separate counts, the first defendant, Abdul Razak Umaru, is specifically accused of providing training and instructions to terrorists and inciting members to commit acts of terrorism through a WhatsApp group titled "The Oneness of Allah is the Foundation of Peace." The suspects are expected to appear in court next week following conclusion of investigations. The family of a late Mary Habila has appealed to the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, to intervene in the continued retention of her remains, urging the police authorities to release the body for burial. The appeal was made through the family's lawyer, Kale Yusuf, during a press briefing at the force headquarters in Abuja. Yusuf said Mary Habila, who was attached to the office of the Minister of Works, Dave Umai, died in Ebonyi State on June 27. He noted that her remains had remained in official custody since her death, despite the family's efforts to secure the release. According to the lawyer, the family has complied with all procedures and conditions stipulated by the Nigeria Police Force for the release of the body. Yusuf stated that contrary to some reports, Habila was a trained nurse and not a physiotherapist, and had previously worked at David Umahi University of Health Sciences before being deployed to the office of the Minister of Works, where she served for about 3 years as a civil servant. According to him, documentary evidence, including appointment letter and salary records, confirms her employment status, saying that there was no justification for the continued withholding of the body. Yusuf further revealed that the family had consistently declined requests for an autopsy, citing personal, cultural, and traditional considerations. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has announced the rollout of VPass, a biometric identity verification system designed to make domestic air travel faster, safer, and more seamless. The system would enable passengers to verify their identities through facial recognition technology, reducing reliance on physical identification documents at airports. FAN's Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, Henry Agbebire, will disclose this in a statement, said initiatives underscores the authority's commitment to leveraging technology to improve passenger facilitation and strengthen aviation security across domestic airports. FAN explained that the dual verification process is designed to prevent impersonation, unauthorized access, and identity fraud, while providing security agencies with greater confidence in passenger authentication. During the rollout phase, passengers will be able to use self-service kiosks or receive assistance from FAN personnel. The authority added that electronic gates will automate access to controlled areas, reduce queues, and improve passenger flow, as the biometric verification will take less than 30 seconds after enrollment, while first-time registration is expected to take about 1 minute. The VPass platform would also provide airlines with secure access to flight schedules, passenger manifest, and boarding statistics through a digital interface. Nigeria and Ghana have agreed to collaborate and strategize to prevent crisis from escalating in Africa, following recent Afrophobic protests and incidents targeting African nationals in South Africa. The agreement was reached during a meeting between the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Shola Enikayolaye, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Ghana, Samuel Ablakwa, on the sidelines of the ongoing ECOWAS Media Summit in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Enikayolaye underscored the need for increased collaboration and strategic consultation between both countries and preventive diplomacy, which would enable both countries to nip irritants in the bud before they escalate. Both ministers expressed deep concern over the resurgence of Afrophobic sentiments and violence, noting that such acts undermine the ideals of African unity, solidarity, and regional integration as enshrined in the Constitutive Act of the African Nations, objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Area. They condemned all forms of xenophobic, Afrophobic, intolerance, and violence against fellow Africans, emphasizing that such acts are contrary to the shared values of Pan-Africanism and the collective progress of a continent. The minister stressed that criminals among migrant populations must be treated in accordance with the rule of law and not be subjected to violence and mob actions that often target even regular migrants and other law-abiding African citizens. Still to come, Russian online retail warehouses hit by deadly Ukrainian strikes. Trump threatens new Canada tariffs over fires, sending filthy air into U.S. cities. Stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing
why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A boy living in the strategic northern town of Anefis was attacked on Saturday morning by Tuareg separatists. Military and security officials disclosed the fighters from the Tuareg separatist movement FLA and the Al-Qaeda-linked jihadist group temporarily seized the town on July 4, and latest in a series of coordinated attacks in a West African country. A military source based in Gao told newsmen that the army suffered heavy losses, even though the rest of the convoy was able to continue. An official told release on July 12 by the General Staff noted that the recent violent clashes in Anefis left around 30 Malian soldiers dead and about 60 wounded. Mali has struggled to contain a jihadist insurgents that has plagued the country since 2012. 8 people have been killed and 62 injured after a Ukrainian drone struck 2 warehouses belonging to Russia's biggest online retailer, Wild Berries. According to Russian officials, 7 deaths and 25 injuries occurred at a warehouse at the city of Tambov. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said the attacks had struck major logistics facilities which had been used to supply sanctioned components for drone production and navigation equipment. Added that Ukraine had also struck targets in the Sea of Azov, the Black Sea, and Russian-annexed Crimea. The attacks appeared to have started at night, with some videos showing terrified and injured staff attempting to flee as explosions continue, while another clip shows the walls of a warehouse disintegrating as they engulfed by flames. Russia has targeted similar facilities in Ukraine since the start of the war, including its postal service and some electronics distributors. United States President Donald Trump has threatened to impose new tariffs on Canada after hundreds of wildfires left much of the northern U.S. covered by a blanket of smokes. The threat follows complaints by U.S. lawmakers over the wildfires and Ontario's Premier Doug Ford asking the U.S. to send support to fight the fires rather than complain. Trump said in its post to Truth Social that the world called Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney to demand an explanation over his country's willful negligence, accusing the country of not properly maintaining the forests and brush. As of Friday, there were about 88 fires actively burning in Canada, according to the Canadian Wildland Fire Information System, with the majority burning out of control. Member of Canadian Parliament, Eleanor Olivetsky, said in a statement that Canada has worked to prevent wildfires and invested about $8.5 billion in forest sustainability and fire prevention. According to the Canadian Wildland Fire Information System, nearly 3 million hectares of land in Canada has already been destroyed by wildfires. Now, some sports stories. Spain and Argentina prepared to do battle in the World Cup final in New Jersey on Sunday. The Messi's Argentina bidding to become the first team since Brazil in 1962 to win back-to-back World Cups, while Spain are trying to win a second title after the maiden victory in 2010. Organizers said they are closely monitoring the wildfires in Canada, which has left smoke that has choked skies over large areas of the United States. A White House World Cup Task Force Executive Director Andrew Grialuni told journalists that there has been discussion about the fire-attendant smoke and that somebody with National Weather Service sits in FIFA headquarters monitoring the situation. U.S. President Donald Trump will be among a crowd of over 80,000 spectators as the largest World Cup in history reaches its climax at MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said she would also attend the final after an invitation from the American president. U.S. President Donald Trump wants FIFA to bring the Men's World Cup back to the United States, said the next edition to be hosted by the country will not be shared with Canada and Mexico. Trump made the remarks during a FIFA World Cup reception at Trump Tower in New York ahead of Sunday's final, where he addressed FIFA President Gianni Infantino and praised the tournament. He also suggested FIFA awards the tournament to another host before returning it to the United States in order to take some of the anger, hatred, and steam out of everyone. Trump added that Infantino had floated another idea for a future tournament involving the United States and China. The next Men World Cup open for bidding is in 2038 edition, as FIFA has already awarded the 2030 tournament to Spain, Portugal, and Morocco, with the opening matches in Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay to commemorate the competition's centenary, while Saudi Arabia would host its 2034 World Cup. Under FIFA's hosting rotation rules, countries from North America and Oceania were eligible to bid for the 2038 tournament, with the bidding process expected to begin years in advance. In entertainment news, Nigerian Afrobeat superstar Davido has named global icon Rihanna as his dream international collaborator. Davido made the remark during a live stream interview on Twitch with a host. The boy from Mojo believed that a collaboration between them would make dope music. Noted that Rihanna is not into music again, saying she makes billions from her makeup business now, and acknowledges admiration for Rihanna. According to him, Rihanna is highly focused on the massively successful Fenty Beauty and fashion businesses rather than recording new music. The two artists share mutual respect, as Rihanna has been very vocal about her appreciation for Davido's catalogue and once declared Davido's hit track unavailable as her favorite song, having it on repeat. Davido has collaborated with several international artists, including Chris Brown, Nicki Minaj, Lil Baby, and Da Baby, highlighting global reach of his music. Grammy-winning Nigerian singer Temilade Okpeniyi, popularly known as Tems, has become the first African female artist to earn a Recording Industry Association of American Diamond certified single in the United States. She attained a milestone for the song Wait For You, a acclaimed collaboration with American rapper Future, featuring Canadian rapper Drake, after the song surpassed 10 million certified units in the US. Global music monitoring platform Chart Data revealed on its X page that the song has sold over 11 million units in the US. Thames Sound joins Wizkid as the only African artist to earn a diamond single in the US, which he won through his collaboration with Drake and One Dance. The achievement marks another major milestone in Thames' international career and further underscores the growing global recognition of Nigerian music. Singer has won multiple Grammy Awards and received nominations for several international music honors, collaborating with some of the world's biggest music stars. And that's it in Global News. I am Barry Kumo Ado, thanking you for watching.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
He's the wonderkind of Nigerian comedy, the first homegrown West African to have a special on Netflix.
In my room, and chicken or beef is ready. I'm presently writing another special called The Black Book.
He has performed from the guys at Mushin to the president of Nigeria, whom he so, fearlessly imitated on the show today.
And I think he likes it. I was able to perform for him. And I looked him in the eye and like, why? Operation is here. I think I'll stop there for security.
We have Kenny Black.
This was last year.
Right.
I got a mail to come to India to come and perform, and it was because of a joke that I did. Yeah. And people were like, you have so many fans here. I said in India.
In India. This is a guy for whom talent is oozing out of every pore, and who has maintained the level-headedness and the humility that inspires me.
And people see that fame has not changed me. So I'm still that person that takes bike.
We talk about how the young guy from Ejibo, who couldn't even afford to pay his YX school fees.
I was in SS2. So you have to pay second term and third term together. And I felt like, this is too much. So we that have been paying school fees from JS1, it's like, give us some time, let us. And they were like, no, the YX is coming.
It's now the man that the vice president adores and who audiences across the world cannot get enough of.
Come for me.
Great to see you again.
Thank you so much, boss.
Last time I saw you was in London.
Yes, I hope it's not Sakwa London. The real one. We need to differentiate it.
The real one.
The real one.
The real one.
Yes.
I know that you're doing a tour this year.
Yeah.
I want to talk about that later. But it's one thing to perform in Nigeria and to have people connect with you, they understand this experience. But is it surprising when you go out of Nigeria and people who have already, their lives have changed, they are spending in pounds, they're not like us, etc. And there's just a hunger for, what you are producing. Does it hit different, or is it the same gratitude that you feel, whichever way?
I think abroad, especially in the UK, I don't know how to put this. I'm trying to put this in a way that I will not offend the people that are here. Because here, people wait for the punchline.
Yes.
Over there, they already get the punchline. So because of the fact that we are coming from a lot here, we are going through a lot, and it looks like there's a lot ahead of us.
We are coming from a lot.
Yes,
we are going through a lot, and there's a lot ahead.
So for here, when you a lot of people come to comedy show with their problems.
Yeah.
They feel like, and a lot of people are easily distracted with their phones here. So you come to a comedy show, you are pressing your phone, you don't know what message you pop in. Your landlord can just send you a message, I'm on table 4, and you said you've not parents. And we send this message to your parents. You understand? But over there, when you perform, the first thing that happens is, what they do is, Kenny Black, when are you coming? You're coming in May. I need to get a nanny. Understand? They prepare for you, they plan for everything. Like, I'm taking this day off. So when they come, they look at taking days off, getting a nanny, and coming for a comedy show. I do not want to waste that moment. So you don't see them with their phones. They are listening to you. They're like, oh man, this guy, the excitement of you telling them about what we are going through back home. And then they're like, thank God I did not. I'm not even coming back. I appreciate the fact that I'm here.
Yeah.
The way they attend to us, the shout, the scream, because they know that before they will see us again, it will take us going to the embassy to get visa, and they might not give some of us. So the response over there is always amazing. It's by the same Nigerians, but they are not going through what we are
They're not going through, and then there's not a lot ahead of them for them to go through. But that also. Just thinking about that, I also think of the response you get at the experience.
Yeah.
Every year, every time you show up. We've not done the experience until this year.
Yeah.
But I was there when you came in. The lady by my side started laughing already.
I get that problem.
You get that?
See, when people just look at me and be like, "You are Kenny Black, Abi?" I'm like, I'm not a madman. Let me say the joke first.
Yes.
At some point, I was like, I looked at myself in the mirror like, do I look funny? People just look at me and just start laughing.
Yes, that's what they just start laughing, And then there was just a sense of expectation that, oh my God, we're going to have a blast now. Was it church that made you start doing the music medley thing?
I started with a live band. I used to, I'm from a family of music. Everybody in my family sings.
Yeah.
And I started with, joining a Yoruba Juju gospel band.
Right.
And we're going from one vigil to another.
Was this as you were a musician? Or
I was a musician.
Right.
This was far back as 2006, 2007.
Okay.
You understand? 2006, 2007, I was just going around and stuff like that. And I belonged to the choir, always sing in church and go for special numbers and stuff like that. So comedy is my talent. Music is my gift. And I will explain. Because my talent is comedy, I can just make people laugh. But my gift is singing. I can create a song out of anything.
Right.
So I found out that when people are singing normal song, I find myself singing my own version.
Yeah.
I find myself turning. I like to see people laugh because of what I do.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So I was just doing that normally. Then in 2008, somebody walked up to me and was like, "You are naturally a funny guy. You should try and do comedy." I've not done that before. I only watched Natabes Don't Laugh and stuff like that. And he called me and he said, Kenny, there's this rally called Miss Ejibo in 2008, and they're looking for an hype man, someone that can just make people laugh. And I went and I did it. After like a week, the guy called me and said, "Can you do comedy?" I said yes. I went to buy comedy CDs and started doing it. So fast forward to doing comedy. I saw that people were looking at me like, "Oh, this small boy, you're supposed to be in school. What are you doing here? Your mates are reading."
It's true, because you were very young at the time.
Yeah, so at 2008.
2008.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do the maths.
So I was very young. Like, what's this boy doing? Don't you have school tomorrow and stuff like that? So I was shuffling school.
Oh, you were like 16 at the time now.
Yes, so I was like, one day, they needed a comedian to perform, and I was just performing. And instead of, so the DJ played one instrumental. And I came in with the instrumental, I was just freestyling. And I was just doing funny songs. And it was like the highlight of the show. It was better than everyone who performed. Who were just so when people went back home, they were saying there was a comedian, and it was easy to differentiate me from other comedians, like the comedian that sang. I was like, okay, maybe I can actually use my gifts with my talents, and I can just bring them together, which is music and comedy. It didn't occur to me that music comedy was going to be a thing. I didn't know that I was going to be a music comedian. I didn't know I was ever going to put music to my comedy and stuff like that. And it happened, and it started becoming boom, boom. I started buying compact disc, look for instrumentals, and that was how music comedy started for me.
So your plan was to blow as a musician?
Yeah, my plan was to even have a band.
Was to have a band and do that. And you were doing well with that, I'm assuming.
So
for this person to have seen you and then asked you a question, you were doing well. So do you miss that?
Yeah, at the point, I think I used to, but now I think I don't, because I'm doing what I want to do and what God wants me to do. I think what I want to do is music. I think what God wants me to do is comedy. And I'm a definition of what I want to do and what God wants me to do, which is music comedy. So even as a music comedian, I have a band. You understand? And one of the things that music comedy has helped me do is to be able to, advertise my music through my comedy. So it gets to a point. I started a show called Chicken or Beef. Now, chicken or beef is a definition of, when you're on a flight and they come to you like, chicken or beef? But even the chicken, you be like, when you have chicken, you be like, and I for take beef.
Yes.
And you're like, so when you're on transit, you be like, okay, maybe when I'm going to the other place, I will take beef. I realize that chicken for better, beef for better. I realize there's no much difference between the chicken or beef, which is what represents music and comedy for me.
Yes.
So it's still married together. I still do music and comedy. With my band, we can decide to just sing a song and be a comedian with a sense of, and be a musician with a sense of humor.
Yes. So that time when people are asking, are you not in school? You were not in school at the time.
Yeah, I was.
Were you in school?
Yeah, I was in school.
Right.
So after secondary school.
Are you finished secondary school?
Finished secondary school. In fact, I was the social prefect in my school, and I was representing the school in drama, music, and I think when I was in secondary school, yes, I did comedy at some point. So we were supposed to do a drama, and the person that was supposed to come out first wasn't ready. So I came out and I did a joke. And we're like, you have a son in your school. Okay, so I finished secondary school, and I was meant to go to the university, but I felt like, you know what? Let me cool down first. This comedy that I'm doing, I think I need to acquire more knowledge. So I went to Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, studied basic presentation, and I was supposed to go back and study broadcasting. Then along the line, I got a job to work for Bumi Davis, a stand-up for
stand-up
Nigeria.
You worked for Bumi Davis?
Yes, stand-up Nigeria.
Okay, now that makes sense.
CTFM. Yes, and I worked at one radio station. It was the first college radio station in Nigeria. And gradually, presently now I'm going back to study more. I want to study more about broadcasting, I want to study more about presenting, maybe New York Film Academy. But I think you never stop learning. There are some things that you think you know, that until you acquire those knowledge, you will find out that, I actually need this. Some of us, you don't know you need something until you try to get those things. Like for all of us now, we didn't know that we will join the queue until our fuel finish. Even if you're an artist, my brother, if you see the queue, you ask for a queue. So you won't know you need something until reality sets in. I think I watch a lot of, I watch Kevin Hart, I watch Chris Rock, and I see how they write their books and stuff like that. I also want to do that someday. And you cannot do that with the things that you just know. You can do that more with the things that you acquire.
You are a twin.
Yeah.
So the Kenny is Kennedy.
Kennedy. People think it's Kennedy.
Or Kenneth.
Yeah, Kenneth. As long as it's not Konko, I don't do it.
You don't mind. Anything. As long as you are paid.
Abil.
Yeah. Was it, are you close to your twin sister?
Yeah, very close. I share a very, very close bond with my twin sister. Ever since I lost my mom, my twin sister has been like my mom. So she used to be the quiet person. She used to be the person that don't talk. So when I became Kenny Black, I don't know what happened. A lot of people just want to become a friend. Kenny Black, a lot of sisters too.
You do know that you're the guy everybody celebrates. Like you're the wonder kid of comedy.
Yeah, I cannot even lie. I'm well celebrated. Like I'm celebrated to the point that I ask myself that There was a time I got a mail to come to India. Yeah, this was last year.
Right.
I got a mail to come to India to come and perform, and it was because of a joke that I did. I didn't even say any India word in that joke.
Right.
Yeah, and people were like, you have so many fans here. I said in India.
In India.
How will somebody just imagine I say, Kari Black, we're a very wonderful comedian. I'm your fan. And know that our Nigerian people are everywhere.
Yes.
I can be there, and one of our one Nigerian is already an Indian. You just be like, baby, Nigerian Indian. I'm trying to look for the right word.
I get that. Yeah.
You be like, Kari Black, I'm getting name. You're very good. My name is Emekar. I follow your joke. So I'm being celebrated everywhere.
Yes.
I got an award in Malaysia. I got an award in Egypt. I got an award in Dublin. I got an award in Dubai.
Right.
And till today, it still amazes me how I've been consistent in this love that I get.
Yes.
It's just crazy.
It is really crazy. What do you think? Why do you think people connect with you so much? I mean, there are people that, I mean, not a lot of people are as funny as you, first and foremost. So
I'm trying, sir.
But
I don't even remember off your mic.
But I mean, you're funny. But what do you think is the thing that makes? Because I think what people also like you. So it's not just that you are funny, but they like you, almost like they are rooting for you.
Yeah.
So why do you has that always been a thing? Has that been the thing when you were a child? The people always like, oh Kenny. There are people like that. I don't like them.
I think for those that know me personally, they know how hard I work when I dedicate myself to something. Those that know me personally know how long it takes me to get a joke. You know, if a musician is looking for an hit song, if a comedian is looking for a joke that will be funny, I'm looking for both. You understand? So they know how hard I work. Now, for those that know me from afar, one of the reasons why they celebrate me is that they know my flame into fame story. So they saw the growth.
Yeah.
They didn't just see that I started today and the following day I bought a house. They didn't just see that I started today and the following day I bought a car. So they saw my flame into fame story. So I was always posting. And there's a saying that says that Instagram never forgets, social media never forgets. So you see, Facebook tells you this is your memory from 7 years ago, memory from 6 years ago, and they see if you see my throwback, it's throw up. Like you throw it away.
You throw it back.
As in throwing, not to bad penalty or throwing. So people look at how consistent I've been now as a comedian, and people see that fame has not changed me. So I'm still that person that takes bike. I'm still that person that sit there in a book car and eat.
You take bikes too?
Yes, now I take bike. I'm going to allow us to refund.
Right. Are you able to actually literally sit there in a book car and eat?
I sit there in a book car.
And people allow you to eat?
People allow me, just that sometimes I have to pay for everyone.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so I have this mentality that fame, popularity is like mobile data. It has cap. It will get to a point, the network will not be what people want to associate with. They'll look at another network and be like, I think this network is faster. And your network becomes one of those networks. So I pray that I still remain consistent. I blow. I one day shut down the O2, tour with Kevin Hart, Dave Chappelle, have more comedy specials on Netflix and everything.
Yeah.
But what happens when there is another person doing better than Kenny Black? Does this mean that I can no longer go to the booker? So I still want to remain the same person that I am.
Yeah.
I'm just privileged to be in limelight. Tomorrow, somebody else might take over.
Yeah.
You understand? So I don't want to be. There's some people that can't go to some places again because they feel like when I was this person, you know, there was a class to it. I still have that class, but it doesn't change me from doing the things that I love.
Yeah.
Kenny Black is not really different from Kennedy. Kennedy is not really different from Kenny Black.
Yeah.
So just the way it is.
That's amazing. You talked about In My Room.
Yeah.
You know, which I watched immediately it came out. Like
Wow.
the day it came out on Netflix. This was in 2020.
2020.
Yes,
During
it was during COVID. Immediately it came out. First of all, because I didn't know about it. There was no hype I had before it.
Yeah.
Is that not Kenny Black I'm seeing inside this thing? Why did you do it?
So, in 2019, Netflix reached out to me. And they were like, oh, you know, you're funny. And there was this, my lawyer, KME, was like, see, there's this girl, her name is Lio. She's talking to Netflix. and they mentioned you. And like, I think she also mentioned you to them, like, who is this Nigerian kid? And I think one of the things that also helped me was the Michael Dapper thing that I did. The thing goes, Kurura, pa 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 pa, and I did the thing goes, Kurura, pa 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 pa, and they were playing it on BBC radio, and like Michael Dapper reposted, and it got them to also check out my videos on YouTube. And they came and said, let's do a special. So let's do a test shoot. We did a test shoot in 2019. They were supposed to come and shoot in 2020, then COVID happened. So they couldn't come shoot. And I was like, okay, this is what will happen. Me, I have a test shoot that I want to do, and I will send to you. I said, I did the test shoot, I sent to them, and like, view this test shoot. Let's see if it's something you can come back and shoot. And after watching the test shoot, they're like, why don't we just put this online? This is good enough for Netflix standard. Let us put this and let's see how it will go. And that was how a dream that I think was going to come true in 10 years' time came true.
Exactly.
Came through that year. And that was like Kenny Black became the second Nigerian to have a Netflix special. I think the first person was Shea Brown, who is based in the US, but the first Nigerian-based comedian to have a special on Netflix. And boom, the team put me on another level.
They also Aso Rock's favorite comedian.
Yeah.
As recently as December, you were there at the Villa.
Yeah, I was at the Villa. And the VP is my guy. He's my G.
He's actually your guy.
He's actually my guy. The VP, Professor Yemi Osibanjo. I've not, apart from the fact that he's a VP, the relationship that he shares with people, is someone you can walk up to and talk to, and you learn a lot from him. So I've been at the Aso Rock to perform multiple times for the president. I was at the last state banquet, and every time I'm on stage, he will always tell his wife, listen to this joke. I think his favorite joke from me is the Twinkle Little Star, where I did Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. He likes me, and anything. It's not just him. It's for everyone who has been in the government since I became Kenny Black. They like the fact that I'm able to use their favorite songs. There was a joke I did at the Oxymoron of Kenny Black too, with Ebenezer Obey's Kete Kete. You understand? Told the story. It's how I'm able to connect with not just the young people, but I'm a family brand. My show is a show that the family can come to. You can bring your kids. You can bring. I know of a kid who will look at me and say some of my jokes word for word. You understand? So it's not just the president is my friend. The Agberos, they are my guys. You understand? They look at me and be like, when I they always look at. I think there was one time I was in motion, and one guy, Kenny Black, and I quickly reject. You wanna wear and be like, and you talk say we will not go there. When we turn Indian now, when they use Indian, they shadow us. We're not going to do Osho, we're going to use Orshod. I was like, you hear my joke? I want bear. I follow with data. I said,
yes.
Data. I said, I'm not going to upload. That's how we know.
Because you are doing your handwork, I'm doing my handwork.
So even when I go to ShopRite to get some stuff, I see. Have you been to ShopRite where kids will just come like, Uncle, I want to rap for you. And they come to you and be like, I want to rap for you.
To show you.
And this guy was telling me that, Kenny Black, they watch your comedy. And in his rap, he was telling me
about
what
me. He feels about you.
And I was like, man, me too, I want to rap for you. Then I rapped for him, 1-1. Like, now both of us, they owe ourselves. And then finally, we go do split sheet.
Yes.
Then both of us going to rap for somebody. Yeah. So it's how, over the years, I've been in places that I never thought I would be. I've seen people I never thought I would see. I've gotten love from people from low class to high class. I was one of the MCs at Aliko Dangote's daughter's wedding, where Bill Gates was seated.
Yes.
You understand? So things like that, I go back and I be like, see this Ejigbo boy, Ejigbo boy to the world. Now I'm planning to celebrate 15 years in London, and we're using one of the most iconic halls in London. I think it's Royal Albert.
Is it the Royal Albert Hall?
Yeah. I was one of the headlines of the comedy show that happened in Royal Albert. Me, Kojo, Eddie Kadi, and now I'm headlining mine. You understand? So it's a big deal for me.
It's a big deal.
And I can't explain my flame into fame story without thanking God, because till today I look back at my jokes and be like, now maybe this. And I've watched this program on TV. I've seen people come. And I'm sitting here looking at you. I'm like, see these bros. What I say at the sit down for you, I'll be big fan. I love this program, and I see how you bring people and they talk about like when they go bring me. I was at the point going to send you a DM in Portable where I said, no come mainland. This show will show you.
He will show you.
Even daddy go show you.
Thank you. I appreciate that because I'm a huge fan of yours, and you're just doing, so, and what you're talking about now about, looking at yourself now and thinking, because when you again, it's that same thing. I was going to ask you, look back. I mean, there was a story, I don't know how true it is, that even at some point when you were doing your WAEC exams, that you couldn't even afford to pay for the WAEC exams.
I'm not a Yoruba Nollywood actor, but at some point, even Kunle could not afford it. Can ask Kunle afford. But I think I had to leave secondary school because my parents could not. When you are in secondary school, and I was in SS2, and in secondary school back then, because of, I don't know if they still do it, they want to make sure that they collect that third term money in SS3. So you have to pay second term and third term. And anybody paid that second term and third term together. And I felt like, this is too much. So we that have been paying school fees from JS1, it's like, give us some time, let us. And they were like, no, the WAEC is coming. I had to leave my school to a tutorial. And that was where I wrote WAEC. And to God be the glory, that was where I wrote JAMB. And I felt like God just plans my journey. You never can tell who is going to help you. So remain as humble as possible. Do not let fame change you. Do not let money change you. At the end of the day, for example, like Big Brother now, a lot of people, when they entered the house, the first 2 days, they were trying to form phone. I'm like, I'm this, I'm that. Some of them did not talk. It took a week. And like, I cannot fake it for a week. Their true character came out. And you just need to be prepared for the future. And don't just wait for it. Prepare for the future, don't wait for it. Don't say that it is when I blow that I will write the hit song. Write the songs now, so that when you blow, you can go back to your book and pick songs from there. Like we said, when I come to the experience, I always kill it. It is because before the experience, I am always thinking, right now, I'm thinking of what joke I will say at the next experience. So I am prepared, I'm ready. I'm not just waiting for the future, I'm preparing for it. So the greater lesson is, don't just wait for the future. Prepare for it, be humble, don't let anything change you.
Thank you.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished speaking. Where the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Good day, Nigeria. Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queen Mokunta. I'll be walking you through every single details that is trending in the entertainment industry, be it music, movies, fashion, arts. I've got it all covered for you. And as usual, today's Monday. We'll be looking at what trended during the weekend or what's trending on social media. We'll be having a very interesting conversation with a guest today. But first of all, let me officially wish every lady out there, every woman out there, happy International Women's Day in arrears. Can I say arrears? Because this month is literally for women and mothers. We're actually counting days to Mother's Day, you know. So happy International Women's Day to you out there. If you are a girl child, a lady, a woman, a mother, whatever, I'm wishing you everything good. Your hard work, your dedication is seen and it's heard. So go out there and go achieve every single thing you feel that you can achieve. And all our mothers, we love all you do, the love, the care, the nurture. We all see it and we are so proud of how far you've brought all the young ladies to this point that they are. So let's talk about what's trending in the entertainment industry. Now, popular Nigerian actor Link Edochie has cautioned youth in northern Nigeria against actions that could provoke powerful nations amid rising tensions linked to developments in the Middle East. Edochie issued the warning after protests reportedly broke out in parts of northern Nigeria following the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader. Khamenei, who said to have been killed on February 28, 2026 during a joint airstrike carried out by Israel and the United States. The situation in the Middle East reportedly escalated further after Iran launched retaliatory strikes targeted Israeli and US assets across several countries in the region. In response to the development, pro-Iran demonstrations were reported to in some northern states of Nigeria, with groups of youth staging protests in solidarity. Reacting on the video shared on his Facebook page, Edochie urged protesters to avoid actions that could draw the anger of global superpowers toward Nigeria. According to the actor, the ongoing conflict in the Middle East has the potential to escalate into one of the deadliest wars in the world history. He also warned that Nigeria would be unable to withstand the military might of countries such as the United States and Israel if tensions were to spill over. Edochie therefore appealed for restraint, urging Nigerians to focus on peace and avoid actions that could endanger the country's security or international relations. And I know people would ask, why exactly are they protesting? What is your business? Are you part of the people that they sent to come strike? Are you part of the family of the dead person? Are you part of the family of any of the people that died? No, that's not the whole issue. I understand what Link is trying to say. Whatever point he's trying to make is very important and valid. Yes, for real, for real. But then again, they are speaking because they have people that live in those countries. If you go through social media last week, you will see that so many videos kept erupting and popping up on FYP of most Nigerians complaining and, you know, saying sort of things that tend to look emotional and heartbreaking because they are over there. And I mean, you know, when you don't know if you're going to see tomorrow morning, like you don't know if today is going to be your last day, right? So that's why they were protesting. But yes, Link is kind of right, because whatever protest you're doing can erupt anger through this Israeli or US, and they can maybe, God forbid, strike into Nigeria. And we are not, let's not entirely say we do not have the facility to, you know, stop the fight or even fight back, right? Let's give our country the benefit of doubt. But to avoid us in that situation where we'll start complaining that, oh, this country is this country is that, is better we stay off the whole protest. Anyways, Nigerian skit maker Nasiru Lawal, popularly known as Nas Boy, has criticized fellow content creator Kata Ife for downplaying the relevance of skit making during a recent interview. The controversy began after Kata Ife, who has transitioned from skit making to streaming, claimed during an appearance on the Honest Bunch podcast that skit making is dead. He explained that he became depressed at a point because he felt the skit making industry was gradually fading, prompting him to focus on building a career in streaming. Now, reacting to the comment during an interview, Nas Boy strongly disagreed with the claim. He argued that Kata Ife's statement was unfair to the skit making community and the platform that helped him into the spotlight. Nas Boy further described the remark as a crime, stressing that it was wrong for Kata Ife to dismiss an industry that played a major role in his rise to fame. According to him, skit making remains a viable and thriving form of entertainment, with many creators still achieving success through the craft, and which is the truth, right? I think everyone has the right to whatever perspective or whatever ideology, whatever thing they think of life, right? Now, he making that statement, I think it's from a personal point of view. Maybe he saw that it was no longer helping him, maybe physically, financially, economically, all around, right? So he had to go to streaming platform. And the truth is this, right? It's true that skit making brought him to the spotlight, whether we like it or yes, because it was through skit making that we knew Kata Ife. It brought him to the spotlight. Was he making great skits? Yes. Was he making money? Yes. But he said he became depressed because it looked like skit making is dying, but it's not, because there are other skit makers that are still making it, whether we like it or not, right? So, but the truth is, he going into streaming platform or streaming has brought him more out. In fact, we tend to see him having conversations with notable people, and you would agree with me. But the problem is, he wouldn't have made skit making look like is dead or is irrelevant, because it's more like downplaying the craft of other people that are into skit making. It's part of entertainment, whether we like it or not. If there's no skit making, what exactly would you be laughing at on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok and the likes, right? Streaming platform is great. I mean, you tend to make money faster, right? But you can also make money if you don't have viewers, or you're not doing something important, or you're not inviting people very important, because it's not about streaming, it's about what are you streaming, right? So the truth is, skit making brought him to the spotlight, agreed. But streaming, I think streaming had to remove him from the depressed state he said he was in, because he felt nothing they come out for this side. So I think I need to look at another area, and probably he has checked other people. Take for instance Pella and the rest, they're making money from streaming platforms, right? Pella's on his TikTok, so he has weighed it up and down, and he's like, I think I need to recheck this. But he wouldn't have downplayed skit making and make it look like skit makers are maybe wasting their time. Everyone should just do what works for them at the end of the day. All right, Nollywood actress Sarah Martins has responded to the warning issued by the Lagos State government over her recent roadside cooking activity, saying the gesture was motivated by compassion for vulnerable children rather than an attempt to violate environmental laws. The clarification follows a caution from the Lagos State Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokumbo Wahab, who warned the actress against cooking on public roads. Wahab noted that she could face arrest and possible prosecution if she continued such activities on public infrastructure. In an open letter shared on her Instagram page on Sunday, Martins, founder of Sarah Martins Golden Heart Foundation, explained that the cooking exercise was carried out in a controlled setting. According to her, the initiative was meant to reconnect with and support street children who often appeal to her for help. The actress said the gesture was an emotional response to the plight of the children she frequently encounters, stressing that her intention was purely humanitarian. Martins also expressed appreciation to Seyi Tinubu, son of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for support toward her charity efforts. She noted that a donation of a charity kitchen was meant to ensure that her feeding programs are carried out in a more organized and appropriate environment, a commitment she said her foundation intends to uphold. The development comes months after Martins was arrested in October 2025 by officials of the Kick Against Indiscipline while cooking on the road Maiden in Lekki. Now, during the operation, authorities confiscated her cooking equipment. Defending the action at the time, Wahab said the actress had engaged in unauthorized activities on public infrastructure, which violated the state environmental and sanitation regulations. Martins had earlier claimed she received 20 million naira in support from Seyi Tinubu's office. But however, Tinubu reportedly denied making the donation personally, explaining that some associates moved by her humanitarian work contributed funds to help her secure a proper space for her charity activities. He also emphasized that he does not support any initiative that contravenes Lagos state laws. Now, is what she's doing good? Yes. Is it touching? Is it helping the economy? Is it helping the society? Is it helping the humans in the society? Is it helping those children? Because trust me, if those children have stopped you on the road for money, it takes the grace of God for you not to say something that you don't like. And that's why you tend to see most people will just carry the money and give to them, like, you know, take. So what she's doing is good, but the question is she doing it in such a way that it's affecting the environment? Is it loitering the place? Is it making the place dirty? Is it making the place smelling? Is it making the place too busy and causing maybe traffic on the road? Is it doing anything against the laws of Lagos State? That's the question. Because I mean, if she's doing something like this, people would not want to maybe support her charity work. People would not be interested. It takes the heart of God to actually bring out your money, go to the market, buy foodstuff, and start cooking for children. And mind you, trust me, believe me, that if she had maybe been cooking that food in the house and then brings it out to share, there are still some human beings that will say, oh, who knows what she has put inside the food. Maybe probably if one of the children tends to develop stomach pain or starts vomiting or, you know, falls sick after that, it may not even be from her food. It might be that they suddenly fell sick. They would start questioning what she actually put into that food or how the food is coming. So I think she's trying to display transparency, preparing that food there. But if it is affecting the environment, if it's affecting the environment, making it look dirty, smelly, and maybe too busy, maybe she has to look. I mean, anyways, it's part of the whole sponsorship and people sending money to her charity organization. So if there's a proper preparation for that, I think she should look into that to avoid problems, because now they said it might warrant her being arrested, and we do not want that. She was already arrested in October 2025, so that happening again, it's as if you don't listen to instructions. All right, so moving forward, because time is not on our side, police have arrested a suspect after gunfire was reported outside the Beverly Hills home of global pop star Rihanna. According to authorities, officers from the Los Angeles Police Department responded to reports of shots fired at about 13:15 local time on Sunday. A suspect was later located and taken into custody. A police official told CBS News that the property targeted belongs to Rihanna and that assault rifle casings were discovered at the scene. Now, fortunately, no injuries were reported. Law enforcement sources told the Los Angeles Times that the singer was inside the mansion at the time the shooting occurred. Investigators says the suspect, believed to be a woman in her 30s, briefly stopped a car outside the property and fired 7 shots before driving away. Police later located the vehicle about 8 miles from the residence and arrested the woman. Authorities have not yet released her identity. Now, Rihanna, whose real name is Robin Fenty, recently welcomed her 3rd child, a baby girl, with partner A$AP Rocky in September last year. The couple, who also shared 2 sons, Rohit and Riza, had earlier revealed the pregnancy during the Met Gala. Now, the pair also made headlines earlier in 2025 when A$AP Rocky was acquitted in a court case in which he was accused of firing a gun at a former friend. She's born in Barbados. Rihanna rose to global fame in the early 2000s with hit songs such as Pondy, Replay, and Umbrella. Beyond music, she has built a successful business empire and includes the cosmetic brand Fenty Beauty and a lingerie line. The 37-year-old recently marked 20 years since the release of her debut album, and her net worth has been estimated by Forbes to exceed $1 billion. Ah, people have money in this world. Jesus, it's just you and I that is broke. Anyways, the good thing is nobody was injured, and thank God they tend to. I don't know what I some people have mind though. For real, for real, some people really have mind. They have guts. Like anything that is beating drum for that woman and she's dancing to it must really the guards had better be up. Like the guards has better be strong, because it's very insensitive. I don't know what could be the reason for that. I don't know if you guys are dragging something or whatever, but trust me, we'll get to the root of the matter. I will always bring you updates on stories like this. You know I like gists. Yeah. Okay, so Tenny made headlines on Saturday when she danced her way past security to greet First Lady Tinubu during Nigeria's International Women's Day rally held at Godswill Akpabio International Stadium in Uyo. The event carried the theme Rights, Justice, Action for All Women and Girls. Now, while performing her hit song Tenny moved through aides to reach the First Lady, who appeared to gently guide her before turning attention to hyping Governor Umo Eno and Senate President Godswill Akpabio with the local anthem Uyo Meyo. The singer's playful energy delighted fans, who took to social media to praise the spontaneous interaction. Observers also noted the warm and approachable demeanor of the First Lady in the exchange. Now, however, some critics drew attention to Tenny's previous controversy in 2019, where she was reportedly seen snubbing a handshake from former President Muhammadu Buhari at an award ceremony. Despite this, the Women's Day event moment highlighted Tenny's dynamic stage presence and ability to engage directly with prominent figures. How come you guys had to remember something that happened in 2019? Anyways, take a look. That was beautiful. I actually wish I was there. The fact that the audience were hyping and, joining her to do those things, you think is easy. It's not easy until you're on stage. You know that it's not easy to engage the crowd with your song. All right, that's all I have for you in the news segment this hour. We're on a short break, and up next is Social Trend, so stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the social trend segment where we'll be talking about what's trended or what's trending, and I have just one. So Joyce Anunobi has opened up about the painful experiences surrounding her failed marriage and the tragic death of her son during an emotional appearance on Glitch Africa Studios, the Honest Bunch podcast. Now, speaking on the program, the Nollywood actress recounted the medical incident that preceded her son's death. According to her, a student doctor allegedly made a critical mistake while treating the boy, who was living with sickle cell anemia. She said the doctor reportedly extracted blood from him instead of carrying out the required transfusion. Anunobi explained that in the desperate effort to save her son, she personally donated 3 pints of blood. She also alleged that her former husband, Charles Eku, offered no support during the ordeal. The actress revealed that the couple got married around 2000 but separated in 2009 after years of marital challenges. Their son, Raymond, later died in 2017 at the age of 15. Reflecting on the loss, Anunobi said the tragedy profoundly changed her life and eventually led her to embrace a new spiritual path as an ordained evangelist. She also spoke about the struggles she faced during her marriage, including paying rent and raising her child largely on her own while ignoring warnings from family members. Her emotional account has resonated with many listeners, with fans praising her resilience and strength in the face of personal loss and hardship. This is so touching. Anyways, take a look.
Daddy, so instead of the student doctor to do blood transfusion, the student doctor did blood extraction. I removed 3 pints of my son's blood. So by the time I came back, Charles Eku, if you're listening to me or if you see this video, you know that I'm not saying that, a lie. I'm not lying against you. He convinced me and said, baby, no. I still held onto the marriage, believing that it's all right, we'll be fine. He's the person that said he'll be there with me through thick and thin. He's the person that my parents said, you correct. This guy is not it for you. And I was the one paying the rent. I was the one doing everything. Charles never brought 1 naira. Charles, you know what I'm saying. You know that I'm not lying against you. I started the battle of my life. And Charles.
People go through a whole lot that we do not know a pinch about. But let's see how netizens reacted to this. Let's have our first comment. Now, Daddy Dab said, last, you have no idea of what... Oh, something I just finished saying. You have no idea of what people are going through or have gone through until they tell you. And it is not a lie. They just tend to fake the smile, fake the happiness, just to keep you engaged to the screen. Honestly, if people open their mouth to say things, you will know that you don't have problem. For real. Let's have the next comment. Now, Akame said, why is there so much pain in this world? Why are humans subjected to so much? What even is the point? I was having a conversation with somebody and the person said life is hard. And I said that's why you need to be soft on yourself and to other people. Because if you're hard on yourself and other people, it's a combination of hard life and hard human being. It's not going to be conducive between you and those around you. Because life is hard and tough. It's suffocating. Anyways, let's move on to the next comment. Now, Son of Medusa said, pain is such a profound feeling. It links us all as humans. God, please heal your daughter. This is I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen her in this state before. I don't think I've ever. Maybe I don't think I have, because her aura portrays strong woman, right? Strong, disciplined woman that is in for business and does not take rubbish. That's what she portrays. Or little do we know that inside that person, she's more like a coconut. Hard outside and soft inside. Even coconut is not even that soft inside. So let's have the next comment. Now, Chief and Queen said, this is beyond shocking. Leaving a parent to shoulder everything, especially in a medical emergency, is both irresponsible and cruel. Blood isn't just a procedure, it's life. Parents shouldn't have to carry the full burden while others stand by doing nothing. I mean, what do we have family members for? Why do we have an extended family? Why do we have close friends? What is the point of building relationship and connecting with people if they cannot help you in times like this? I know some people will say, oh, it's her curse and she was blinded by love. You know that thing they say, AS cannot marry AS and all that. She was, but you know, people would always say things. But yes, the deed has been done. What are you doing to help? Nothing. Now, I'm even talking about parents that do this together. What about she that had to go through this alone? So help us God. Let's have the next comment. Now, Anna said, I remember when she lost her son. He was her only child, Jesus. He was just a teenager. It's sad the amount of lives that has been lost in medical negligence in Nigeria, and I'm actually stammering because I'm pissed. How can it be a student doctor? Like, Let's have the next comment. I Talk Movie said, as a medical, let's have the next comment. I think I've read this one. Okay, this person said, as a medical practitioner, this is a huge lie. Wow, blown on our faces. How can a mentally stable individual drill 3 pints of blood from a baby? Madman can't even do that. Nevertheless, a medical student. I just finished talking about it now. So this person is coming out now to defend the medical industry, not industry actually. You know, he's trying to defend the profession. That's how is that even possible? Brotherly or sisterly, she said it. And my pain is it's actually a student doctor, like a student doctor. I'm thinking about the student doctor. It's not funny. Someone had to lose her only child that she's been nurturing for over 15 years with sickle cell. And then a student doctor that felt he knows it all. It's hard, but I'll say it. Had to take the life of that child. It's painful. Anyways, let's have the next comment. Auntie Mills said, the moment you are the one doing everything, it's a red flag. Leave that relationship before it damages you. Whew. If we start talking about this particular comment, day we break, night will come, and we are still not done. Because it happens every single day in so many families. It's either it's just the man carrying the burden, because it's not just about women. No. It's either it's just the man carrying all the burden, or it's just the woman carrying all the burden. Why are you guys partners? Why are we in a union if I'm to carry this alone? Let's have the next comment. Now, Ilemona said, haven't seen her this sad in my entire life, not even in her roles in movies. It's so sad seeing her break down like this. May God heal her hurts. This is so... I said the same thing because I have never seen her in this state before. Never have I. Never ever. So for her to come out to talk about this, to lose your only child, and the marriage that you said, okay, let's stay and keep managing it from time to time to time, at the end of the day, what you were managing still broke. So what is the point? Anyways, we are not in, what do they call it now? Let's have the next comment. Now, leader said, are student doctors supposed to do medical procedures like this? It's so sad seeing her break down like this. May God, like I asked the same question, like a student, I kept repeating that student doctor. I kept repeating student doctors to treat a sickle cell patient. How? How? Nigeria, my country. How can that even happen? For real? Like you left someone that is still learning to treat a sickle cell patient. It doesn't make sense in any way. Anyways, that's all I have for you on social trends this hour. We'll go on a short break, and up next is the conversation segment, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the conversation segment, right? Now, in the golden era of Nollywood, when legends like Sam Lokoeke, Nkemuwo, and of course Izu Okafor, were at the forefront, the industry was defined and by creativity, compelling storytelling, and memorable performances. Films like Aki and Popo, Living in Bondage, and Rattlesnake captivated audiences, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa, setting a standard of cinematic excellence. Directors and actors worked meticulously, balancing entertainment with moral narratives and strong character development. So today, however, there is a growing debate as Nollywood shifted its focus from crafting quality stories to chasing box office returns. Critics argue that in the race of quick profits, some production prioritize quantity over depth, often at the expense of the rich storytelling that made the industry beloved in the first place. This raises an important question for filmmakers like Izu Okafor. Is Nollywood sacrificing quantity for profit? So welcome to the show, Izu Okafor. I hope you can hear me. Okay, so check your mic because I can't really hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello,
Yes,
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. I say it's a pleasure being on the show. It's always a pleasure being on eVibes and Signature TV. It's always a pleasure.
All right. Can you shift back a little bit? You're cutting your head. Yeah. All right, now Izu, looking back at Nollywood during the time of legends like Sam Lokoeke and Kemuwo and actors in films like Aki and Popo and living in bondage. What do you think made the storytelling and performances stand out compared to today?
One of the things I felt was, I feel and I strongly feel is this. It's something I call the, you know how when you want to cook something, and let's say you want to cook rice, and you put your rice on fire, there is a particular estimated amount of time before the rice boils and it's done. So we are in a generation where everybody wants a quick fix. You just put it on fire, 5 minutes. Imagine a rice of 5 minutes, and you bring it down and start serving to people. It's obviously not done, if I would say. So a lot of, particularly right now, are doing the same thing, and it's understandable. The passion to tell good stories, even though it's still there, but the passion to make things that resonate again is no longer. Imagine when a producer tells you they make 100 films in a year, 50 films in a year. What are these guys doing? Yes, they're shooting 50 films in a year. There's no how, out of the 50 films, call one that is memorable, not one single one. And a lot of our producers take pride in this, a lot of our directors. They say, I'm shooting back to back. You hear them, I'm shooting back to back. And I'm not blaming them. It's what we are right now in a fast-paced society, a society where everybody wants it as the hot on the go. Everybody just wants something to watch, to review, and all. And in that situation, I'm not saying that back in the day they were doing almost the same thing, but back in the day they took their time. They took their time. There was no YouTube that was mandating them that you have to be dropping film every 2 weeks, every 1 week. You got Thursdays and Fridays, we drop movies on our YouTube channel. So there's there for them to make something. But over the years, we've seen the transition, and in this box office era, where a lot of people, it's for the now, the passion is limited. What made Funka Akindele popular is Jennifer's Diary. Everybody knows Jennifer's Diary. Why popular? They were telling stories that were relatable. They were always on our faces. They were showing us what, like they were mimicking that comical. It's like Mr. Bean, but with an African Niger concept. It gave us a relatable story. Right now, aside Jennifer's Diary, there is no other. So that's why her name. Some people still call her Jennifer. That's how memorable those films were. Right now, you hardly see a film that makes an actor. Right now, you hardly see a film that defines who an actor is. Or Sophia, Kanayo, or Nice Sacrifice, Aki and Popo. These are not their real names. This was a character. A character that played that at the end of the day, it's made them stand out. And I'm not saying people don't know, okay, at least for some people like Odogu Parara did something and we start calling him Odogu Parara because of the character he played. But then it's, in this situation is really rare, unlike before. So I would say the passion is no longer as it used to be. People are now in a pursuit over quantity instead of quality. That's why we are. They make it's exciting for most people to say that I'm shooting back to back. Like they take pride in the fact that they are making things back to back, and you don't have to be paying them. The bills need to be paid, and the creative economy is a very expensive space that once you decline, another we have a lot in tons of YouTube. Almost every actor has a YouTube channel now. Why? Because they want to always be your script, because they want to be dishing out those half parboiled rice for everybody to eat.
You and these parboiled rice.
Yes, now because that's the only thing I will call it.
Right. All right. Let me ask you the next question. Right now, many critics argue that modern Nollywood prioritizes quantity, like you've actually said, and quick profits over strong narratives. And in your opinion, I know you would agree that industry shifted away from the level of creativity. We saw classics like Rattlesnakes and Glamour Girls. I would like to ask, I know the economy is not really friendly for everyone, right? Be you the rich and the poor. Would you say that because of the economy, they are now going for movies that they know that they can make quick money rather than the quality of the movie?
Yes, we could still blame the economy. Are we always going to blame the economy? The economy has never been good for filmmakers at any point. Starting, the government did not influence, the government did not support Nollywood when Nollywood started. It was just indigenous filmmakers that was out of their way. Some say started making things, home videos, they started making them. So the economy at this point, as much as we always want to find something to blame, I don't think it's the economy. I feel it's the fact that the way we celebrate things in Nigeria has taken a lot of the way we celebrate things, the way we celebrate these actors, the way we take up projects and allow them, has drastically reduced over time. Has drastically reduced over time. Because one, I think this generation now celebrates a lot of stuff, and for this one, anything you want to celebrate has a short lifespan. Within 3 to 4 weeks, one film trends. After that, next until the next one. I don't know what the next film trending now on YouTube or on Facebook or wherever, but it's the short lifespan of what is it's affecting everybody. So it's not just the economy. But then I always say it boils down to filmmakers who know what they want to do. Because as a filmmaker, let me talk to filmmakers earlier. As a filmmaker, you don't limit yourself because of they say it's YouTube and now everybody jumping on that. What are you talking about? I'm not so that's why when you call me, when I want to hire someone and ask them, I want to do a film. This is the kind of money they ask you, is it for YouTube? That's the first thing they ask. And I'm wondering, why would I want to shoot a film for an online, like I'm just saying, is YouTube paying me to make a film for them? It's a platform. It's understandable that will make them for YouTube. But then it's not something that someone should define themselves as YouTube filmmaker. Because it's a context. You're a filmmaker, you're a creative. Be a creative. And being a creative means you need to make works that go beyond borders, that go to film festivals all over the world. Like there's this film that was on the film festival last year, My Father's Shadow. The exciting thing about this film was the fact that Akinola Davis, if you know, showed them camp. Those two brothers, there is one of them is a filmmaker. He does his directorial debut, My Father's Shadow. And as funny as it sounds, they didn't use any popular Nollywood face. And this film is breaking record. It's one of the global renowned Nigerian film right now. British Film Institute is talking about the film. It's doing so well on various festivals around the world. I think it's also gone to Cannes. That's how this film has gone. Like it has gone to Cannes, it has gone to some big reputable film festivals. And sincerely, they don't have any popular film. There is no the big A-star people on this film. So I feel it's a thing about creativity. Once you know what you want to create, and you go out of the box, like there is a filmmaker, there is a lot of filmmakers I look up to. Those guys that take that. That's why I always recommend people. Once you are building, find another side of it. It wasn't just with food. So you are not even in a pressure of teaching every day you are on set. Now man, you go break down. So try create, like I'm just saying, try create out of experiences, live the experiences. And once you are creating these things, find a way that you connect. I'm not saying those other things out there don't connect with, but sincerely, YouTube films are YouTube films. You watch it and you forget it. Until the next one. There are films I watch while growing up. I can never forget to read. I can't forget Opa. I can never forget Living in Bondage. I can never forget Reto's name. This is about these films. And we remember the lines are even memorable. I always say this is a line from Living in Bondage. Andy, and Andy says, I say, follow one more. These are lines that made, I don't know if that is memorable, right? That people pick stuff, learn lessons from this film. Now it's all about romance, drama. I'm not saying there's nothing bad about it. People need to be entertained. Let's entertain the people. So that's what people are doing. That's what.
All right. So, last week, Francis Odega mentioned in an interview that many filmmakers today are more focused on trending content and social media buzz rather than crafting stories with depth and lasting impact, right? He also further stressed that a particular script, like a particular scene, would intentionally look like it's been overstretched, right? Now, do you agree with his assessment in that statement?
That is the truth. It's the YouTube era. Everybody's a YouTube filmmaker. That's why everybody's jumping on film because of, oh, it needs to trend, it needs to, the film needs to be on, what's it called? The film needs to trend. That's why everybody's jumping on film. Right? Most people are jumping on film, right? So that's why people don't even care. You see, you watch a story. I don't know if producers do this thing. They will send the link of that film on YouTube. Go and watch this film. I want something that looks like this. Are you mad? Why wouldn't you get your own original? Yeah, like I'm just wondering, why would someone just out of the blue, you send the link of the film to your writer? See this film. I like, don't see the views. It has 10 million views. We need to create something like this. What would the writer do? The writer will do copy and paste. Copy, they'll just translate it. Just change the name, scatter the scenes in it, and bring it out.
Yes.
And that's what I. So, but I'm thinking most people will be doing stuff like that, and it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. We need to create from. I keep saying there are stories we've not told. Stories like there are African stories, Igbo stories, Yoruba stories, Hausa stories. Yoruba guys are doing so well telling their stories. There are stories we've not told. I will not explain. Look at the About Women's Riots, 1929. Imagine telling a film of that. Like that film will always be memorable in people's minds. This I feel film as much as it's drama, romance, and all. It needs to tell stories that connect us to where we're from. That's why we watched. I watched Long Walk to Freedom. Funny enough, the Nelson Mandela story has been retold and retold. I think David Oyelowo did a part, and there's a part Idris Elba acted. I think there was a part there was a Washington actor also. But for each of this film, it tells a bit of what this guy went through. Imagine there's no film on the movie. Imagine if I like when my child grows up and I ask him, oh, there's this man. His name is on the movie. Because that's who is he? What did he do? No film. There should be something that tells about our past. There should always be something that tells about our past. There should be something that tells about our lived experiences. That's why, if you remember, the early Nollywood, you always see the guy. They will move from the village to the city. And then after some time,
Izu, because of time, right? Hold your line of thoughts. Let me ask the final question in 2 minutes. So do you think audiences today still crave the rich character-driven narratives that made movies like Aki and Popo and the likes? Because me, I'm that viewer that would always go back to movies that Patience Ozokwo was part of, Aki and Popo was part of. Now, having these people, these characters, Nkemowu, Aki and Popo, Patience Ozokwo in movies that are made in this modern days, do you think it can maybe drive a different narrative or even change the perception of viewers?
Sadly, no, I don't think. I don't think. It's like Chief Daddy came out. Chief Daddy one came out was a banger. And Chief Daddy, so everybody was now complaining. What went wrong? What happened? What happened to the story? But then always say story is king, though. Story is king. Story is the number one thing. Story makes or mars your film, your project. So it boils down to our story. It's a story. This is the story that created the character, Susanna, Mama G. This story created these two characters from one person. Story created, we remember when she was called Susanna, we remember when she was called Mama G. Remember all the names that came alongside her and the stereotypic character that came with her being that, oh, because she's always acting wicked in-law role, she's a wicked woman. So story makes those things. And over the years, we've seen her being nice out and things like yes and yes. Yeah. So, but I tell you, story affects or influences whatever we tell. So even if we want to tell a story about a character and your character it's not. The story is not storying. Let me use that word. The story is not storying well.
All right, thank you
own,
so much, Izu. I think you've done justice to this, right? You've done justice to this, even though you're a director. I'm sure you're speaking to yourself too. So thank you so much for joining me for this conversation. I had great time. All right, enjoy the rest of your day. And the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more conversations like this, trending stories, and of course, other segments. Follow all our social media platforms. Don't forget to always tune in on channel 265 on SLTV. Enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queen Mukunta.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the view by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello and welcome to Gender Perspectives. Now today we're discussing a topic that continues to shape conversations across Nigeria. And that conversation is on sexual violence, social media, and the issue around false accusations. Now, we know that sexual violence remains a serious and deeply troubling issue in our society. And many survivors, particularly women and girls, struggle not only with trauma, but also with stigma, fear, and barriers to justice. And we see that, of course, legal frameworks were created to strengthen protection and accountability. Yet we find that many cases still go unreported. At the same time, social media has changed how these stories are told. Platforms have become spaces for survivors to speak out, demand accountability, and find support. But they have also raised concerns about public trials, reputational damage, and the possibility of false accusations. And these are the things that we'll explore on the program today. Well, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and we'll dive right in right after this break.
Every second, Every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, before we begin our discussion, it's important to understand how we got here in the first place. Now, in recent years, Nigeria has witnessed a surge in public conversations about sexual violence. We see high-profile allegations, online campaigns, and survivor testimonies that have sparked nationwide debates about accountability, gender power dynamics, and justice. Now, social media has amplified voices that were once silenced, but it has also intensified scrutiny, conversation, and questions about due process. Now, we know that, there are laws such as the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, which were enacted to strengthen protections against sexual and gender-based violence. Enforcement challenges and slow judicial processes continue to shape public perception about these issues. And at the same time, concerns about false accusations, whether they are widespread or not, have become part of the national conversation. But beyond these laws and the headlines, there are real people, there are real consequences, and there are difficult questions about justice, gender, and accountability. Like, how well is our system working? Are survivors adequately protected? Is due process being preserved in the age of viral allegations? And what reforms, if any, are urgently needed? Well, to unpack all these issues further, we are joined by Dr. Oluchukwu Obioma. She's a lawyer and she's also a lecturer, Faculty of Law, UNEC. And we have Mr. Godswill Obona, who is a team coach and is also the convener of Brothers Connect. You're both welcome to the program. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, so let us start with the legal and the general understanding of what this sexual violence is all about. And I'll start with you, Dr. Oluchukwu. What exactly is sexual violence, and how does that translate to how young people understand what sexual violence is, particularly consent?
Okay, based on the criminal code, we have the criminal code and the penal code. The criminal code covers southern Nigeria, and then the penal code covers the north, right? So in the south, section 257, 258. 258 defines what rape is. But the problem we have with those provisions is that it was gender-based. So it must be a man on a woman, and it was just anal, it was vaginal, there must be penetration for there to be rape. But we have a better provision in section 1 of the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act of 2015, which now made it gender neutral. So a man or a woman can experience rape, and it's more than penetration. There are other forms, that brings in rape and gender and the sexual violence. So it's now wider, but the consequence, the punishment, is 1 year imprisonment. Life imprisonment for rape.
Okay.
Life imprisonment for rape, yes. So these are the provisions we have now that protects the real victims of this violence, sexual violence and rape. We have enough, we have to some extent enough provisions to protect them.
But how effective would you say are those? The laws are there, but like when it comes to the practice of the law, how effective would you say they are? Particularly, there are lots of questions to ask, particularly when it comes to evidence, if the person has adequate evidence, the length of time it takes for, the case to, these are like these things. So when it comes to implementation, how effective would you say?
These are real issues. I usually say we have a lot of laws in Nigeria. We don't have a problem of law, we have a problem of the enforcement of these laws. And when it comes to rape and sexual violence, these victims already feel, of course, this is against the dignity of a human person. So some of them are not even, they don't know how to preserve the evidence. Some people go through this and they quickly take their bath or change their clothes. not knowing that if somebody ever goes through that, you should run to a hospital or a facility that has test kit, let them test you. Don't bat, don't change, then the circumstantial evidence and all that. So sometimes these people lose the case, not because they didn't really suffer, but because they are not able to provide real evidence. And of course, we also still have people that believe that there's something like rape. I've had experiences of even learned people that don't believe in it. And then the time it takes to get justice. And then, of course, influence is around, the shame. And then some family will now come and say, oh, please close this case. So we have a lot of problem why this law, this provision that is already there is not being enforced. People are not sometimes getting justice which they deserve.
All right, so let's come to you, Dr. Mr. Godswill. She has explained it from the legal aspect, but as someone who interacts with young people a lot, do you think that they even understand the gravity of this conversation around sexual violence? Do you think that they even know what it means, the various forms it can come, in?
Right. It's okay. I think they don't. Maybe because there are little or no adequate awareness to inform at the grassroots level in the secondary school, even the primary school, because of course you wouldn't say it's only in the secondary school, you can even in the university. So the awareness, lack of awareness has made some people not understand the gravity, their rights in the matter, how much they know about the impact of the sexual violence on them, both emotionally, health-wise, and otherwise. So secondly, it's also I think the family they are coming from. There are certain families you will come from, the way they will take issues or matters will make you know how serious they are, because from the onset an awareness and knowledge is being impacted on you about certain basic things about life, about your health, about your sexuality, about your education and otherwise. So I think the awareness and the family backgrounds helps to makes it possible for the person, the young people, to take how they take the sexual violence of a thing. So if they are just coming from anywhere and a poor grounded formation regarding information about sexual violations, you will see that their attitude, their responses to these things will not be as serious as you would expect when it happens. So that is what I think.
But the funny thing is that conversations around sexual violence and other conversations around that is usually not something that most older people feel comfortable talking about with their children or with their teenagers. So do you think that is also a contributory factor to this thing?
Yes, parents are actually shying away from reality, and you wouldn't blame them. The time they grew, such things, I think we are at the minimal level. And because of the religiosity of our environment, some things we shy away from the real things. We fail to mention names, the real names of things, and call it what they are, so that the younger people you think you are protecting from those things could know it. And by any means, they will still know. That is the fact about it. Whatever you are trying to protect them from, most of them already know, because the phone is in their hands. They have a classmate somewhere. They have people, peers around their environment who interact real issues that don't hide whatever they was sharing with them. So when you are pretending, they are just laughing. They are just amusing. So I think whatever the adult of our time feels or thinks about it as to which they are shying away from that conversation and shying away from mentioning those things from the right time they should be mentioned. It doesn't stop it from happening. It doesn't stop things from going wrong when they start going wrong. So the best thing to do is to start dealing with it. I think the other time I was there, I mentioned the need of any organization, whether it's church organization, whether it's school organization or non-governmental organizations, to call parents occasionally to give them education on these things, so that they can start educating their children rightly, because with the right information you can communicate properly. So that is what I think about it.
Well, before I ask use something legal. I just wanted to add to what you said, what you think about, how young people actually take this conversation.
Okay, what I would like to say is that because of our environment, the social media, and our being in a heavily sensualized, world of today, it's rampant, it's in movies, it's in songs, it's in books, it's everywhere. And so sometimes some people are, of course, still ashamed. Some people don't even get the proper knowledge of how to protect themselves. And, for the perpetrators, what not to do. Because these acts are glorified on social media. How many people are able to, and I think it even affects the mindset of these women of people, let me not even say, because no longer gender based, people allowing themselves, that's why in our law, we have something about consent. Even if you get consent, but that consent was gotten by coercion, by even deceit, it's still not consent. So I believe that the youths, and like he has said, very important, parents should really be instructed, be upgraded with this information that these things are real. They know it's real, but this ostrich approach was, if I put my head in the sand, it doesn't exist. But it exists, and many young people, if you listen to them, they are going through a lot, and sometimes it's family members. Well, let's not even go into that discussion.
Well, okay. So now let's talk about social media, because you mentioned social media. And I mean, like you said, everybody has a phone. So it's easy to just turn on your camera and say one or two things and post it online, and it goes everywhere. So do you think that when it comes to this issue, do you think that it affects maybe legal proceedings if someone were to come to court, or if someone would need legal intervention or legal advice on these things, and it's all over on social media? Do you think that it causes more harm than good in legal proceedings for this issue?
Well, the social media, the only thing is that the cases should not be decided on social media. They should be decided in the courts. But when you begin to, that is why usually if a case is in court, for example, we lawyers, we advise not to discuss them. Leave them do it. So you do not interfere with the course of justice, right? But I know why some people go on social media. They feel that maybe the court will be slow and they need to draw more attention to this thing. And social media is the fastest way. It's not only for this situation, for other situations. The only one, maybe a high-powered person is owning you. And you know that if you go to court, you feel you may not get justice. Go on social media, begin to make noise about it. Draw attention of people within the country, outside the country, and your case blows up. You see, but social media also can affect negatively, can also affect. So I think that the cases should not be decided. My problem with that social media is the backlash and the effect if this thing ends up not being true, if the story ends up not being true. Because like they say, social media, the internet never forgets. These are digital footprints people are leaving. So sometimes it helps because it draws more attention, it brings more awareness to the situation, but sometimes it does not help because it may detract, it may, go away from what you were even trying to put across, and then you will hear varying opinions about it.
Yeah. So do you think the same thing when it comes to social media? Do you think it's doing more harm than good?
Okay. The social media will always bring different perspective to the matter. People will air their opinions, and then when you talk about sexual violence and going to the legal arm of it, you have to have evidence, provide evidence. So up and above whatever you may say on the social media, where are the real facts to make conclusion on this matter? So if, like she said, when things happen, people should be taught how to follow it up from the time it happened. Like she said, don't beat. Don't do anything that will cover up the real story, real things that people can relate with. Even the blind can really relate with it. So even if we do all we want to do in the social media, there should be facts and evidences on ground that should help the case, not just to end in the empty noise. Some people can just promise a lot of things on the social media. Some people can even come to your house, non-governmental personalities, these celebrities can just come to your house to record, to increase their fan base and attention. At the end of the day, nothing real is done, nothing substantial is done. And then you would think that it just ends there. How would people see you after that time? On the social media, how will people see you? How will people see you in the real life, in the environment where you live? How will your boss see you? How will your friends see you? These things are, the social media is creating an awareness, yes, but at the same time is giving you a damage that you may not be able to control. You will not be able to recover from it as much as the awareness is being created. So we base more on facts. Cases are not won on the social media. You go beyond that to establish reasons why you think you should get justice, and justice will be delivered at the right time. Okay.
Yeah, so this brings me to something that that seems to be seems to be growing steadily, and that is, when people come out, because the topic is on sexual violence, of course, so now we're narrowing it down to when people come out to call out someone for violating them one way or another, or harassing them in one way or another. I mean, just recently, we know the case of Mirabelle, the girl who came out to, say that she was harassed and abused in her home. And so what do you think about that idea, or when people come out to make these accusations only to find out that it is not true? What would you say are the implications of such things?
Okay, personally, I think it's a very sad incident that people use something as grave and something that has serious consequence for clout chasing. I think it's a really terrible situation, very terrible situation. And I feel that it's high time that legal action, we start taking legal action against these people. These people, because it's not just about apologizing. I was thinking about it as I followed some of this. Even the other situation, I think it was last year, a woman that got her children, taught them to say that their father was sexually abusing them. And for it, I think it happened in ENUGU. And they got to the police station and all that, and they found out it was a lie. Can you imagine what has happened to the psyche of these children? Then can you imagine what has happened to this man, a father? I don't understand it, but I feel that they should stop accepting sorry. It's not helping our society. Sorry doesn't change anything. Start suing these people, both criminally and in tort, that civil suits, so that when they begin to see real consequences, they will stop. But if we just keep people under the carpet, oh sorry, they get your church group or your village group or family group to apologize to you, it doesn't solve anything. It affects the perpetrator, the accused now, because not perpetrators and accused. I think we should really stop. Let's sue these people. Let's go to court. When we see people being locked up, I think it will act as a deterrent, because I see it as cloud chasing and noise making. And also, like he is of the opinion too, these youths need to be taught. The internet never forgets. Tomorrow you become something or the other, or you're living from one position or the other, and they go and dig out something you did 10 years ago to show that you are not a reliable person. You have nothing. It should, I mean, the youths need to be trained that this thing is wrong on all levels.
Right, I see how passionate you are about this. And before I get to you, Mr. Gontio, I'd like us to take a look at that video. Let's take a look at Mirabelle's video, where that video that got a lot of people so emotional, and everybody was coming out to advocate for her. So let's take a look at Mirabelle's video.
I got it yesterday in my apartment, February 15th in the morning. I have insomnia. If I'm not drunk or I can't sleep. So Saturday I drank and like it wasn't working, but I needed to be high enough so I could sleep. My eyes were tired, but I couldn't sleep. I slept around 6 a.m. and around 9, I heard knocking on my door, and I thought maybe it's one of my neighbors because it's Sunday morning. Most of them would have gone to church. Maybe one of them wants to ask for something or something like that. I stood up. I was having a headache. I was still drunk. And I was having a headache. And immediately I opened the door, I got pushed back. Before I get to my door, like there's my fridge, and then a few steps forward, there's my door. I hit my head on the door because I couldn't, I got pushed back, my head on the fridge. I passed out. I'm opening my eyes. There is a man over me. There's clothes stuffed in my mouth and tied, and I was just scared, mumbling. Maybe somebody could hear me, but it's Sunday. Most people would have gone to church, most of them, because even the neighbors close to me has gone to church, because that's the only people that might faintly hear me mumbling. But when I felt like there's been over 20 minutes and I've just been mumbling and choking, there's nothing I could do, because I don't even know this person to begin with. I just stayed there. Then later on, I was bleeding, and I don't know why I was bleeding. I thought I got my period, but the person texted me. It turns out this person inserted a face blade into my body and cut me so I could bleed. He said he was trying to simulate him being the first person that I could sleep with. He sent me a text. I don't know how to do that, but I'll post it after this video. I'm so sorry. I've had everything going on with me, and I'm so sorry. I thank you with everything. And I don't even know how to react, but I went to my friend's place. I have to. I called my friend to come pick me, and I get to my apartment. That's me. I'm so sorry. Okay. I'm so sorry, but I can't hold up anymore. Everything is happening to me, and I'm sorry. I've been down from the start, and I'm so sorry. I can't keep up. I can't wait anymore. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm sorry. And to all my TikTok friends that I haven't seen, I'm so sorry. And Kevin, I'm still so sorry that I don't get to see you go to school and graduate, but I'm so sorry. I can't hold up anymore. Thank you.
Okay, so we just saw that. And before we look at the other video, let's hear your thoughts on that.
Okay. The truth is that her effort was just to let people know about something, and we ended up seeing that if truly what she experienced was real, there wouldn't have been any time for her to organize this kind of thing she did. And then, I have the personal opinion, that someone should have done that on her behalf. People would have come, people she relates to would have done that on her behalf. It really is that serious, and the world needs to know. So I have questions in my mind when I saw the video at first, because I am not somehow, most of the times I'm not moved by tears or emotions. After the tears, let's get to the real matter. So yes, you have said your own. Let's wait for a little. Let's see if other issues will come up. And we started hearing the neighbors come up with stories as well about how true or how not true the matter is. So from what they were presenting, because everybody is now on social media now, so they are giving us information. Whether they are true or not true is not even our concern. Of course, after all, she gave us the first information, and somebody, whether the information the person gave us is true is not even our concern. Let's be believing everything now. The person came and said it's not true, that they were actually around when this thing were happening. And it's possible. People may just use Sundays to rest, wash their clothes. Some people may not just be going to church as you think. There are some denominations that organize evening service. So people can go evening service and be around in the house in the morning, especially people whose job is quite tight for them to be available Monday to Saturday to attend to personal things. So if our assumptions are right that there could be people that will be around the house and such things are happening, and from the environment I am seeing in the video she made, is not a personal apartment like a flat, okay? It is something like a public setting where other people are. Somebody may have passed through where these things is happening. So to ask questions or to know what's this neighbor you did, after 10 minutes, 20 minutes at least, somebody should have marched through that place to know her whereabouts. And these people are the people that should have raised the alarm if actually something real happened. These are logical issues I'm trying to put in place. So, but let's believe at the end of the day we have been made to believe that what she said is true. And look at how we are crucifying them. I even read a long post. I had to be patient because the person that wrote about it is my mentor on social media. So she wrote a lot of things. I was almost like believing this story, only to pause and think. And see, when I started thinking about this other person they are talking about, how would this person feel? The guy in question. All right, how would the person feel? And these people that spoke about her, how will we also believe them? Because we will think they did not do their background check before they come online and just went emotional and started talking about, because it's also damaging their own social reputation. Because somebody, a good celebrity, will just talk about it only to discover that what the person was saying was not properly investigated, and all of us just went into the whole ditch.
Yes, a lot of people were victims.
You see,
of that.
all of us, at first, I wanted to say something. But this thing, if you are really gone through things around this space, around this area, you need to learn patience. It matters. It's not the first person that reported. Let's hear the second report. Let's hear the third report. And from all these things we had, we started connecting the dots, and we found out that it is not what was reported initially.
Did you think the same thing when you saw the video? Do you think along the lines of God's will?
Yeah, I agree that we shouldn't rush, but find out more. So I agree with him. Also, I'm of the opinion that real victims do not have the time to set up a camera and cry. They do not. At least those I've seen, I've read about, I've witnessed, they don't have the time to set up a camera and then start crying. Some of them are filled with shame, some guilt, some pain. They hide somewhere, they try to use other. It's not a camera thing. And many of them are even, they don't even want to be seen as people who have gone through this. So for you to just bring yourself out there, I was like, wait, let's hear other opinion towards it. And I felt very sad when I heard that, oh, this is not what it seems to be. Very sad.
Okay, so let's look at, because of course, the same way she came out to cry and tell everybody what happened, the same way it also came out to be open that what she said is false. So let's just hear that clip of her actually confirming and confessing that what she said was a lie. Let's listen to that.
I'm very tired.
So, in a nutshell, the story about the rape is not true. So there's a high chance that something else happened, but the story of the rape is not true.
Yes, sir.
That's good. That's good. There's no problem. And that means you created the other account yourself.
Yes, sir. Please, sir, help me. I'm trying.
It's okay. Don't worry. We're gonna do this together. Don't worry. Do you have any siblings?
No, sir. But I have friends.
Okay. Does your friend, did you tell them?
No, sir.
So they don't know as of now.
Yes, but there's one friend that I can.
Now, some people think that this thing is a mental disorder, but I also read some people think that she has some sort of mental illness, she's not okay or something like that. Do you think that could be a reason as to why this happened?
Personally, we can't know, because the only way to know if somebody has mental issues is to go to the hospital and check. Well, I personally feel that there are many reasons a lot of people do things like that. Some just want attention. I've seen people come on social media and say, oh, good things don't sell, so they have to present bad things so that they'll get that attention, they'll get the likes, the views, the comments, and maybe get monetized and make something from it. Sometimes it's just seeking the benefits, and then all those. So she may have some mental issues. I mean, many people do, even though many people are looking sane, but we can't tell. I just know that there are many reasons why people do it, but it does not excuse it at all. Once you know that what you are doing is wrong, the mental issue does not, according to our law, if you have the mental capacity to know that what you are doing is wrong and you go ahead to do it, your excuse and all those things, all they may do is maybe to mitigate your sentence, but it does not make you not guilty. No, it does not.
Okay, so there's this thing that I actually heard someone say in line with this, and I'm going to direct it to Gotu, because I think you better answer this question. Now, we find that it's mostly the women that are, generally women are usually, they have a higher number of when it comes to being victims of this thing.
Yeah.
And now we see that even when it comes to these false accusations, we also see that women also are coming up with that, and it's always the men that are now the victims of these accusations. And there is this narrative that started flying around that it's not every man, but it's always a man.
Okay.
When it comes to this issue of sexual violence, generally speaking, it's not every man, of course, but when there is something like that, it's always a man. So do you think that statements like this also influence public perception of men, and probably also feel things like this, whereby someone comes out and the first thing, everybody is already castigating the man, and the men are taking on the backlash?
Yeah, it's what it is. Because over time we found reasons to believe that it happens, as at least the reported cases are more of the men sexually harassing or violating the ladies or women or girls, as the case may be. So people begin to feel that men are this, they call all manner of names to men, and we don't even know where to start, because one person somewhere is giving us a bad name and everybody is thinking that we are all the same. And so somehow a young lady that stays in a relationship or stays in a neighborhood where there are many guys, he begins to feel that same can happen to her from these guys. So when you want to initiate a just innocent conversation, it becomes something else. They judge you from the first statement you've made, and that it is not their fault per se, because they have built a mental understanding and framework that this is what the male figure is, because of what the social media or the reports on sexual violence has made it to be. And so you see some men struggling to create a picture or to write their own story by themselves. You see men doing all manner of things to make the society believe them for once. All right. So when you are in a relationship and possibly the urge to have sexual whatever comes on you, and the girl is not consenting at that time, he begins to even shout as if you have planned it to rape her that day. Whereas when these things come on a guy, is an urge, and men most times when it comes, you may not easily control yourself at that point. So the female will begin to think at that point that you want to rape them because of what this social media, these cases has made them to believe. So we are like the endangered species that everything they will say, this man, they are suspecting you. We are almost like a suspect figure. Where we go around, it's making us to begin to struggle to write stories that should not be even written in the first place. We want to impress the society because somebody or group of persons somewhere, maybe 2 or 3 out of 10, has gotten it wrong in the case of sexual issues. And so we, the men, we are trying to find our feet. The boys, everybody is trying to present a picture that this is not so with me. Everybody is saying this is not so with me. Everybody is trying to write their own story. And if you don't write your stories by yourself, people will still think you are the same, like they used to say, that all men, and also people say it's both gender, all women are the same, all men are the same. It will be the case in your mother. So I think the way the whole thing has affected the male figure is such that we are struggling to just become what we shouldn't even explain to anybody. We are trying to explain ourselves a lot all the time, whether you are married or you're in a relationship or you're just single. There's this thing, when it comes to that point, you have to explain again and again, because the whole thing has been gone south. All right.
Can I add something to this? This is what we call gender stereotypes. So men are now seen as the perpetrators, women are now seen as liars.
I was actually coming to that because I wanted to ask you now, that do you think that women are now causing problems for themselves, particularly when it comes to people now believing the credibility of women when they actually come out to say this thing is happening, this thing is not happening? So I mean, continue, expand on that.
That's why I feel that these people, it should not just be a slap on the wrist. Oh, don't worry, I'll help you, I'll take your feet. No, let's start prosecuting these people. Let's start prosecuting them, because it's going to increase the gender stereotype of women, that women are liars. So as the men are struggling to protect their own image and trying to write their own story, you will now make other real victims, female victims, to now be struggling to be believed. Because once you come and you say, nah, so now they talk, you know, it doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help anybody. These false allegations, it does not help anybody. It doesn't help any of the genders. So I think it should really, really stop, and stop quickly, before it causes so much problem that nobody is being believed again, and it may even, it will be a spiral effect. Thank you.
Okay. Now, you see this thing you said about it shouldn't be a slap on the wrist, like we should actually go to court. Now, quite interestingly, I actually saw a video, which we're also going to watch right now, where because of this Mirabel case, someone came out to accuse a classmate of hers of the same thing. Only for, well, unfortunately for her, he took it to court.
Yes.
She was made to make a public apology. So let's take a look at that video of the girl, apologizing about what she said falsely.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Adeife, and I am here today to sincerely apologize to David from the bottom of my heart. Recently, I made a very wrong statement on my WhatsApp status, tagging David as a rapist. David had only shared his opinion about the Mirabel's ongoing saga, and our disagreements led me to speak very carelessly, and it is something that I truly regret. I want to make it clear that David has never raped anybody. In fact, testimonies around shows that David is a very easygoing and respectful person. Our families met on virtual meeting on Friday, February 20th, 2026, including myself and David. I accepted my wrongdoings and all discordings from the family members, and after the deliberation, it was decided that I should write a letter of apology to David. I should make a retraction on my status and apologize to David, and thirdly, my parents should visit Ile-Ife for the physical apology. On Sunday, 22nd February 2026, my family visited his family in Ile-Ife for the physical apology. I have learnt my lessons from this incident. Words spoken in anger can cause serious harm, and I want others to learn from this, that you should never let your emotions override you. Once again, I am very, very sorry, David. I am truly sorry from the depth of my heart, and I want to promise everybody that such will not repeat itself. Thank you for listening. I am sorry once again, David. Thank you.
Okay, so I see you laughing. So what's your reaction to that? I mean, from what she said, we see that
the thing is annoying. Like, somebody will just make a video and just spoil somebody's image. What they did to David now is seen casually. But once David grows and there is any issue around this thing that happens, they will pull up this video and say that they knew it from ab initio that this is the real nature of David. And nobody may be around to say what this girl said, or nobody may be around to believe that this is a wrong thing around David. So like she mentioned, it is not something you just treat with apology. It is something you go beyond apology to make the person know and to serve as a deterrent to every other person that is not in the same intention to desist from such. Because you don't just spoil somebody's future. We are talking about somebody's future. If they put such a video for someone who is sitting in the place to be employed before your interviewers, and they make such comment about you, you are going at that instance you are going. So, and if you are working with high profile individuals in the society and they mention such thing about you in the social media space, the person would like to be distant from you. You have just lost your job. You just lost a whole lot of people around you because the information is very, very bad. There may not be a follow-up of this video she made. They may not pull it up. At that time, this one she made will be dead. And every other thing will be against the guy. And then, like she said, we are gradually building a society where when somebody reports even something that is genuine, people will start to question until people will get discouraged from even speaking out. Because this is the generation that this is what we are tilting towards. That the time will come that somebody will make a comment, genuine comment about what they are passing through, about how their rights were violated, and nobody will care about it again because not the same thing. It doesn't change anything. Who knows what will come after now? So, but everybody will care less about it. So that is the matter at hand. That people should not just be quick to destroy what they did not build. To destroy is very easy, but to build is very, very hard. So people should know, like a student who was caught in examination malpractice, and they linked the student to me. I was speaking with the girl. I told her, see, what you've done, you are not the only one involved. I am now dragged into the matter now. I was not there when you wrote the exam, but they are calling you than the one mentoring you. So I'm brought into the matter. Everybody that knows me as a reasonable person has begun to question my reputation. So things like this, you don't just say, okay, he has apologized, he's sincerely sorry. All of these things are, even if the highest tears are being shed, it doesn't move me. See, correct the issue from the very foundation, and let not see a repeat of this. I tell you the truth. Somebody in the team of their classmate may come up with another thing again. After all, it's social media apology. We'll apologize. Everybody will be fine. We'll move on. It will keep happening like that.
Sorry, and I don't think she's sorry. She's just sorry that she was caught.
Yes.
And she was called out. She's not sorry for her offense. Rape is a grave offense to accuse somebody of, even in a joke. You have the right to speech, but you don't have the right after speech, because the far-reaching effects of the things you say, who it affects. Like he said, do you know how many people it will affect? Do you know how many years? I always say that the apology, if you have to have apology, should be louder than even the disrespect. Write it, post it, and I'm a lady, but once it comes to offenses, I don't know gender. Anyone that does the crime should do the time. Go in for it so that we'll curb these things. Because people just do and come and say sorry, do and come and say sorry. Stop saying sorry, it solves nothing. Stop, because like something very serious that he said, we are desensitizing the public. Look at how people saw that first video and they cried. The next person to come out and cry, nobody is going to answer you. And we keep, very soon, people's heart begins to be dead to things as touching as this. It's just as usual. Please, it's affecting the real victim. If you see real victims of this thing, you may be able to sleep if you hear their stories. I've heard stories that made me, I'm a Christian, but I'm like asking God, how? I mean, I don't have answers. I just trust the integrity of God, because some of these things are so heartbreaking. So please, if you ever thought of it, you're a Gen Z, you're a youth, you want to catch clout, please, not in rape and sexual violence. It has stigma. It goes, and that very important point that I want to reiterate that he made is, tomorrow he's going for something and he's called up. Do you know what? Nobody is even now going to check if it's true or not. Once anything rape, sexual is attached to your name, they throw you out. It's terrible. Please.
So what about this thing you said now? So is there any provision in the law for the accused, like in situations like this, for maybe some sort of the image, I don't know, to restore their image or something, to help for someone that is in the other end of
basically the provisions they have now? This is social media allegation. If this lady reported to the police, like that woman that reported, her husband about the children, that is another crime on its own. It's another crime on its own, under provision on its own. And then somebody who goes on oath, maybe in a document or in court, it's another crime, that's perjury. But in this situation now, like social media, is defamation. That's what we call it, defamation, assassination of character. So there's the criminal defamation and the civil defamation. So I sue, because they are destroying your image before right-thinking people in society. So please go ahead and sue civil, and then go criminal and go civil, please. When these people start paying huge amounts of money for this, they will stop. Because if you just say 12 million, 12 billion, who want huge amount? By the time the judge gives you something, people will stop. There needs to be hard consequences to stop people. If you just do sorry, anybody will do a video and saying sorry, and it will never end.
All right, now, because we are slowly getting to the end of this conversation, but we've looked at how, women openly come out to say, both the ones that are genuine, actually, they also come out to say, and now we're also seeing the ones that are not. And that brings me to ask about the men as well, because we barely really hear much about men when it comes to this issue. Whether that is true or false, we don't really hear anything about them. So can you just speak on that very well?
It's okay. The men, usually we have few reasons why we don't come out to say some things, especially around this area of sexual assault. But if you check the rates of men that have been sexually assaulted, especially by family members, you will find out they are much. And then one, the fear to say it and who would believe me is the one powerful reason why most of them will not say it. And number two, our society have taught men to be man enough to carry pressures on them, to man up in every issue. So they think it's one of those they should also carry on their shoulders. After all, nobody should see our scar. All right. So, and then they think about the public shame, because men are always sensitive to their ego. So they think about the public shame and the stigma. So they think these are good reasons why they shouldn't even tell anybody. How will the people see me? How will people see me? They will start seeing me as a weak person, as this or that. And so the man will just go back to himself. But there are cases, and those cases are actually by investigation that they will have to speak up. Yes, I was along the line of teaching in a class. I saw one young guy on his trousers holding his manhood. I was surprised. He didn't know that somebody has seen that. So I was just busy. Let me just be sure of what I saw. Went, came back, and after the class I said, come and see me later. So when I investigated, I saw that this guy has been messed up too many times from age 6. He's now 13. So repeatedly. So he feels it's a normal thing, and nobody knows until that day that I saw that. Nobody knows. Nobody can ever detect, because he feels he should cover it. It's his secret. He should cover it. So the male thinks they have a lot of secret to cover, and this should be one of them. They should hide about themselves. People should not know it. What would people think about me? As much as they know, they think it's only left for the ladies to be saying it because they are weak. They should just be saying it. But we, the men, should hide our own, to conceal it and all of those. So that understanding about the male gender has made many of them not to even speak out, even while some of them have diseases they are going through even as a result of that, and they are not talking to anybody.
So can I add something to this? Another reason that men don't speak about it is the public perception. So I listened to 2 cases that happened outside the country. A male teacher abusing a female student, like primary school, secondary school in America. Another one is a female teacher. Should I've seen like 2 or 3 of that now, abusing a male student. You see that even family, one of them, he told his father, and the father just laughed it up, even saying, invite the teacher to the house, let's have more fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. And then the social media doesn't carry it because there's nothing
There's
exciting
no news.
about it. Nothing about it, no news. So they don't carry it. And the ladies, they come to court, they cry. The sentences they're even giving, slap on the wrist. But if it's a man that commits the same offense, sometimes that's why I understand that it can be gender. Sometimes they treat the female victims better than the male victims. Sometimes they be like, nobody will believe me, nothing will happen, even if I say, and they leave it. I mean, this same female teacher will move from one school to another school and she'll keep teaching. They not even force her to register in the register for sexual offenders. So the truth is that they treat the perpetrators differently if it's male or female, and they treat the victims differently.
Right, so to wrap up everything that we have said so far, looking at, all these issues that we have highlighted, just briefly, what can we do, both as individuals and as a collective, to curb this thing, to nip it on the bud, so that, it doesn't, like Oluchukwu said, so that people don't get dead to these sensitive issues, generally. What can we do? I'll start with you, Godswill.
Okay, I think we should start with the part of creating awareness, enough awareness about all these things. How to note when there is a risk of sexual violence coming before it comes actually, because some people can note it. There are some advances young guys will be making to a lady around the neighborhood. You should start telling you that their eyes are on you. Some of your classmates as well. There are some approaches they make or comments they make, whether they are talking directly to you on their status, but their comments they made that day that issue happened. It should begin to inform you that something is cooking up. So with this knowledge you have, you start preparing yourself, you start getting yourself ready. If there is any need to preempt or prevent it from happening, you can go ahead. And so that awareness should be created. And then secondly, if cases like this happen, how we'll handle it is also very, very important. We should follow it up the same way we are telling about it on the social media. We should follow it up legally and report every stage on that same social media, so that they all will know what happened afterwards. Because there are many cases that were handled very properly and people face the consequences, but nobody got to know about it. So we should carry it up from where it was to that domain, because everybody is there and we are all hearing it. So let's begin to paint that narrative that there is a possibility that somebody can do such a thing like this and go in for it.
Okay, what about you?
Okay, I just want to restate that rape and sexual violence is real. No matter the false narratives, is very real. So I would say we should strengthen the investigations. When things come out like that, real investigations, and then protect the due process, so that we do not use we avoid social media trial of things like this. And then these victims, real victims, should be protected. And then this false allegation, let's be careful of how we handle the false allegation, avoid weaponizing the false claim to now say, all of them are lies. No, because they are still real victims. And then, very important, like he had mentioned before, public legal education. Educate people. What does consent mean? She said yes, she dressed a certain way. No, that is not consent. And the thing about the law is even that somebody can give consent at the beginning. At some point, person say, I don't want to give. Pull out, walk away, take a cold bath. So, explain to me what consent means. Encourage early reporting. Because sometimes when this thing happens to real victims, they don't know what to do. You shouldn't take your bath, you shouldn't change your clothes, you should just go straight and let them use the test kit to take all the evidence so that you do not spoil it, because sometimes you have real victims who lose the case because we don't have enough evidence, forensic, medical, and rest of them. And then let's promote responsible media coverage, please. I don't know if they have to have a legislation or something. Promote responsible media coverage. You know, if you go out, maybe amend our laws to say if you this, so that this thing can be curbed. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for this lovely conversation. Very informative, very insightful. I really enjoyed this conversation. I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation as well. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
We'll be back in a moment, so do stay with us. And I mean, understandably so, because sexual violence touches on trauma, it touches on trust, on gender, on justice. But the thing is, in the middle of the outrage and the fear and the viral narratives, we find that facts can sometimes become blurred. There are widely held beliefs about sexual violence. There are also strong opinions about false accusations. Some of these claims are even supported by evidence. Others are rooted in misinformation, stereotypes, or assumptions shaped by social media. So to move this discussion forward responsibly, it's important to separate perception from reality. And in this next segment, we'll take a closer look at some of the most common myths and facts surrounding sexual violence, social media allegations, and false accusations in Nigeria. Okay, so as we come to the end of today's conversation, One thing is clear: sexual violence, social media, and false accusations are really complex issues that touch on the society as a whole. Now, we've explored the legal framework, we've explored the role of social media, we've looked at the realities behind the myths and facts and the challenges faced by both the survivors and the accused. And what emerges is the urgent need for balance, for supporting victims, for protecting due process, and fostering a culture where truth and accountability guide public discourse. So as individuals, communities, and institutions, it is up to all of us to challenge these harmful stereotypes, to ensure access to justice, and to approach these issues with both empathy and critical thinking. We say a big thank you to our guests and to you as well for being a part of this program. Until next time, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Hello and welcome to Signature Television Inside Health, a show where we break down complex health topics into very fun and easy to understand discussions that of course is aimed to help you take hold of your health and your well-being. Well, I'm your host Chigichi Agorom, and today we have a very important topic to discuss in the studio. And of course, we're talking about the process of reducing the aging, process in the human being through, of course, exercise. And then so many people partake in exercises based on several reasons. For some people, it's for weight loss. For others, it's just to keep fit and look good. Yet for others, it's just to go there and probably join a gym and socialize. However, there is this school of thought that thinks or says that, of course, exercise can help you slow down aging, meaning that exercise can make you look younger, much younger than your age. Well, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you some background reports to either prove it's fact or say it's fiction. So don't go away, stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is still Inside Health on Signature Television. Don't forget to check us out on our social media platforms on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram at Signature Television Official. Go like, comment, and share. And still talking about slowing down the process of aging through exercise, we have the following background information for your education. Of course, the process of aging is a natural, inevitable journey for everyone to experience. However, in recent years, more attention has been given to ways we can slow down the visible and biological effects of aging. Well, numerous scientific studies have shown that regular exercise can not only improve your overall health and well-being, but also significantly slow the aging process, enhancing both the quality and longevity of life. At the heart of aging lies a decline in cellular function, because as we grow older, the cells in our body undergo damage and deterioration. We lose muscles, our bones get weaker, our joints get stiffer, slower metabolism, and we may not feel as strong or as energetic. But when we walk out, scientists say, whether that's walking, running, lifting weights, or even doing yoga, our muscles stay stronger and our hearts get healthier. Exercise, they say, also keeps your cells, the tiny building blocks of your bodies, working better and longer. One key way exercise slows aging is by its impact on what they call telomeres, protective caps at the ends of chromosomes that shorten as we age. And incidentally, there's something else that scientists have actually shown or proven to elongate telomeres, and it's called meditation. Maybe that would be a cause for a topic for the next discussion. But exercise, they say, elongates telomeres, and the longer the telomere, the younger the person in question looks. So exercise also stimulates the production of crucial hormones like human growth hormones, which helps to build and repair tissues, maintaining youthful vitality. Moreover, engaging in physical activity enhances brain function by boosting blood flow to the brain, improving memory, and even reducing the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. Beyond the physical benefits, exercise promotes mental health and emotional well-being, both of which are key to graceful aging. Regular activity triggers the release of what they call endorphins, commonly known as feel-good hormones, which help manage stress and anxiety while improving sleep quality, another essential factor in slowing down the aging process. Incorporating exercises like yoga and Tai Chi, which focus on flexibility and balance, can also be beneficial as they reduce the risk of falls and injuries, common problems as we grow older. These practices promote mindfulness and a connection between mind and body, which contributes to overall wellness. In summary, exercise is one of the most effective natural ways to slow the aging process, whether through strengthening muscles, maintaining brain function, or preventing chronic diseases. Regular physical activity can significantly extend both lifespan and health span, allowing individuals to lead more active, fulfilling lives well into old age. As science continues to unravel the links between exercise and longevity. Now, there you are with the background reports on how exercise can actually translate to you aging slowly. Now, do still stay with us. We have to get to the streets to find out what people have to say concerning exercise and longevity. Don't go anywhere. Well, continuing in our conversation about the process of aging and what it has to do with exercise, we have a guest in the studio who is going to help us do justice to this topic. Does exercise have anything to do with slowing down of the aging process in the adult human being? All right, his name is Anyekan Essien Akpan. He's a fitness instructor. He's also a weight loss expert. Hello, Anyekan. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you, Chigi. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes,
We're fine, thank you.
You're welcome, you're welcome. So
thank you very much.
We're talking exercise, and not just exercise, we're talking exercise as to how it helps the normal adults to slow down the process of aging, right? And when I met you, I know you are the convener of Fit Niger, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Tell us about Fit Niger. I mean, what was the motivation behind it, and what has been the impact so far?
Okay, well, apart from being a fitness instructor and a weight loss expert, I'm also a basketball coach.
Okay.
And Fit Niger kind of happened by accident.
Okay.
I was coaching some kids, and one of the mothers came, saw how fit her daughter was, and just said, Anyeka, why don't you train me like you train my daughter? I thought we were friends.
Wow.
And I said, okay, I can do that. And after a month, she saw visible improvement in her vitality and, as we'll do maybe later on, in her feel-good perspective.
Her well-being.
Her well-being. And she just said, Anyeka, take this amount of money and let me warn you, don't ever do this thing free. So from then on, the Fit Niger journey came. The name just came, I think, just by accident, Fit Niger.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you what's the inspiration behind the name, because it's actually catchy, Fit Niger.
Yeah, the longer version was supposed to be Time to Get Fit Niger, and I couldn't just get it. Was too long, so I just put off Fit Niger, and the name stuck, and I'm lucky in that aspect, I think.
Okay, so far, what would you say the impact has been since, we're talking since 2000, and when did Fit Niger actually take off?
Around 2017.
Wow, and since then till now, what has been the journey for you, and what has been the impact so far?
Well, the impact has been massive. A lot of people see me in a different light now, and the journey has not been particularly easy, because in Nigeria here, we actually have challenges with keeping fit. Sometimes you hear someone say, person go chop before him walk, before him gym, and those kind of mindsets. So the journey has not been straightforward, but it's wonderful to see how much you can impact people by telling them a few things every week. And it goes around from the success stories are amazing, because I've trained a wide range of people, even pregnant women. And he's amazed when they tell you, Coach, I didn't know that this was possible. And there is no greater glory than seeing somebody that could not use his or her body in a specific way grow stronger. And as you said, the well-being improves. When you see that one-on-one, it is nothing short of a miracle. And the fact that you were actively involved in that miracle is reward enough. So I'm very happy I started Fit Niger. I won't change it for anything. I have only one regret. I didn't start this earlier. I wish I had started around 2004. You think
amazing. The people's mindset was, ready to accept that, kind of agenda of, keeping fit as of 2004?
Well, yeah, I think we were always ready. We just needed the right type of person. And once somebody is skilled, and I think I can boast a little, I'm actually skilled because I did a lot of studying on that. Once they see someone that is skilled and sympathetic with their cause, people will surely join the boat. And so far, that's what I've experienced. A lot of people want to see someone that is empathetic with what they are doing and what they are going through and their inabilities and abilities, and key into that. And so far, I've been able to do that, and it has been a very beautiful experience.
All right, we'll get back to Fit Niger. But I want us to delve into the issue, which is weight loss. No, scratch that, which is exercise and its anti-aging, abilities.
Yes.
You know, some people will actually join a gym or join a fitness class, maybe to lose weight, maybe to bring down, for medical reasons, maybe they have underlying issues. They say, okay, reduce your weight. Some could be for social reasons. They join gyms, they join all these clubs just for social reasons. But today we are discussing exercise and anti-aging. Does exercise have any effects on a person aging slowly? And if it does, what kinds of exercise, you know, does one need to focus on to ensure that he or she ages, you know, slowly?
Well, for the first question, absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely.
It's scientifically proven.
Scientifically proven. The more you exercise, the more active you are, the slower you age.
Okay, Anyeka, this is going to be like a discussion. So I want the person listening to you to understand. It's as if you and I are talking without people listening to us. So it's not like I'm asking you a question and you're going to give me one long answer. You're going to be taking it in piecemeal.
Of course.
Now, there are different types of exercises. And I've heard from some quarters that you could be doing the wrong kind of exercise. Now, for longevity, what is the right kind of exercise, you know, based on maybe the person's physical attributes or health issues? What are the right kinds of exercises?
You said it like you were a fitness instructor yourself.
Oh my.
It depends on the person's physical and maybe health challenges.
Can you take us through that?
Yeah, well, for instance now, or before I do that, the answer is simple. You must do all forms of exercises, weight stroke resistance training or strength training, and you must do aerobics. And you must do what they call mobility and stretching. Mobility and stretching sometimes are not called exercises because people use them not in the middle of the exercise per se. They do them after the main bout of exercise. So a lot of people will classify them as rest and recovery. That's not bad. But because of that classification, it is relegated to the side. So exercise, that's strength training.
Could you break it down again to that?
Okay. So now, for instance, now
I mean the types of exercises.
Okay, there is strength training.
Strength training.
That's one way of classifying it. Okay, the first way of classifying exercise is what they call calisthenics and statics. Calisthenics are the one you move your body. Push-ups, sit-ups, leg raises, those are calisthenics. Then there's what they call statics, where you see somebody stay still and try and maintain strength and stamina by just staying still and putting pressure on a certain muscle. It is common in some of these Kung Fu movies you watch as a kid. So you see somebody come and do something like this and hold it. Tai Chi. Thank you. Tai Chi, exactly. Pilates, all those things. You see them hold it for a while. So that's one classification of the types of exercises. Another one is when exercises involve strength training. That's another classification. Strength, stroke resistance, stroke weight training. They are all one thing. Then there's cardiovascular exercise. We call it cardio for short form. And then there's what they call mobility exercises that make you more mobile. They are also strength training, but they are focused more on extending your range of mobility. And then there is stretching, which is it's the same thing. It's still strength training, but stretching is more, if you go to the other classification, is more static. It is static, in fact. You don't move, you just stay and stretch to the limit of the particular muscle. Now, as I said before, mobility and stretching is taken as rest and recovery. So somebody like you now, normally as a fitness instructor, I'll tell you, Chigi, go to the gym, do 400 bench presses, 200 squats, and then we do 5 minutes of mobility, 5 minutes of stretching. Afterwards, maybe I'll tell you, run the treadmill for 1 hour after the bench press and the squats, and then we do mobility and stretching as a side dish, maybe 5 minutes each. So you see that there is an imbalance when it comes to mobility and stretching, and that is wrong. So for anti-aging, you need to do all of them in the right proportion.
All the forms of exercise?
In the right proportion.
You will not prioritize any one of them?
No. But the mistake people make is that they prioritize aerobics over strength training. In fact, some people have not done strength training for the last half a decade.
Okay, hold that thought. Can you explain what each and every kind of these exercises, what they do?
Good.
But when you say some people have not done aerobics, what is the aim of aerobics? Some people have not done strength training. What's the aim of strength training?
Yeah. Well, strength training is, as it's called, training strength. It is exercise aimed to build muscle tone, to tone the muscles or to build muscle tone. So strength training involves a wide range of exercises. What I like to say here is another fallacy. Many people believe that strength training involves lifting what they call free weights. That's a dumbbell or a barbell, or using the machines, cable machine, leg raise machine, hip thrust machine. Absolutely wrong. You can do strength training in the confines of this studio without a dumbbell there, using your own body. Yes, push-ups, sit-ups, leg raises are all strength training. They tone muscles, you know. So, yeah, in fact, when I first started as a fitness instructor, as a fitness person, because it kind of runs in the family, in my house, till this day, my elder brother does not go to the gym. I can't remember the last time. It must be up to 15, 20 years he has ever gone to the gym. He does it at home. He uses his shower curtain rod to pull-ups, strength training. He does push-ups at home, strength training. He does leg raises at home, strength training. He does one-legged squats at home, strength training. He does LC, strength training, using his body as weights. As resistance, technical term, using his body as resistance. So that's strength training. Now, when it comes to aerobics, it is classified as cardiovascular exercise. Exercise that cardiovascular for the heart and lungs. And aerobics, walking, taking your long walks, jogging, skipping, and when it comes to things like HIIT, high intensity interval training, things like burpees, jump squats, all those fall under cardiovascular exercise. So there's strength training, there's cardiovascular exercise. Then, of course, there's mobility. Mobility is also strength training, but of a different form, and it usually involves your body. So an example of mobility is like the dynamic frog pose. That's mobility. In fact, for you to truly understand mobility, you mentioned Tai Chi. That is actually strength training, trying to be mobile over a range. So you see somebody go down with one leg, coming up with two, coming down one leg, and then stretching the leg, or do splits like Jean-Claude Van Damme does. That is mobility. But see, it's not just being mobile. He's actually being strong with his legs. And then there's stretching, Pilates, Tai Chi again, yoga. All these are stretching. So you see, if you see that now, you see you don't need only one. You need to be, not say proficient, experts in 4 of them. Yeah, you need to be mobile, strong. You have to have stamina, of course. That's what cardiovascular exercise is built. And you have to be mobile. You're supposed to be mobile, strong, and with stamina. So that's how you have to be over the rest of your life till you are called to glory.
All right. Let's take this to the gender perspective. We know that the male and the female, they are different physiologically and, of course, otherwise. Now, let's say that we have this hypothetical case study of probably a 40-year-old female. She has started packing on some weight. She no longer loses weight the way she used to. She will take shawarma, take whatever she wants to, and then lose it, but she has clocked 40 and she's packing on, weight, and she comes to you. What would be the advice? What would be the, for lack of a better word, recipe, the exercise recipe that you can give her? Not just to keep fit and look good, but to slow down the aging process.
First of all, I'll hail her, I'll commend her, and this goes to all women. Women already have a biological disadvantage when it comes to muscle building. A woman is born or created with almost 15% body fat, more than a male. So 2 of us standing here doing the same exercises, already you have a 15% disadvantage, if I may call it that, because you have more fat already.
fat that can never be burnt?
Well, not really. But in the case of a woman, it's not necessary. Sometimes it's not advisable. You see it go down for women, sports women, and really, really fit women. You see really, really fit women bringing down their body fat percentage to 7%. But as a fitness instructor, I tell a woman, you don't need that. For some women, it could cause some psychological changes like pregnancy and all those things, change in hormonal menstrual cycle. But most women, no problem. But you don't need it. It is how you were biologically created. So since you were like that, normally, it is not too much of a danger or a hindrance. So when a woman comes to me and says, okay, I'm 40, I want to do exercises, for my own personal recommendation, I have 4 levels. Number 1, master your body. Many people that have not done exercise don't even know the strength of their own body. You have to learn your body, not master your body. You have to learn your body, first of all. Then learn the weights. When we can move, do a couple of push-ups, a couple of sit-ups and everything, we now go to using the weights in the gym. Or in your kitchen, or in your restroom. You'll be surprised at how many things you can use in your bathroom to work out. You can...
You know, women are not aware of this. Really.
Yes. Many people aren't, Chigi. We are tuned into the gym, and that's probably good because there are gyms around us. But you'll be shocked at what you can do with a bucket of water and a long towel. How you can tone your arms or even tone your legs with it. I did a video some other times where I used my aunt's water, and people were horrified. And somebody on Facebook that lived in Brazil was like, guy, he has had a motor for 15 years. He doesn't use it because, there are a lot of other technological advances that don't make you pound. He says he hasn't known what to do with this thing till he saw my video. So, so it's like that. So I'll tell her, first of all, we learn your body. Learn how to do push-ups, sit-ups, wall push-ups. Learn your body. Then we'll learn the weights. We'll go to the gym, lift weights, or you buy it in your house, we lift weights. Then you now master the weights. That's when you start lifting heavy, Chigi, doing
so
100.
Just take it easy. First of all, you master your body.
You learn your body.
How do you do that?
Well, someone that has not been working out for a while now does not know the strength of her own body.
So how does she get to master her body now?
We start small. Start with the very basic strength training exercises. Things like a wall push-up that seems like no effort.
So mastering your body, sorry to cut you short now, means know your strength.
Yeah, learn your body, not master your body. Learn your own body.
Okay.
You learn your own strength.
Okay.
Then you learn the weights. You learn how to use dumbbells and machines.
Okay.
Then you master the weights. And what I mean by mastering the weights, you are now doing 140 kg deadlift. And I'm glad you said, you see, that's a master.
It's heavy.
That's heavy. That's a master doing that. A master doing that without breaking her back, without injuring herself. That's a master. Then finally, it goes back to the body. You master your body. And I mean, those spectacular things you do with your body, when we were smaller, when we were kids, we were actually we were fitness experts. When you see a 3-year-old do a perfect squat and pick up a pen, and you see a 3-year-old fall on the floor and roll and do a push-up and stand up, that is instinctive. They did not learn that. Our problem with fitness is, funny enough, as you are saying now, when we grew older, we forgot how powerful we were. So, in fact, as I tell people, the best kind of fitness is back to when you were a toddler. All those things you can do as a toddler, you should be able to do them as an old person. That is true fitness.
Now, we are still on the women.
Yes.
Let's talk menopausal women.
Yes.
Or premenopausal women before they get into menopause.
Yes.
What exercise regimen would you, prescribe for a premenopausal woman?
Okay. Well, you mean being specific, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we have talked about a lady that is just clocking 40 and started packing on the weight.
Yes.
Let's talk premenopausal women.
Okay.
Yeah. Because once a woman begins to get into menopause, she starts losing bone density,
exactly.
muscle tone, and stiffness. lumbar spondylosis is a whole lot for
Yes.
women who are premenopausal.
Yes.
So what exercises would you recommend for such women?
I'm a fan of the deadlift.
You know, when I see them do deadlifts, I feel they are hurting themselves because I know they wear this very thick, what do I call it? Cincha or belt.
Waist belts.
And then they go all down and they lift these very heavy weights.
Yes.
What is the importance of that? And how do you expect a premenopausal woman to lift that weight, that kind of weight?
The same way we learn everything in primary school. Fitness is like a school. You go from nursery 1 to nursery 2, from nursery 2 to the primary 1. You can't expect a primary.
So they start with very
small. They start small. Start with maybe 20% of their weight, even 10%. Grow, till they don't need the belt. The belt has a disadvantage. It actually weakens your back. So I don't advise using the belt unless you are going for like sports, like Olympics. You want to go for serious weightlifting. Outside that, the belt is not necessary. If you are building strength over small, over a long period of time, you will see you don't need the belt. Okay. Again, the belt is not functional. What I mean by functional is things you do in the gym should be able to translate into real life. There are some non-functional exercises in the gym, like the bench press. There's no time in this life you're going to ever do a bench press outside the gym. But there are very good functional exercises, like the deadlift I talked about. When you're going to ShopRite to lift your heavy bags or Roban stores, you deadlift, you bend and pick them up.
But there's a right way to bend and pick
There's
them
a right way to bend, thank you. So once you teach them all those things, they learn it. As I said before, premenopausal women need a lot of strength, and everybody need a lot of strength in the core, somewhere
What is
here.
the core? The tummy?
The tummy, not just the tummy, the lower back, the spinal muscles, that's the lower back, the obliques, down to some parts of the thigh. So you need core strength. That is the real strength that makes you lift and go longer, lift harder and go longer. So I tell women, anytime you go to the gym and you are not deadlifting, that's what I mean. Any strength regime that doesn't involve a deadlift, no.
Wow.
Yes. Any strength regime that doesn't involve a pull-up, forget it. Or any variation of a pull-up, lat pull-downs, everything. We all need strong backs. And we should emphasize on our back because a lot of people emphasize on their chest. And
women emphasize on chests?
Well, many people, men and women. But women emphasize more on their legs.
I would think women emphasize more on their tummy, which we're going to get there very soon.
Yeah. Women have a problem with tummy. Yes, they do. But 80% of the women going to the gym doing what they call leg day every day.
For the glutes, there's this video, South African squats master.
Exactly. That is a woman's mentality. How many squats can I do every day? 40, 60, 100.
Really?
Yes. A lot of women don't do deadlifts. They do things that involve their glutes. They do Romanian deadlifts. They do split squats. They aim to, as you say, to build up the glutes, but they don't build up their legs.
But I think from what you have been saying, I've noticed two things. Many women go into the gym for aesthetic purposes.
Thank you.
But you're now saying that deadlift actually works deeper than that, in that it helps you with the anti-aging process.
Absolutely.
Now, I've noticed with the two case studies with the lady that is 40 and the premenopausal lady, you de-emphasize heat, you de-emphasize cardio.
Yes.
You mentioned the press up resistance training over cardio.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, I didn't de-emphasize it, but a lot of Nigerians actually have a good cardio culture, be it heat or steady state already. If you go to Okpara Square, what they are doing there is cardio. Aerobics, they do a lot of aerobics. Some people do aerobics every day. So Nigerians, both male and women, male and female, but let's talk about women, have a good cardio. Women have a good cardio system. I mean, they do aerobics, they skip, they have a good cardio. So anytime I'm taking a client, I'm facing resistance training because they tend to overlook that. And a premenopausal woman, even after menopause, your bone density is reducing. Strength training increases bone density. You are losing muscle. After 40, you could probably lose like 1% of muscle every day if you are not working out.
Now, you can be losing muscle but gaining fat.
Yes, yes. Even if you don't gain fat, it's possible not to gain fat even as you are losing muscle. But when you are losing muscle, even if you look good, as you say, aesthetic purposes, you don't feel good. You're not as strong as you are. And part of the anti-aging solution is the anti-aging formula is look good, feel good. You can't feel good if you are not strong, no matter how good you look. So it comes to aging and exercise in women. Most women have taken care of their aesthetics. They look great, but they have not taken care of the strength part. They don't feel great. You think they do, but because you are seeing the outside, but inside, no. So a premenopausal woman, I always tell her, get stronger. In fact, the main purpose of exercise is to get stronger. Sometimes, Chigi, you don't even need to overthink it. Just get stronger. The aesthetics will come. Yes.
Now, let's talk pregnant women. I've seen viral videos where 7-month-old women, 8-month-old women, these ladies will be tearing themselves in the gym, working out on the treadmill. What do you think of that? Because I look at it and I'm like, please don't let this baby drop here.
Exactly.
What do you think about that? I mean, even pregnant women doing all these stretches and you're like, oh my goodness. What are your thoughts on that?
One thing is this. At 8, 9 months old, you can, 9 months, you know, when you're 9 months pregnant, you can work out. Second thing is that many of those videos are exaggerated. There are certain rules to working out when you're pregnant. And there are at certain stage in pregnancy, you can't do certain things.
Please take us through the stages. I know there's first trimester, second trimester, and the third trimester. Take us through the stages and what's allowed and what's not.
Now, in the first trimester, depending on the physical history of the woman, if the woman is a very active woman, say a footballer, for instance, she can be very normal in her first trimester. In fact, Serena Williams won a tennis championship when she was pregnant, first trimester. Our own Anne Chejine, the Super Falcons goalkeeper, was about 3 months pregnant when she won a Nations Cup. You can see those women are active women. So the first trimester was just like, have a small bump, I'm okay. Now when it comes to second trimester, you cannot do certain things. For example, you cannot do exercise when you are supine or prone. In fact,
What
when
does
you're
that
lying
mean?
them, supine, lying on your chest.
Okay.
Prone, lying on your back.
Okay.
Because you, of course, you know the baby puts a big pressure on the back, on the spine. You don't want to increase that pressure. It can be very, very uncomfortable and even dangerous to the pregnancy. So as fitness instructors, we remove all those things. At that point in the pregnancy, we do what they call supported exercises. For example, now, you don't squat alone. You hold a wall or hold a bar and you squat. And you don't do deep squats again. You do half squats or quarter squats. Okay? And you don't deadlift, for instance. That's why I said some of these videos are exaggerated. I remember one of them where a woman 6 months gone was deadlifting. I was like, nah. The pain for that, because you're engaging more of your back, the pain from that one alone, I don't think is bearable. So the videos were exaggerated. So at that moment, you don't deadlift. You don't squat with weights. You can do some bicep curls, some tricep kickbacks, yes. But the need for weights, for free weights and machines goes. Even the treadmill is good at this moment, but slow speed, you walk. You do a lot of walking, okay? And in the third trimester, the same thing. The need for strength training is de-emphasized almost totally. Because at this moment now, it is being uncomfortable for the woman. You are making the woman very, very uncomfortable. And of course, you know, in Nigeria, there's a psychological tone to it. Everybody's afraid of losing the baby or hurting or harming the baby. So it's just pregnancy. Why don't you wait 9 months and give birth? A couple of my clients have come to me saying, Anyeka, I want to continue gymming and everything, but the pains, I say, see, you suffer nausea, you suffer dizziness. You can relax. Relax till you have given birth to baby. Maximum is just 1 year break. After 1 year, you go back as hard as you like.
All right.
We're not rushing.
Absolutely. I agree with you on that. Now, let's talk about postnatal women who have actually given birth. And they have a lot of concerns based on their physical looks, right?
Yes.
And then they're encouraged to eat in a certain way.
Yes.
And they pack on more weight.
Yes.
What would be your advice for a woman who just gave birth, probably through the natural canal? You know, it's different from the cesarean section.
Yes, yes.
Just take us through it. A client or two clients come to you to say, please train us. One with the cesarean section, the other one with birth canals delivery. What would be your advice? Would they have the same exercise regimen?
Yes, but they won't start at the same time. The one that has given birth without the cesarean section, 4 months, maybe 5 months.
Okay.
When you have a cesarean section, 6, 7 months before you start a regime. And then I'll tell all women, be patient. You have done a fantastic thing. You have sacrificed your good body to help baby or babies. Give yourself some credit. You will get back to your feminine shape, but you need to remember that it will take time. We will do the same things you did before you got pregnant, and we will get there, but it's going to take time. And of course, these are also, the factors there are also your age. Of course, you know, it is easier for a younger person to pack on muscle and lose fat than an older person. So I'll tell the woman, be patient. Most women, after 4 or 5 months, see a drastic improvement in how they look. But the problem is we don't want to wait to 4 or 5 months. And that is in itself a danger, because you want to take some shortcuts and you lengthen the process. So if you avoid those shortcuts, be patient, go into the gym, do your magic stuff. Before long, your own baby won't recognize you. You look like a 15-year-old.
What are some of those shortcuts that you're talking about that women actually want to take?
Well, one of them is low-carb diets, low-carbohydrate diets.
Tell us about those diets. Tell us about those diets.
I'll tell you.
Whenever I hear diets, I cringe.
I like, their names are wonderful. Like now, there's one they call keto diet.
Keto diet.
Yes. And then there's another one I learned the other day, funny enough, from a talk show I had on Solid FM, the Hallelujah diet. It is supposed to be from the Hallelujah diet.
Oh my goodness.
So it's supposed to come from the part in the Bible at the time when Daniel was told to eat pork by the Babylonians.
And his diet is just eat vegetable.
And water. So you can imagine a diet like that. That is shocking. And these diets now, because carbohydrate is what they call a macronutrient, it is important.
It's a staple.
It's a staple.
Yeah.
So when you remove that, you are putting your body into a state of emergency. And what does the body do in a state of emergency? It retains fats. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So it's counterproductive.
It's counterproductive.
It holds on to the fat.
It holds on to the fat. Fat is not bad. Excess fat is the problem. You are supposed to have a percentage of fat. You are. Fat is like generator as against to power supply from EEDC. When you have fat, things like when you wake up in the morning, blinking, even hitting your, killing mosquitoes or just waving your hands while you are asleep, those things that you do before you eat, is the fat, the reserve energy, the fat that helps you power those activities. And then you eat, and then your food powers the rest. So when you have too low fat, it is bad, as well as when you have excess fat. So when you enter that kind of emergency where the body sees that you're not getting a certain micronutrient properly, in this case carbohydrates, what it does is it shuts down in a manner. It believes that Anyeka is at a stage of emergency. Maybe there's a famine, maybe there's war, and Anyeka may not be able to get the next meal.
And that's the brain doing all this thing.
That's the brain doing that for the next 3 weeks. So the brain now tells all fat reserves, supply Anyeka and energy, but do it slowly so that this energy will survive. And then what happens is that Anyeka starts losing vigor, starts losing strength, starts losing stamina. He becomes dull. He's always hungry, but he's trying to maintain that discipline. So it affects his daily activities. He becomes dull, he's not strong, he doesn't sleep well because the body is entering the stage of emergency. As time goes on, the body now says, oh, Anyeka still hasn't eaten food over these months. Okay, now supply only the major
organs
that he needs to survive, his heart and his brain.
Yeah.
So you start seeing, I literally start shutting down like a laptop. Then that's the good part.
This is the good part.
The bad part is when I actually see food. So one day you invite me to your birthday and I see rice and chicken. Kaboom! I've seen food. What do? The brain now tells the body, Anyeka na see food. It's time to pack up for another famine. So I eat 5 plates of that. But I only need 1 plate to survive for that day. So the 5 plates are stored as fat. So I see that I lost 30 kg when doing the keto diet because I controlled calorie intake. Yeah. But now I start taking in calories regularly to prepare myself for another famine. So I gain like twice the weight I lost.
My goodness.
And of course, you know, when you're gaining the weight, you're not gaining muscle. Weight gain is good if it's muscle, but you are gaining fat. So you're still causing what they call muscle atrophy. You are still reducing your muscle mass because you are not gaining that weight by lifting weights. I'll tell you, if we start the gym, you may be weighing 75 kg and you went to 85 kg. That's good if it's muscle, because you will notice other indicators that you are getting healthier. Your clothes start becoming smaller. You are, the scale is saying Chigi is weighing 85 kg, but your clothes are getting smaller. And that's why sometimes the scale alone is not an indicator.
Yes, I think I've heard it somewhere when they say taking your weight is not the major indicator of weight loss.
Exactly.
You could be packing on vessels, blood vessels and muscles, and they actually weigh more than the fat.
So the shortcuts, those are one of them. Other kinds of
What about all these slim tea?
Yes, that's what another shortcut. It is not necessary. There's a reason those things are there. Slimming tablets, they are for emergencies too. But when you take them like that and you abuse them like any drug, it has its own consequences.
Do we even know the contents or the active
ingredients? We don't. Even if the active ingredients are there, some of them, they have different active ingredients. But the most important thing is this, because it is a drug, when you abuse it, it has its own consequences. Yes, liver, kidney failure, for instance. And you hear many people having kidney failure from abuse of slimming tablets. So I tell people, you don't need that. Let nature take its course.
Let's talk about sit-ups.
Yes.
How do people perceive sit-ups? I know personally I hate sit-ups. But do sit-ups really work? Does it really train there's this, I don't know the name of the muscle, the six-pack,
yes,
recti abdominis. Yes, because I know in some pregnant women, because of the overextension of the tummy, there's a break, a breach.
Yes.
And you find that no matter how much they try to, tighten up the tummy, the guts just pull out and they can't. So what is the way forward in that situation?
Yeah, that breach is called diastasis recti.
Okay.
And when you do sit-ups, the problem is that the muscles of the tummy have been breached.
Yes. So
traditional tummy exercises, you might call it, or abs exercises, do not work anymore. You have to take it a notch down so that breach is closed. Then you can go back to normal, your normal
So regime. What do you do to get it closed, and how would you know that it's closed?
Well, it's a doctor that can tell you that, scanning and everything. But usually what we suggest is things like plank. There are exercises they call bed dogs, there are dead bugs. These are exercises that work more of the core in a more friendly manner. Because I'm glad you said sit-up and how people perceive it. As a fitness instructor, I hardly do sit-ups. I don't take them as a serious exercise. They are good for the abs, but they're not good for the core. So I tell people, why do you work only your abs when you can work your abs and core? So I do things like leg raises, hanging leg raises. I do tummy tucks, knee to chest. Those ones actually involve the whole core, your lower back. In fact, I tell people the best kind of tummy exercises are those tummy exercises where after you do it, you feel it in your back.
Really?
Yes.
Because it's been said that once you feel a pain behind you, that you're probably doing something wrong.
Yeah, well, sometimes. But some tummy exercises like leg raises, the pain there means that your lower back is weak.
All right. Let's quickly get to, before we get to the cellular aspect, because I think there's this research that says that they have, tracked the effect of exercise on what they call telomeres. But before we get there, there are some people that, for some reasons, maybe medically or maybe the way they were born, they are just thin.
Yes.
And they are advised that exercise can help them, look bigger. What kind of exercises would you prescribe for such a person?
Well, strength training, all the same thing.
Strength training.
Yes, the same exercise. What you understand, Chigi, that the exercises for losing weight are the same exercises for gaining weight.
Wow.
It's your diet that determines what you lose or gain. Yeah, so you have to get diet. You have to get a good diet in this calorie surplus to gain weight. Then when you are losing weight, you do in a calorie deficit. What I mean by surplus and deficit is, for instance, now, if a woman is supposed to take 2,000 calories daily, for her to gain weight, she used to take like 2,300 daily. So the body uses the 2,000. The 300 with strength training is used to build muscle over a couple of days, maybe a month.
All right. All right.
So a woman trying to lose weight, she does 2,000 calories a day. She takes like 1.7, maybe 1.8. And the body sees, oh my God, this person has not taken the daily requirements. What the body does is, oh, we have some fat here. We'll use the fat and cover up.
Okay.
And then you notice that's how literally the body is taking from the fat to cover up your daily requirements. So over some time, you notice the woman has lost some excess body fat somewhere. Okay. And that is how those things work. So for a slim person to get bigger, of course, it also depends on the genetics.
Yeah.
Strength training, food in eat in a calorie surplus, sleep long.
I guess there's so much to this topic. I wish I had you for longer, but I'm being told that we are running out of time. So thank you so much, Anekan, for the expose is out of this world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll have to actually invite you back so that we can take this topic from another, perspective. So thank you so much.
I'll be honored. Thank you.
All right, everyone, you have heard it. Exercise has been scientifically proven to slow down the process of aging. So get out there, whether you're in the house, join a gym, just get moving, walk, swim, cycle, whatever it is, just get moving. Thank you so much. That's been all we have to show for you today on Inside Health. Don't forget, it is your responsibility to take hold of your well-being and, of course, your health. I'm still Chigi Chiagoram. Thank you so much for joining us today. Bye for now.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo. I'm the founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory and investments firm that's really focused on, trying to help address Africa's most complex development challenges. My guest today is in many respects an anomaly. In a country where the easiest exit from the frustrations of bad government is a quiet withdrawal into private prosperity, he's done the reverse. He stepped back from the boardroom and directed his energy to like accountability work, civic mobilization, and governance advocacy. He founded IBTC at a very early age of 33 and built it over nearly 2 decades into what became Stanbic IBTC, one of Nigeria's most respected financial institutions. He then walked away, and not into retirement, but towards something even more difficult, the work of building a Nigeria where we can hold the state to account. Through his ANAP Foundation and Go Nigeria, he has invested his efforts in budget monitoring, civic education, and electoral mobilization. He was one of the very few voices who publicly called for fuel subsidy removal as early as 2012, when that was not a very popular thing to say on national TV. Today, we're here to discuss, yet something that the country has been trying to do and largely failing to achieve since our independence, which is how do we reform our governance to work for the people? Atedo Peterside, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Patrick.
Excellent. Let me start with something that we can both agree on, which is this elite complicity problem. You've written and spoken about state capture, where the elite compete not to reform the system, but to control it. But the standard governance reform toolkit, that most development literature will point us to, we'll talk about things like transparency measures, open budget, using citizens' scorecards, but we've tried all of these things, but they seem not to work. If the diagnosis is really elite complicity, rather than elite ignorance, is transparency the right medicine to use to address this problem?
The problem goes way beyond transparency. Transparency presumes there's something that, if you just make it clearer, you've made some progress. Here, I think you have to start from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
People compete for elective office. When they are doing so, including some of the highest offices in the land, what is their motivation? See, because if somebody got into office largely to feather his own nest, or got into office largely to capture a significant size of portion of the state's resources to be enjoyed only by a narrow group, then indeed you can measure his success by how well he captured the state, because that's what he was working towards. Now, the point I'm making is that some of us were brought up right from age 10, doing civics in school and so on. We were brought up on the principle of public service or governance at the national level meant your focus was the greatest good for the greatest number. And fundamentally, 90% of Nigerian politicians reject that, or don't understand that, or don't accept that, or don't practice that. So to an extent, you get what you asked for. If you vote in people whose track record all their lives and their priority is not to achieve the greatest good for the greatest number of 230 million Nigerians, but to deliver some dividends to another group, usually them and mafia, a little cult, or indeed a section of their ethnic group, because it's never even the entire ethnic group. So if that is what people set out to achieve, then we have a bigger problem than just discussing things like transparency. Well, what we do need is to find a solution to this problem. And how are we, through what process, are we going to bring in leaders who accept that governance is about achieving the greatest good for the greatest number of Nigerians?
But the challenge here is, because what I've seen you do now is you've kind of put the onus on the people, right? You've claimed that, oh, if we keep voting in the wrong people, but what if we operate in a system where the people don't even vote in their leaders? The votes don't count. Who should then bear this responsibility? Because it appears that all the levers are rigged against the people. If the elite control the INEC, control the judiciary, control the military, or the security forces, aren't the people really powerless?
You see, I think I'm one of those who actually believe that you get a government that you deserve. It's a different thing if you got what you consider to be a wrong government and you were resisting them, versus if you got what you thought was a wrong government and you are hailing them and telling them 3 bags full, sir. So the point I'm making is that you get what you wish for. Now, even when you talk about, oh, do the votes count, do the votes not count, I think it's most important thing you have to understand, we should all accept, and I'm sure you will agree, is that the larger the number and percentage of Nigerians, especially youths, who opt out of the electoral system, the easier you make it for the narrow percentage who want to rig the system to achieve their ends. I was brought up on a very simple principle. If you have an opponent and you are contesting something with him, a prize or the other, try and give him what he does not want. What people who are not democratic, what they want is for the majority of the Nigerians to opt out and give up on the system. When you give up on the system, you've given up your birthright. And the few who are unscrupulous and want to play it their own way, then take complete control. Why don't you do the opposite? You know what Nigeria is like in terms of demography. That's why some of us are moving up Nigerian youth. Do you know, Patrick, that with the last election, we were talking about, oh, somebody got 6 million votes, somebody got 8, somebody got 9. Call it what you like. Do you know that the day that Nigerian youth decide that this next election or the next one, this is going to be it, and they all decide to come out on mass register, and they all decide to vote for one particular type of candidate, and on the day they deliver 25 million votes, that day is over. It doesn't matter how many police, because you've basically created a massive problem. So the point I'm making is that I am not going to kid anybody by saying that it's easy, because I don't believe in deceiving anybody. But I'm just saying that giving up is not in my DNA. And I don't expect young people to give up. If I should be, it's easier, like you said at the introduction, for people in my age group to give up and say, oh, our time is almost over, so let's leave it to the younger ones to do whatever they want to do. There's absolutely no reason why an 18-year-old should give up. In this next election, for instance, the number of Nigerians between age 18 and, let's say, 21 by election day, these will be people that didn't even vote last time. Do you know that if all of them alone register and turn out, there could be a problem? Also, I think very important that the more things get worse for the average Nigerian, I'm talking economics here, income distribution, poverty levels, whether we like it or not, don't let anybody go try and gaslight you. 130 million Nigerians are poor. People try to change the definition of poverty. And so you are from the Southeast, I guess. If you go to the Southeast, you will know what they call poverty. If you go to almost any zone in Nigeria, you know what they call poverty. Indeed, what is more worrisome is that, I don't know if you have seen it, I saw the geographical breakdown of the poverty statistics. And then you realize that there's even a trend. It is not equally bad all over the country. Some parts of the country have it a lot worse than others. So it's actually possible It's actually possible when you look at those numbers that politicians or people who live in Lagos and Abuja don't really understand the gravity and the deprivation and the poverty in Sokoto or in Bayelsa or in Borno, because sometimes you have to see it to understand it. I like traveling, and when I see poverty in the South in particular, it frightens me. So some of the people whose lives, there are many people whose lives revolve between Lagos and Abuja. They don't really day-to-day see that level of poverty. They heard about it. So the point I'm trying to make is that we are getting to a level where the poverty alleviation should become a priority. But there's nothing on the horizon to give the impression that it's round the corner. And then to make matters worse, we insult people's intelligence by distributing a few gifts to a lucky few, a gift bag, and you give it to 10,000 people in one state, and then those who got it, even the list of recipients is rigged, because we're in a country where everything is rigged. Immediately their family members, their cronies, they get a gift bag, and some even have the audacity to put it on video on social media showing what they got. You see, as they display that, I'm happy, because it then upsets the 100 million plus people who didn't get it. Even more impoverished than the recipients. So whether we like it or not, our income distribution problem has come to the fore. Yeah. So
okay,
go on.
Yeah. So if we take say the last elections in Abuja, council elections in Abuja, I think turnout was somewhere around 7%. And I think that's a direct feedback from the last 2023 elections, where a lot of young people came out to vote, but their votes didn't count. And so my question here is, if we're seeing these very low turnout numbers, and we're still hoping that the future lies with the large number of young people who would come out, but the last time they did come out, it didn't result in the outcomes that they expected. What is it that needs to be done differently to convince young people that that effort of coming out again and again and again could lead to a different outcome, where they get a government that may be more accountable to their needs? What needs to change?
Patrick, I'm not one of those who pretends to have an answer to every single problem. But because there's no need. Because so I can agree, I can join you in confessing that I think we have to constantly keep searching for that ingredient that will provide the spark and motivate people. I know you are familiar with history. Look at the Arab Spring. Indeed, come to Nigeria, look at NSAS. Sometimes you don't, it's one little thing. That is, people will take all the inconvenience, all the hardship and all. Sometimes it's one little trigger. What happened in Nepal? Things were wretched. I'm sure if the government in Nepal knew that the action of shutting down social media would lead to that downfall, they would have left it open, social media. And allowed the youth to keep on watching and tweeting and doing all the lot. But that is the way the cookie crumbles throughout history. What happens is that an insensitive elite or government will keep on taking everybody for granted. They'll keep on taking everybody for granted. They'll keep on ignoring all the warning signs. We've seen it in Nigeria in several ways, right from my childhood. When there was political turbulence in the Western region, there were people issuing warnings, but some were deaf to it. We've seen it repeatedly throughout history. It's not everybody that sees early warning signs. And in any case, it's not always true that immediately after early warning signs, things happen. What leads to what I call breaking the camel's back? No, is that you keep on heaping straws on the camel's back. Nobody knows who's the last straw that will break the camel's back. The single. If you know that single one, we'll go and find the magic straw and put it on the camel's back. So the nature of this animal is that you keep on doing all sorts of things, looking after yourself, looking after your elite friends, your own, rigging things, ignoring federal capital, and conspicuous consumption, tampering with the judiciary. You keep on meting out injustice or justice for only a narrow section around you. So you keep on doing more and more wrong things. Nobody's going to come and warn you that, hey, you better stop. In fact, the only warning that some of us understood from day one came from JFK, John F. Kennedy. He died, when I was a schoolboy. When he warned that those who make a peaceful revolution impossible, make a violent one inevitable. That is the warning of a lifetime. And interestingly, when the cookie crumbles, people regret. The last time it crumbled, I remember NPN government, they were riding high, high fives, backslapping, announcing election results, everything. When the cookie crumbled, some of them ran to London. I ran into a few of them and all. And when you heard them talking, you realize that they never expected it to end.
Mm-hmm.
They were totally insensitive or impervious. So that is human nature. Those who are riding the tiger will keep on riding the tiger. And all your warnings initially will be deaf. One day, one little thing will happen that will provide a spark.
Sure.
So don't ask me what is that spark, because I've already don't know it. But the only thing I know is that you have to keep on trying to produce that spark. Keep on trying to find that spark. What do politicians do? If the turnout is low, you can partly blame some of the politicians. Is it not the job of a politician to excite people and mobilize them to come out? When people talk about Donald Trump, they say, but Trump's base always come out. It's for you to get people excited. Now, let me say something that will surprise you. There are two things that bring people out. One, a politician exciting them, making them feel they must come out and support him. Or two, a politician in power upsetting them and annoying them, doing the wrong thing every time, ill-treating them. It could just be a day of one day, somebody seeing a policeman beating one youth mercilessly for doing next to nothing. And the crowd decide enough is enough. And it's spread wildfire. So when you constantly think you're immune and you can get away with anything, unfortunately, you start trying more and more daring things.
Exactly.
Until they meet your downfall. Don't ask me what date and time that downfall will be. But I will tell you that throughout history, that downfall will come.
Exactly. Let's switch gears a little bit. And this is a question I've always wanted to ask you. So it's around this debate between building excellent institutions in a bad environment and hoping that it changes the system, or focusing on systemic reform. So you built IBTC, very rigorous values, real culture, compliance, all of that, but within a Nigerian environment that was not particularly hospitable to any of these things, that you built within those organizations, that organization. IBT succeeded, worked very well, still is a respected, reputable organization, but it did not quite transform the banking culture. The banking culture, writ large, remained very fragile. You can say until maybe Soludo's consolidation brought that kind of structural reset. What does your experience tell you about, building this institution that may have all the core values and hoping that that institution infects the rest of society and society changes, or simply just simply trying to transform the society writ large? Where should one be spending one's effort and energy to get the most results?
I think each and every of us should try and do both. See, building little islands of sanity or little islands of excellence doesn't necessarily transform a country. It doesn't. Little islands of excellence all over in the sea of madness, in the sea of corruption, state capture. It's not going to change Nigeria. So you have to do the two. You have to do your best, Patrick, to build as many islands of sanity or islands of excellence as you can, while also finding the time and energy to address the broader national struggle that is talking about political change at the federal level, at the state level, at the LGA. Build all these islands of excellence and sanity. If your state governor and the legislature are a bunch of criminals, they will capture all the revenue of the state, which belongs to, let's say, 6 million people in the state, share it among 25,000 people. So, and let's not kid ourselves that the private sector can solve Nigeria's problems alone. Governance, you need good governance always. You need good governance always, so that we have to do both. Work on improving the systems and processes and individuals that we empower, while also doing our best to create islands of excellence or sanity.
And you've kind of done both, right? Because you've done, Stanbic IBTC, and now you're working on ANAP Foundation. So you've gone from that enclave institution building to try to directly, change the system. Almost a decade into ANAP, has that bet paid off? Has ANAP Foundation moved the needle? Or does the experience of direct advocacy make you nostalgic for just going back to the clarity of the boardroom?
No such thing. There's absolutely no desire to go back to any boardroom 100%. In any case, let me just set the record straight. I'm not 100% out of the boardroom anyway, because I own some companies, which are family businesses and are still doing their day-to-day
ANAP Jets and some of these.
Other things, yeah. But I think the point I'm making is that enough people, you see, all of us who are not in the midst part of that 130 million debt poor Nigerians, that is all of us who are outside of that group, including yourself, myself, and many of our well-to-do friends and so on. I think we have a responsibility. See, because when you are not poor or you're doing well yourself, you've got two choices. You can decide that, hey, I'm doing well, I have a good income, let me live a wonderful lifestyle, enjoy myself, and forget about Nigeria's problems, my state's problems, my LGA's problems.
Which many people do.
People do. But so what changes the country is sometimes when more and more people decide that there's more to life than just making sure that I'm okay personally, financially. In any case, I keep asking people, what joy is there to say that you are doing well financially, but 130 million of your countrymen are living in debt poverty? Where do you derive enjoyment from that? Don't you feel ashamed when you see Nigerians scrambling to go to sneak into other countries to look for opportunities? Don't you, if you are successful, educated, don't you think it's part of your responsibility to do what you can to lift your brethren, your poor brethren, out of poverty? Look at China. I know you have all these kinds of numbers. The Chinese lifted so many millions of people out of poverty.
Almost a billion.
Until today, Nigeria has more poor people, total number, than China. Because China has lifted almost everybody out of poverty. India is lifting out of poverty. We are throwing into poverty every day. Sometimes we can say we want to be defined by the measure of poverty and things like that. But we are throwing more into poverty every day. See, we don't have 3% even. If some people will be enjoying that poverty group simply because they're unable to increase their income fast enough. So we're impoverishing more Nigerians every day. And that urgency to focus on that and reverse it and make it a priority is still missing. Not just with the government, but with the elite in Nigeria.
Yeah. So the question is, in your view, has ANAP moved the needle on this societal level change more accountability, more transparency, better governance?
You know, let me just tell you what needle that concerns me. I'm not interested in the needle that the Nigerian elites define and how they measure it. The needle that concerns me is, you know, Patrick, if I walk outside and move around the country, most people, you are the one talking about IPTC and so on because you're from an older generation. You know, most people don't know that I'm the founder of IPTC. They don't even, some are even surprised. I see it everything on the internet. Surprised that I was a banker before. The only thing they know me for is getting involved in public discourse, trying to do whatever one can to take part and mobilize people. So for me, moving the needle is defined differently. It's defined by the number of young people who tell you, thank you, you opened my eyes to XYZ. You know, when we began Go Nigeria last election, do you know there were several educated, graduate Nigerians, sophisticated, some foreign trained, who said they didn't even know what PVC meant. That they were surprised they were hearing this thing called PVC. So that by the time we had spent so much energy trying to mobilize people, saying no, still go out and get your permanent voter's card, you have to take part, this is your country, you must participate and so on. Do you know, we moved the needle, not alone, I'll explain that if you allow me later. We moved the needle in the sense that everybody knew what the PVC was. Not only that, initially, when we began, it was politically correct for sophisticated young Nigerians to even at the party be bragging, I'm not voting, I've opted out of the system, I don't want to take part in, I don't care who rules. It became politically incorrect towards just before the last election for young people to come out and say, oh, I didn't bother to register. In fact, some feared if you said so, you'll be lynched. Isn't that moving the needle? Isn't that moving the needle? Those are the kind of needles I'm interested in moving. Getting young people not to give up on their country. That's the kind of thing I'm interested in.
Yeah. And, you know, in fact, this brings to mind because after the Lekki, you know, NSAS Lekki shootings in 2020, you gave one of these really widely watched interviews, you know, where you told young Nigerians that that they've been conceding their birthrights. It was a very powerful warning, right? But when I think about warnings, they're great, but they're not a mechanism for change, right? What is the actual institutional pathway through which, say, the energy of the obedience movement, which you might even call the obedient generation, you know, to convert into like durable policy influence rather than just another cycle of mobilization, which may then be followed by disappointment? How would that energy be harnessed to lead to something that is really durable?
You know, part of what that NSAS movement and how it's subsequently metamorphosed into getting many more young people politically active was what converted the last election into a three-horse race. For the first time since we had this president
return to democracy
that came back in 1999.
Yes.
And so what was it? It was many young people rejecting APC and
PDP
and saying, we don't want APC, we don't want PDP, we want a third way. So what you're saying is that look at the UK. For 100 years or more, there were two parties, Tories and the Liberals. Then came Labour to come and make it a three-party affair. America is still stuck with two political parties. So that thing you are describing, that you're almost sounding as if it achieved nothing, helped to transform Nigeria from a two-party state to a three-party state, or at least to three major candidates. When we brought out our very first opinion poll, all kinds of illiterates don't read. Every poll we brought out, the result is still on an Foundation website. Our conclusion was that this election would be a three-horse race. In any case, if it wasn't a three-horse race, if you listen to half the people campaigning for presidency, they spend their time, abusing or running down a third candidate. Have you ever seen an election where in a two-horse race, people will spend so much energy trying to talk about the third candidate? So by their actions even, they were confirming it. Now let me tell you something else about timelines. When you talk about moving the needle and all that, please go and check the records. Peter Obi only left PDP just a few days before the deadline to come out and run on the Labour Party. Just a few days before it was already almost over.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he is around and he's alive, but he won't deny it. Ask him to explain to you and everybody else why it took him so long to come out of PDP. I had my theory. I didn't ask him. I think for a long time, he too was not convinced that Nigeria was anything more than a two-party state.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, like they say, the beam has to fall from your eyes before you begin to see something.
Mm-hmm.
So you saw it very late. You saw it very late in the day. So some of us saw it earlier, and we're trying to mobilize and get people say, listen, let's create a third for the alternative and all that. I didn't join SDP because I was looking for anything in particular. I joined SDP and I told all those who asked me at the time, hoping to encourage people to come in there, make it a third party. And please, let's be very careful. If you notice, I'm talking about giving people a choice, increasing the democratic space. In any case, if the bulk of the young people were telling me that they were fed up with APC and PDP, in any case, APC and PDP have one thing in common. They had each ruled for at least 8 years. And so you can judge them and say they have a track record of failure. Yeah, because if 130 million people are poor, they're going to say that those who were in governance failed them. So the people were looking for an alternative. Now, does that mean that the needle was not moved? The academics will tell you that if you move a country from a two-party state to a three-party state, that's a major upheaval.
Exactly.
It's a major first step. Now, what matters is the second step thereafter. Now, I'm not a soothsayer. This time around, for whatever reason, on all those, I'm just using facts, the major candidates who ran against President ENUGU seem to have coalesced into one political arrangement under ADC. What does that mean? I don't know. Does that mean that there's been a movement of the needle? I honestly don't know. All I know is that things have changed from last time. Now, the other thing I'll mention is that, in America, people say often that any kind of PR is good PR. Recently, when people were talking about this coalition, all these people have joined one party, ADC. Many people didn't take ADC seriously. Do you know what made many young people tell me, do you know what made them take ADC seriously? I saw something put out by ADC that the number of registrations leapt up dramatically after the perception was created that the authorities under whatever guise were out to make it impossible for a strong opposition to run against incumbents. So in effect, what am I saying? I think the worst thing for ADC or any coalition would have been if they were left alone. See, when they were left alone, they were focusing so much on, I'm the one that must run, it must be me. That must say it must be me, the other one. So in effect, they were focusing on the things that were dividing them. When you threaten them together, they focus on the things that unite them instead. And also, by giving them endless PR and coverage, almost every other news story every day, internet everywhere, ADC. People say any kind of PR is good PR in the sense that all of a sudden, you've transformed what looked to be a flagging or not so sure opposition. You're almost forcing them to come together. And yeah, because you threaten the group.
Exactly.
What you want to do is to divide the group, not threaten them.
No, you're right. You're right. And we'll see how that plays out, in the next couple of weeks. But just switching gears a little bit to another issue that you've talked about quite a bit, and that is at the core of development in Nigeria, which is fiscal federalism. As you know, the revenue allocation formula has not been significantly revised since maybe 92. The states remain fiscally dependent on Abuja transfers to a great degree, such that even the subnational accountability, where they should depend on taxpayers, seems not to be working. Yes, there are some states that have increased their internally generated revenues, but so many other states have not even started work in that regard. How important is genuine fiscal federalism to Nigeria's governance, or the solution to our governance? And how should that work in practice, such that it triggers the kind of, accountability, governance improvement, and development that whole argument, tends to present?
I think you're talking about this whole talk about restructuring the federation and all that. But you see, I think I said something in passing in an earlier question. So you need two things. When an arrangement is not working in the company, let me have some water. In the country or in the company or in anything, usually you need two things. It's rare that's only one. Usually you need to improve the systems and the arrangements of how the units interconnect and all that, or how the departments relate and all that. And secondly, you need to improve the quality of people. You see, all this fiscal federalism
discussions,
talking about discussion, restructuring, comes to naught if you put some vagabonds in office thereafter. Because I've already said that what vagabonds excel in is state capture. It doesn't matter the arrangement that you put. If somebody told me that it's like putting meat in the mouth of the lion, and then you think you share the meat with the lion. If you finish up putting a lion in office and you put and the revenue is going into his mouth, you put meat in his mouth, the meat is gone. So you have to ensure that you don't put you also throw up better candidates. So we have to work on both. So even all this talk about coalition and all that, I hope and pray that at the end of the day, people will emerge from any arrangement, any political party, based on their assessed ability to contribute and to work hard to improve the people. If it's simply based on who can gather or distribute the most money to get the most votes and then get into office and do the same thing that we're all trying to complain about, then what's the point changing government?
Yeah.
And now, before anybody thinks that I'm being 100% negative, anybody who has been a governor before, anybody who has been even an LGA chairman, if you can go and look at his past and his track record, if he was a thief, everybody in the LGA will know. If he was a governor and he was a thief, everybody in the state will know. He will take everything away for himself. Some would even put in place pensions that will pay them money forever and ever.
Forever and ever. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm not picking candidates for anybody, but I don't subscribe to this theory that every politician is the same. When you go to Kano and people talk about one council, do they call him a thief? I'm asking you a direct question.
No. That's why he's got cult-like following. Mm-hmm.
Why don't they call him a thief? If he was stealing money every day, wouldn't they call him a thief?
Mm-hmm.
So let's not pretend that all our I just gave one at random. I can pick P2B. When you go to Anambra and talk to people in Anambra, do they call P2B a thief? They tell you, let me tell you what they tell me, that this man was so stingy that he was not even prepared to give people in his family, contracts, this and that. He was all about. So let's not pretend as if all politicians should have are the same. tie everybody with the same brush. So I think there are different periods in the history of a people when the kind of leader you need, priorities change. Perhaps in 2023, the priority was who would come and take some tough decisions, fuel subsidy, exchange rates, throwing it open and all that. But those are things, Patrick, that you can do in 24 hours. You can actually move fuel subsidy in 24 hours and then just manage it thereafter. Same with exchange rates. I was a banker, like you pointed out. Do you remember the time when the central bank took the exchange rate from 4 to 1 to 18 to 1? Or when they took it from 1 to 1 to 4 to 1 and threw open the market? Those actions, you can do them first time. Why do they fail is what we should be discussing. Because you don't follow through. Now, how do you follow through if the people managing at the center are irresponsible or almost behaving like criminals? Because what happened was that's why we keep on devaluing and devaluing and devaluing. Because when you move from 1 to 1 to 4 to 1, and you think that the resources should now be used properly, more Naira revenue and all, people will show up, loot everything, leave almost nothing, and go back to this issue of state capture. So you find that the problem is not really solved, just that the numbers changed. So what success comes when you carry out those reforms, that initial reform of exchange rate mechanism being corrected, having exchange rate available to everybody at an exchange rate that clears the market, and fuel subsidy removal and all. Plus, you carry out a whole long gamut, use those resources that you get, carry out a whole gamut of meaningful reforms. Those reforms.
In this answer, you tended towards almost like the challenges with implementation. And by implementation, I mean, both the human beings who are doing it, their capacity, their values, etc. Let me ask a slightly theoretical question. So in the last couple of decades, the reform program we've been running in Nigeria seems to be broadly liberal, in the lower L liberal sense of it. Deregulation, privatization, monetary discipline, transparency, etc. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's reforms, were steeped in these principles. We've run this now for 20, 25 years. The results are not great. Can we then say that maybe the problem is not all about implementation, but that maybe the way we've designed or defined the models that we're running, the philosophy that guides development in Nigeria may be wrong? Now, you may say that it's implementation, but if we're having challenges with implementing, doesn't that say something as well about the idea that we're implementing?
No, I don't want us to sound like two economists, then we lose the audience. Let me take simple examples.
Okay.
So we remove fuel subsidy. So exchange rate Naira is allowed to find a level that can clear the market.
Yes.
Then what is the very next thing you do? I thought you are going to now make sure that you use all that revenue most judiciously, carry out the rest of the reforms that have been held back for years, like the report of Orosanye, streamline agencies, cut out waste. What were we doing at the same time? We were buying luxury SUVs for senators and House of Rep. This is when I started about luxury SUVs. When the economy was booming, I said it earlier, when even right after the inauguration of the president, when the economy was booming in 2012, go and check, the legislators were given Toyota Camry. Then, now that we were in deep problems, they were buying luxury SUVs. Now, I'm not saying that the cost of one SUV destroys everything, but it shows you the mindset. So exactly. The problem I'm trying to get home of, you stopped me halfway. I was saying that the first shocker I got was all this luxury SUV and all that. But I honestly thought these people came to reform. So, if you listen to the campaign speeches, please believe me, I'm not one of those people who is vindictive. So somebody wins an election. I want my country to move forward. So the Supreme Court said, this is the president, we move forward. Before that, I was approached by Nasiru El-Rufai. Then they had yet to appoint ministers. Nasiru contacted me and he said, oh, he wanted to talk to me about the Nigerian power sector. So I said, what is my own with the power sector? He said, oh, because you knew I was informed, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, what is your own? Again, other people know about this, so it is alive. So you can tell the story. He said, oh, that the president, or he has been told that he was going to become the minister for power.
Yes.
So he's even going to prepare to wait until after it has been confirmed, he has been to Senate. He wanted to hit the ground running and wanted to start doing some serious work. So
he had a technical team working on ideas.
My own involvement, my own story. I was even in London. I said, Nasiru, don't think that if anybody told you that, oh, I'm against this government, it's a lie. If what you're telling me is that you want to transform Nigeria's power sector, I'm excited, I'm available. When do you want to talk to me? We fixed the date, we fixed the time. I was in London, it was virtual. There were others he brought into the team. So basically, I was even excited that, God, finally, because the government, APC government, I will send you media clippings, made power an electoral issue that they would deliver. So I was actually excited that, wow, even if I thought I didn't vote for these people, perhaps they're going to come and transform Nigeria's power sector in 3 years or 4 years. So I gave Nasiru my time. We sat down, we brainstormed, he brought people, everything. Okay, let's fast forward. You know what happened? He went to Senate, they dropped him. So I still thought, okay, since the government, APC government made power a campaign issue, if they've dropped Nasiru, then they must have some other arrangement. So whatever Nasiru and I brainstormed over, hopefully it can be passed on either by him or by me, or the team he brought to the next people. Do you know, between then and now, I'm still struggling to understand the plans of this government for the power sector. I don't know if you understand their plans. If you do, please just spend a minute to help articulate them. This is something that they made a campaign issue themselves. I still do not understand. Was it that they were not serious when they told Nasiru that he should come and transform the power sector? Did they give up on the idea? I honestly don't know. I wish others would speak. But that's only one area. That's why I said that it's beyond exchange rate and fuel subsidy. There are other things. Power sector. Second thing, big infrastructure projects. I almost fell off my chair when they announced $11 billion for Lagos Calabar Road. I didn't know about any tender process. I didn't know about any environmental impact study. I didn't know whether it went through a budgetary process. Nothing. If you ask me, as an economist, what was the bigger priority? I would have picked the East-West road, spending 1/3 of that to make the East-West road first class as a top priority. So I'm just trying to show you that it is these massive expenditures where you're probably directly or indirectly taking the revenue you got from fuel price adjustment and all, and you're throwing them around anyhow in projects that I don't understand why or how power sector is not a priority. I don't understand why East-West Road is not a top priority. Instead, it's a whole brand new one that will take forever, that even the path is being modified as it's meandering left, right, and center. Then I already mentioned all this conspicuous consumption, people using 100 vehicle convoy. So you send all the signals that confuse everybody. So I'm not even trying to, I'm hoping that out of all this, something changes from all the politicians, whoever gets into the center. Even this government, I'm not giving up on them because, like to quote one of my favorites, every sinner has a future. Every has a past. Honestly, if the government will wake up today and give priority attention to the power sector, I will jump for joy. It's not too late. I will jump for joy.
No,
if care is not taken, we'll go 4,000 megawatts indefinitely under this government.
Interesting point of view. Just to say to our audience, in a few minutes, I'll open it up for audience participation. If you've got questions, please put it in the Q&A tab, not the comments tab, the Q&A tab, so I can pick it up from there, post the question and give attribution to the person who asked it. But I tell you, there's we've seen a lot of advancements in fintech around some of the companies that are beginning to use like phone numbers to create bank accounts and create more financial inclusion. Do you think that this approach could lead to pulling more people into the formal system? And if yes, in your view, how could that then lead to some, the kind of development we want to see happen in the country?
No, I mean all those developments, they are very positive. I mean, look, you couldn't transform this economy with banks alone because the underbanked persons were huge. So I'm happy to see all these OPay, money point to all those, because even my village now, that you can't. Most of the poor people, they don't have bank accounts. They'll give you all these. Yeah, that was needed in terms of inclusion, and they can do transactions, and the costs are low. It's a vital part of the whole equation. Unfortunately, like I'm saying, people doing the business are still hindered by the poor infrastructure in the areas of electricity, water. Those are things that we should have helped them to also put in place. So yes, the financial side is improving and improving all the time. But by itself, it can only transform a few sectors by itself. But there's something more has to give than that. And to just one last comment about when you were talking about this, what are we doing wrong or what's the model? I said there are two things that destroy every major economic reform in Nigeria: state capture and corruption. You see, when people are taking decisions, sometimes the motivating factor is corruption and state capture. So you are almost talking as if, people are trying to do the best for Nigeria and the best for all of us, and something is going wrong. It's not true. Sometimes they are deliberate. I've been on the economic team before. I was under Yaradu. I was under GEJ. People deliberately sometimes want to pursue something that is wrong for Nigeria, but which they can make money from. And some of us would always fight them to a standstill. Yeah, because it means that they didn't come to serve. They came to steal. So no, every reform will be destroyed can be destroyed by state capture and corruption. So that makes you see, could Singapore achieve what they have achieved? Now I'm the one asking you a question. Could Lee Kuan Yew have achieved what he achieved whilst allowing state capture and corruption on a massive scale?
So that's a good question, and the short answer is no. But the bigger question, or the more fundamental question is, what is it about that country, that period, that enabled a Lee Kuan Yew to put together the right team of people to think and deploy the processes, systems that ensured that the elite worked for their people, which we haven't been able to do here. Is it in our colonial legacy? Are we stuck in this path dependency? Are we stuck in the system? What is it? What's the difference between the circumstances in Singapore under Lee Kuan Yew and what we've had in most sub-Saharan African countries, from independence to date? I have my views, but I'm interested in your views.
I'll give you the answer. I think you do not underestimate the importance of the ultimate leader. Never underestimate it. Look at how much we're all discussing Donald Trump every day in America. Do not underestimate how important the leader is and the direction he sets. So, okay, when we talk about Asia, we make it sound as if Africa is different. How about Rwanda? Won't you attribute a lot of what Rwanda has achieved to the type of leader they have?
Yes.
Exactly. So the point I'm making, that's why I said it's not only about systems. It's about systems and the right kind of person emerging, the right people emerging. So you have to put your energy on both.
So let me push you, sir.
Yes.
So let's take maybe Botswana, right?
Yes.
They were, let me even call it luck, that they were lucky at independence. They got a set of people who, chose to midwife their commonwealth for the greater good of their society. But then, subsequently, all the governments that have come after that initial starting phase have stayed true to that same mantra. Look at most of the other sub-Saharan African countries. You may have had like maybe an Nkrumah in Ghana who had the philosophy and the ideas, but then right immediately after him, you had a series of bad governments, and then a Rawlings happened, and and so on and so forth. In Nigeria, you had the founding generation who, I'm not even sure if I would place them at the same level as an Nkrumah in terms of philosophy or in terms of character. But then we went downhill from there. So I understand that in Africa, we've had some great leaders, who sustained good governments, and, Botswana comes to mind. But what is it? What is the challenge? Why have we, as a people, sub-Saharan Africa, been unable to find good leadership that transitions over time and consistently builds up the country?
Perhaps what is missing is succession planning. Now, that sounds almost as if somebody has the power to engineer who succeeds him or who replaces him. No, it's broader than that. Even in a company, much less in the government, I think when you're a leader, apart from whatever else you are doing, you've got to throw up many people who have the ability to carry forward whatever work you are doing to greater heights. Some leaders are only, do work a lot, but don't put their minds so much to succession planning. So I don't want to sound unfair on anybody, but if you build something, you want to be careful and groom people that will take over from you and take it to greater heights. Some of those countries did that. Indeed, some people say, let's talk negative and positive. Some people say that's partly why the Rwanda president is scared to hand over. He's afraid of what you described. But then the onus is on him to do what he can to create an environment where there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 people who are totally steeped, almost like a Singapore case, to carry Rwanda to greater heights and to put in place all kinds of institutions and checks and balances that make it difficult for those who wish to pull it apart. But, at the beginning, I confessed, I don't have the other question. This is one of them.
Well, let me ask a question and see if you have an answer to this one, because it's it's in the financial services space. In, I think it was 2020, you boycotted a Central Bank of Nigeria event in protest, to the treatment of Sanusi Lamido Sanusi. So I want to kind of look at the CBN itself across like 4 governors, right? You had like a Soludo, who came in, consolidated banking sector and introduced some credibility to monetary policy. You had a Sanusi who came in, raised very uncomfortable questions about how we use our oil revenue. And then you have some institution, and then you have an MFLA, who came in and ran what amounted to maybe a parallel fiscal operations. We can call it by different technical names, but we know what that represented and, the impact it had on Nigeria's economic trajectory. And now we have a Cardoso who, at least from my standpoint, is attempting to restore some basic monetary orthodoxy, some semblance of sanity to the bank. 4 governors, same institutional design, same institutional framework, but different performances, different outcomes. So my question is our core problem in Nigeria the institutional design, or is it the nature of the person? If it is the nature of the person, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Look, Soludo, Lamido Sanusi, Cardoso, they ran.
MFLA.
No, forget. I didn't mention MFLA deliberately. They ran market-determined exchange rate systems that cleared the markets.
Okay.
So let's not make it seem as if we have 4 different people all doing crazy things. I repeat, Soludo, Lamido Sanusi, Cardoso, none of those 3 was sitting down in his house, collecting all the dollars, giving it to his friends and his various cronies and so on at 200 naira to 1, and they were round tripping at 800 or 100, what have you. So let's not pretend. 3 of them were, I repeat, running market-determined exchange rate system. The one I quarreled with amongst the 4 of them was Emefiele, and it's all on YouTube and everything. I had sessions with Central Bank at George Hotel, and I told him to dismantle this system. Man was personally deciding who he gives dollars to, at what price and all that. So let's not mix up Emefiele. What you should ask is that, what is it about the country that appointed Soludo, Lamido Sanusi and Cardoso CBN governors, and then also appointed Emefiele CBN governor?
Mm-hmm.
So he was the odd one out. Let's call a spade a spade. He was the odd one out. He was the one that was running a system which no sane person understood. Okay, the other 3 were more conventional and were operating, respecting the rules of monetary policy and all that, and doing the needful as best they could. I didn't say they didn't make challenges.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but let's not have a situation. I mean, I'm not one to shy away from the truth.
Okay, so I have a.
What happened? The difference is that Emefiele went rogue.
Yes.
The other 3 were CBN governors.
Interesting. I have a question from Adedotu Eyinade. He's the owner of Roving Heights, which is doing fantastic with their bookshops, spreading across Nigeria. And his question is, thanks for your insightful and candid views. How do we mainstream a utilitarian outlook amongst Nigeria's business elites to pursue progressive politics that delivers the greatest good for the greatest number of people? And this is not one that you're going to say you don't have the answer. So what is your view on how we get this Nigeria's elite to pursue a progressive politics that delivers the greatest good for the greatest number of people?
Did you say Nigeria's business elite?
So he said business elite, but I want to add both business and political elite.
I was going to say something. If he said business elite, forget about the business elite. Oil and water don't mix. Forget about the business elite. Oil and water do not mix. If you want reform, if you want a revolution, it's not going to come from business elites. It's going to come from youths. In some countries, it comes from trade unions. It's going to come from university lecturers. Anything but business elites. business elites that want to preserve their position, preserve their access to contracts, preserve everything. They are for the status quo.
Yes.
Even in America, please, I don't want you to think I'm talking about the Nigeria thing. Even in America, aren't you surprised how many businessmen sit around front and telling him what exactly he wants to hear?
Or the tech leaders who paid to go for his inauguration.
Thank you. That's what I'm telling you. So that's what I said. And I'm not talking about Nigeria alone. So no, let nobody think I'm insulting Nigerian business elites. I'm saying as a general rule, forget about the business elites if you're talking about political reform, economic reform in a meaningful way. Because they will be too frightened to get involved in any such thing. They're for the status quo, and they're looking for what they can get out of a system. And many of them are dependent on the government in several different ways. So
okay.
you have to look for change from some other source. That's why I keep mentioning youth.
Yes. So let me then add his second question, which is now focused on the political elite. And he says, what are your thoughts on how we can revamp our leadership recruitment process, especially at the subnational levels, to attract a new crop of public-spirited leaders?
One of those questions where I'm not sure I have the answer. But what I do is that we have to do something different from what we have been doing. That was why some of us invested time and energy to try and look for this alternative and all that. Because if you just left it to APC and PDP the way they were going at the time, you knew what you were going to get. But I think that question is what keeps this discussion going, and all of us here. But at the end of the day, I think change is going to come because in a country like Nigeria with the demographics, because young people are demanding that change. So an indirect answer is that it's got to be through actions that stimulate young people to try to play a more bigger role in politically. Because if they don't do that, then there will be no change. They're the majority. If the majority surrender, I've said it repeatedly, those of us who are above 65 and so on, we're less than 5% of the population. Why would 5% of the population be dominating 95% of the population endlessly? Why would they accept that indefinitely? And let me tell you how it works. Because now we're talking about, even if I can't solve a problem, I can contribute to telling you why the problem is as bad as it is. The only thing that the old politicians have ever done through my childhood is to use ethnicity and religion to divide the people. And please, it sounds like it's so obvious. Every day people fall for it. I'm sure, Patrick, if you're in a WhatsApp group, somebody can be sent just to come, one Yoruba person to just come and be sent to just go there and abuse one Igbo man. Igbo man, instead of the Igbo man to be clever enough to ignore him, he now replies abusing all Yorubas. Then everybody jumps in. And you look
and
at
everything goes south.
That first person was sent. And it's usually build up to elections.
Yep.
They go to another group. There are Muslims, there are Christians. Somebody will now come, do something tangential to offend one or the other, and all that. So I think those of us who are educated have to tell ourselves that we are above this. I don't know the last time that anybody managed to incite me against any ethnic group or any religion. First of all, I don't see myself, I'm sorry to say, some Christians would like it. I don't see myself as the defender of my religion, to the point where if somebody says the wrong thing, that he doesn't believe in Christ, I have to be involved in a physical fight with him. I don't believe that that's my mission on earth. That's not my calling. So, but see, but there are too many people carrying their religion on a badge on their shoulder, on their forehead, carrying their tribe on their forehead. I don't know what anybody will say about my ethnic group that will get me start fighting, because my views on all those things have been formed long ago. All this feeling of superiority of your ethnic group and all that nonsense, My views on those things were formed long ago. Nobody can set me off against you by just playing tribe and
exactly
religion.
Exactly, and it's interesting. You know, if you have to fight and defend your God, I wonder how effective or how powerful that God is. But I have another question from Ngozi Nkwo. A couple of questions, but you know, this one is because you touched on it. If we can get 25 million people to show up and vote, it becomes difficult for you to rig that election or buy the votes, etc. So her question is, how can we educate the citizens and empower them to fight for what you have called their birthright, to vote their conscience rather than being swayed by whatever the immediate personal gains may be? And I suspect that this is probably one of the issues that you deal with in ANAP Foundation. What are some of the things you've tried in the past? What worked? What did not work? Where is your mind today on how we educate Nigerians to become more civic-minded and vote their conscience?
You know, one thing we did last time, Go Nigeria, the principle in my head, the philosophy was, don't teach people how to fish. Sorry, don't give people fish, teach them how to fish. So it's not true that we were instrumental in getting the youths to awaken politically. No, it was the youths that did it themselves. In effect, we tried to act as a catalyst, get the first bunch of youths, get them committed to a cause, and then they will carry it on. So and we did a number of things that were indirect. Take an example, we ran all sorts of competitions, even people to submit, to submit entries for comedy or music, things that were, but using the whole, using that as an instrument to mobilize youth to come out and vote. You know, some of the things that the youth came up with, some of the videos we saw out there were fantastic. They were the ones who actually now mobilized other youth through all those their own contributions. Because whatever we did had to be politically correct. But guess what? When those first set of youths were convinced, what they produced did not have to be politically correct. So they put in all kinds of things. I give an example. We could never pick a winner, a video in a comedy about getting youths to get their PVCs. And if that's the particular videos, the actors were too violent and all that, they beat up somebody for having no PVC. We couldn't pick that person as a winner. But some of what those guys produced on the internet was hilarious. They were, they sent the message home in multiple ways. Yep. So in fact, what I'm saying is that you've got to train the trainer. You've got to get an initial group of youth. We had what we called Go Nigeria volunteers. Young people that came forward saying, we buy into what you're doing. We want to help you to amplify it. So all they were doing in their own way. So in effect, inspire a few youths, they will inspire their colleagues. You inspire their colleagues. But it's not going to be 70, 80-year-old men inspiring all the youths. You may get lucky if you have a really charismatic, campaigner on the soapbox, who can get crowds to excited and all. But generally, you've got to find a way to train the trainer, get a large, critical mass of youths, get them politically active, and encourage them, mobilize them, let them run with it. They are the ones that influence their colleagues.
Yeah. Let me ask you this other question from an anonymous attendee. He says, what if INEC decides to write results like they did in Rivers and other places? What should we do?
I've given an answer before to this kind of question. First of all, even Go Nigeria, we identified 4 major obstacles that threaten our democracy: electoral reform, insecurity, freedom of speech, judicial reform. So what this question is about is that what if there's no electoral reform and INEC does right result and all that. You know, the last time people were told to go to court, I've said it and I'll say it again. I don't think people will go to court this time. And you know why? I think our courts have behaved in a way that most people have given up on the courts. You can almost predict their judgment on everything, depending on who brought a matter. You know, people can leave a political party in the legislature, join the next one, and they will not be asked to vacate their seats. The courts will be there looking, playing all kinds of games. So the courts have, if care is not, unless there's judiciary reform before then, I think most people have given up on the judiciary and the legal system. So I don't see anybody saying they're going to go to court. I think the last major political player that went to court was probably, Edo State, Aswe Igodalo. And part of the justification, I think, why he went through it all, there was a new Chief Justice. We thought this would be a new dispensation. Don't jump to conclusions based on the past. And he went through all that. People watched everything. And I think the general perception is that it's a waste of time. It's not good. So now that is dangerous. Because what are we saying is that Nigerians increasingly, because they've so lost faith in the judiciary and the legal system, will increasingly be resorting to self-help. So which means that it sounds as if disputes will be resolved on the streets going forward. I mean, which is it's not what anybody wished for. And I wish our judges, the judiciary, was even a little bit cleverer. You know what I mean by that? You know, Patrick, you should have been clever enough to at least once in a while give the kind of judgment that surprises people. But they're not this clever. As soon as any matter goes to court, you know where they're going, based on who brought it. I don't want to name names here, but there's some people that anything they bring to court, judges will be sending facts from overseas, meeting at midnight, granting everything. You know, and it comes from the other side, brick wall. So the judiciary has so convinced people that they're totally in the pockets of some players. So the only people who should go to court are the people who control those judges.
Yeah.
Because
so, I mean,
justice.
So you said you're not going to name names, but one of my former guests on this show, Chidi Odinkalo, wrote an entire book where he named names. And, the title of the book is The Selectorate, when judges topple the people. And, he was on this show and discussed it. You can check the YouTube channel for that conversation. But I have another question from an Afolabi Adejumo. And this is important because you kind of touched on, the growing insecurity in the country. His question is, there is a shift from viewing security as a military issue to security as a governance issue. And this is especially as armed groups in the Northwest continue to extract taxes and ransoms from citizens. His question, therefore, is, hasn't the state effectively considered its sovereignty in the rural areas?
Yeah, I mean, I think I sympathize with the question. I mean, I think one of the areas which I'm a bit distressed myself is initially the apparent insensitivity of the federal government to insecurity and the loss of lives of Nigerians. More recently, I think, with all the backlash after Trump and co got involved and so on, there's been a slight improvement. I'm talking about in terms of the sensitivity. I'm not talking about results, but at least, the impression was created before that. I mean, 80 people being killed was no longer news. It had been normalized. Or 40 being killed somewhere in the Northwest or somewhere in the Northeast or the North Central was no longer news. And there was an extent to which even the media, fatigue set in. If there's a story that 4 peasants were killed in Borno State, it won't make the news
at all.
It had to be 400, or it had to be a prominent figure. Now that is dangerous. That is dangerous. Now, I thought again that the government paid lip service to insecurity. Even all this talk that people have been, some of us that have been advocating since, you need more than 1 tier of policing, state police and all that. The action has been so slow. It's like they spent 2 years doing more of the same. Now we're finally when everything is almost falling apart, they're now beginning to show a little bit of urgency. It's a shame, but I guess that's why we also have elections, because at the end of the day, these are the things that affect the electorate. These are the things that will make people decide exactly whether they want more of the same. And
does it though? I mean, so I have a question here from Ate Berudugo, which relates to the last point you were making. He says, very big thanks to you for being an uncommon voice that you've been, through the decades. And he says that, it is said that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Absolute power is often seen as the khaki boys, the military, but any system where leaders don't have strong checks from the civil society or the citizenry, that is also absolute power. And, we're stuck in it, except in his view, a messianic leader like a Rollins, arises. How best, in your view, can we forge strong checks on the excesses and abuses of authority of those in power in Nigeria? And this is my own addition to this. In light of the fact that elections are no longer a strong check on the politicians.
Again, I come back to my default setting of, we're describing problems that so far have defied solution. And I think that all we can do, most of us, is to keep on adding pressure and pressure. Two things are happening. We either increase the number of those adding pressure. I just finished saying that I noticed a reduction in the insensitivity of the federal government, some federal government actors towards insecurity through a combination of things. I'm not praising Donald Trump for dabbling in affairs or otherwise, but the beauty of the world is that the world never stands still. If a problem gets so bad, more and more people will get involved in speaking about it. So I encourage more and more people to draw attention and make noise. And all these complaints that when they kill people in my area, nobody shouted. But when they kill in another place, they are shouting. When they kill people anywhere, you shout as well.
Exactly.
Shout and draw attention. So it's no point complaining that nobody, joined me in shouting. Shout it at the top of your voice. And I also believe that insecurity threatens our democracy. It does threaten our democracy. So if our democracy is going to fail, and I pray it does not, one of the things that can put it down is insecurity.
Exactly.
When people soon realize that the government of the day is no longer able to guarantee security of life and property, then why do you have a government?
Let me see if I can get a few more questions in before we run out of time. And I want to go back to the Obasanjo era, because I think at least his second term produced some of the most substantial governance reforms Nigeria has seen, at least in this democratic era. EFCC, banking consolidation, Okonjo-Iweala's fiscal reforms, etc., etc. If I look at that period, it appears to me that the successes came from a strong, concentrated executive power, and at the helm of that, a Baba. Strong external pressure from the Paris Club that if you're going to get this debt relief, you've got to do X, Y, Z on the reform side. And a particularly determined set of people, technocrats, who were really focused on meaningful reforms. Is this the combination of conditions that we must have to achieve development in Nigeria? Or are there other things? Because it appears to me that in everything that we've tried, this is the combination that has worked. And anytime we don't see these factors combining together, we seem to falter with our development. What are your views on that?
Since you mentioned General Obasanjo, I would answer it as follows. I think it's a pity because I think if General Obasanjo was back in office today, I think he would have done things a bit differently. Because he would have understood that proper succession planning was vital. He would have believed less in himself and keep things under control because he's the one at the end. He would have spent more time on strengthening systems, institutions, putting in checks and balances, and all that. See, because there's an extent to which it's very tempting when you're a leader and you're in charge to believe that once you are there, things will be all right. Nigeria will not fall apart. But if you don't put in place the safeguards, problems will arise after you've left. And that's why you notice that many people, when they're not in government, they talk about all kinds of things like restructuring, they talk about transparency, accountability, and all. As soon as they enter government, they drop all those items. And they pursue the default setting of, running an opaque government and all that. But I think that what is changing is that things are now have gotten so bad. Things have gotten so bad now that the system is threatened. That's what has. You see, in Obasanjo's time, when he was head of state, the economy was not that bad. There were much fewer people in poverty, so that things were not as bad as they are now. I think we're getting to the point where we are either at rock bottom or almost there. And when you get all the way to the bottom, something has to give. So I don't believe that change will not come. What I'm saying is that I don't know how it's going to come. We just keep on trying different things, motivating different people, trying to stimulate, various actors and all that. Somewhere out of that whole mix, change will come in one form or the other. Get many more people politically active in whatever way or form.
Two more questions. The first is, if you could give one book to all the elected members of the National Assembly and governors or whatever to read, what would be that book?
Perhaps I will give them Lee Kuan Yew's book.
From Third World to First.
From Third World to First. Because it makes you believe that so much can be done under one person. Because I think so, as an extent to which some people get into office, whatever office they get into, and they think they cannot make a difference. So is that kind of book possibly?
Fantastic. Fantastic. My last question, what would have to be true for you to conclude that 10 years from now, that the bet you've placed on civic engagement rather than the private sector and your involvement in the private sector was the right way to transform society writ large? What is that thing that you're watching for? And if you see it, okay, we're now finally on the right path to develop.
I keep on coming back to youth. See, because to answer your question in a roundabout way, who is going to change Nigeria? It has to be Nigerians. So let's start eliminating one by one. It's not going to be the oldest people in Nigeria. Outside of Nigeria, it's not going to be foreigners. Nobody's coming from Australia Nobody's coming from Argentina to come and improve Nigeria. So Nigerians must accept that improving Nigeria is going to be the responsibility of some Nigerians. Like I said, it has to be the younger generation. They are the ones that, if they make the effort, they're the ones that if they get politically active, they're the ones that if they refuse to be discouraged, they're the ones that if they insist on giving their oppressors exactly what they don't want, which is to be politically active, come out, do your best to take part in the system, choose who you want to lead you and all that. That's where change is going to come from. I don't want to start making predictions to start hoping that, oh, someday somebody's going to leap out of a barracks with a gun or all that stuff. Because to be honest with you, I don't believe in that either.
Yes.
I believe more in the one that's organic. When people decide enough is enough, and they now become a movement, or they become a major political force, and they're holding leaders' feet to the fire and saying, demanding that. That's the kind of change I'm looking for. So something real and homegrown.
Any last word before we call it a close?
I think I would just end by pointing out that if there's only one thing that people take away, let people understand that the root cause of most of the failure in terms of economic reforms in Nigeria are the twin evils I've mentioned, corruption and state capture. And but people understand that and decide that that's what they're going to pay attention to, because somewhere without paying attention to those two, they will always destroy every reform sooner or later.
Thank you, Atedo Peterside, for your time and for just sharing generously, of your thoughts and all the thinking you've been doing and the action you've been taking to help build this society we want to live in. And for our viewers, it's another episode of Development Discourse, where we look to unpack, the complex development challenges we're having in the country and continent and seek answers. While it might seem like we don't have the answers, a red bow around them, I think we've touched on many. And the key one I'm taking away from this is that the solution lies in engagement. And despite all the challenges we may face, we can't choose despair. Despondency is even a political choice, so we must continue to engage. And my key takeaway is, if we had 50 million Nigerians vote, it becomes too difficult to rig that election. So whatever has been the experience in the past, let's come out again, let's engage politically, and let's vote. Vote your choice, but definitely come out and vote. Until next time, Patrick Okibo, Development Discourse. Let's keep building that society we want to live in. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome once again to the stage. Thank you for being with us today, but thank you for having been with us in all the many other shows we have held. I'm Dr. Kechi Obuagu, the usual guide, the sage that works on this journey with you. Today I'm going to do something out of the ordinary. The particular guest I have with me today is one that has taught me as a human being a great deal of lessons. But it has also she has also made me realize, and indeed in preparing for this show, I've come to really understand the blessings that a human being can have in seeing the good in others, in actually discovering that it is true that every human being is a treasure. That if we but have the heart and the eyes to see, that in everybody in whom we are privileged to meet and to interact with, there's a hidden treasure waiting to be discovered, to be encouraged, to be supported and allowed to blossom. Equally important is the fact that we as human beings need to know that each of us is precious. Every single human being is gifted. We just need to find what our niche is. We just need to find what our passion is. We just need the support and encouragement, but fundamentally and most importantly, the belief in ourselves that would help us to be the best we can be, to fulfill the God-given mandate for which we exist in this world. And so today, in featuring my guests, I have reflected and realized that my months and years of interaction with her has shown me that no matter the apparent external circumstances, that each person is a gift, is a treasure. And my guest today is a jewel. She's a piece of diamond. She's such an inspiration. She's such a courageous young woman. Stay with us When we come back in the next segment, we will unveil our treasure to you. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us on the stage. And I promise you, this is a ride you will never forget. Because as I said before we took a break, our guest today is special. She is simple. She represents every young person out there. But her very simplicity and her ability to take on all the what could have been apparent disadvantages and turn them into strengths are what makes her special. Please join me in welcoming Theresa Marcus to the stage. Theresa, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Theresa and I are going to try skillfully to tell her story. Theresa is shy, and yet in her passion, there are times she throws that shyness out of the window. Theresa was a foundation fellow of Conversations for Change, and she has a very special place in my heart. Because as I looked at that particular set of fellows, I felt, oh dear, perhaps this is the one with the greatest handicap, so to say, if I may use that word. Because the others had double degrees and all kinds of things, and were blowing their fat grammar at her. But she had made it herself through the vigorous interview processes and made the selection. And she showed us what she was made of. Theresa, as we join together to tell your story, let me start by asking you to tell us a little about yourself.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you, viewers. My name is Theresa Marcus Akbar. I'm from Akwa Ibom State. And I have lived in, I went to my primary and secondary school in Akwa Ibom State, Eket local government area. My secondary school was Eket Comprehensive Secondary School. And I furthered my education in Lagos, where I grew up anyway. So my parents were not able to finish my education, so I have to drop out. So my mom now said I can go and learn sewing. But as a child, as I was growing up, I love hair. So when I went for Kadosa for a 2-year course. So when I got there, I filled the form. Instead of my sewing, I filled a hairdressing form. without letting my mom know about it. And that was not funny, because when I came back home, she was like, what? That is not going to happen in my house. I have warned you. But I was just like, okay, mommy, I'll add the sewing and the hairdressing together. But I didn't just do it. When I got back, I just followed my mind, because that is actually what I wanted. What makes me wanted to be a hairdresser is that it's my mom, because she keep afro, and afro was very beautiful. So I have this dream that if I grow up, I would love to bring back the African hair back to us instead of a penny hair. So that dream has always been in my mind. So that was how I now followed the line and become a hairdresser. I went through a 2-year course and I get my degree as a hairdresser in Kadosa. So people say that I am kind, gentle, love, but I just know that I have something in me that speaks more about me. that nobody can resist when you come in contact with me. That's my voice, especially my attitude towards people. I care about people. I can go extra mile to make sure that you are happy, even if it means to hurt my own self. So that also have taken me a long way as I was growing up. So that's all about me.
That's a beautiful story. Let me emphasize a few things about that Therese has said. Therese is a hairdresser, and that is what she worked with us in C4C to perfect. She's an accomplished hairdresser. I'm very proud to say that my hair today was indeed made by Therese, and I think this is probably the best hairstyle I have had during all this series of production. She's accomplished. She's a young lady who followed her heart, her dream. And sometimes that means going against what your parents say. And therefore Therese, in all her gentleness, her shyness, followed her heart, she followed her passion. Before we go on any further, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, Therese will tell us how has her business progressed. But stay with us, we'll be back. Thank you for staying with us and welcome back to the stage. We've been talking to our Therese. I call her my Therese. And she told us how she's shy, how she's quiet, but how she loves people and how she goes the extra length, even if it's to inconvenience herself to reach out to people, which is a wonderful, wonderful gift. And which I am sure, as we listen more to her, we'll find that has a lot also to do with her success today. Therese, my dear, thank you for again accepting to come tell your story. Tell us, so you defined mommy, you graduated in hairdressing, and then what happened? Did you try to practice?
Yes, I tried. I worked in Lagos. After my graduation, I do my IT, then start work in 7th Avenue, Columnist Beautiful Salon. I started work, I worked there for a year. I was paid, I think 17,000 or something. So, after working there, I now got another place to work. So I went there because the payment was a little bit more higher. So I've worked as a hairdresser at least for 15, 16 years. I've been on the field. So after working, I saved some money. I opened my own shop in Lagos. But I was not fit. I shouldn't put it fit. I was not able to maintain the business, so I closed it down. A friend of mine now said, in Port Harcourt, the business is boring, that I should relocate to Port Harcourt, which I did. I went to Port Harcourt. I work in few salons, and I gather money to open my own salon. So I work in Port Harcourt in my own shop for 2-3 years, and I was not able to pay my rent again. So I get tired of everything. But I give up and I went to look for work. I was working in one company. So one day I was coming back from work and I saw a stylist needed in Romokuta. So I was like, let me just go and try. At least I know this work. So I got there and I asked the woman that I wanted to work for her. She now said, with this your jacket, or you want somebody to make your hair? And I said, no, I'm a hairdresser that I can work. So there was a lady that was sitting there. She now said, fix this lady hair. She was doubting me that maybe I was lying. So I now made the lady hair. After making the lady stand up and dash me 500 naira. So the woman was like, okay, start work immediately. And I said, no, let me get home. I'll start work tomorrow. She said, no, start it now. So it was as maybe the hand of God was just on me. Because when I start work, her salon turned over. And she was very happy. So, but that was not my dream. I just wanted to own my own business, train people the way I was dream of, then do what I know how to do best, not working under anybody at that stage. So I told her that I really need to stop the work. She said no. And I said no. She said, why? Am I wicked? And I said no. I stopped the work without her knowing. So she came to the house and begged, and I said no. So I was like, I'm tired of everything. I don't know what to do again. So my sister now called me that she would come to Lagos for a visit. When I got there, I now found out that she has a shop that she was selling weave on. And I said, okay, let me turn the shop to a hairdresser salon. I can be selling your weave on and also do my hair. So I started. It was going well. The money was coming. But I didn't have this ability to like save my money, keep the money, or doing anything that come by. I just have to use the money. Sometimes they will call you, I need money, I'll just, so it was really affecting my business. At the end of it, I was not able to continue. So I had to get a job at etc. at Kilo, which the man, I entered there, I work as a stylist. He finally made me the manager of the place. So I worked with that. It was going well. But later I told her I was not going to work again. It caused a lot of trouble. He now like threatened me that if I leave it, he will call police, he will do this. And I said, I didn't sign an agreement with you. So I left the place. He wasn't happy about it. So I was just being frustrated. I didn't know what to do. My sister now called me in Abuja that I should come and visit. So I leave everything and I came here to visit my sister. That is where the glory of God now locates me in Abuja here. So I was in the house one Sunday. I refused to go to church. She just ran out. Run, go to the church and take a form. I asked, form for what? And I said, just go first. So I went there and I did not see the form anywhere. So I came back and I said, go online. They said I should go online, that I will get it. So you go online, I filled the form and I was called for interview. So that is where I meet my guidance angel called Chidera. So Chidera was beautiful. I don't know what to say, but I think they'll just keep her there for me. Because when I came in, I was a kind of shy. I was almost going to cry. So he was like, what is it? It's not a do or die. Come. You can make it. I know you will make it. So she just threw one question on me. What about if I was not your customer and you want to have me as your own customer? And how will you now do it? I said, what? In my own field, I want to have you as my own customer. That means I don't mind doing hair for you for 1 month for free. And I said, how? I said, because I will do the hair because I want to have you as my own customer. So I will do your hair 1 month for free and I will not take 10 naira from you. But when I have you as my own customer, I will make sure you pay for all the 1 month hairdo that I did for you. Indirectly, you will not know because then I say, okay, for example, if you go to a salon and they will give you a cup of water to drink, most of the time they give you tea to drink and they charge you 500 naira. The main hairdo is 200 naira. The tea you drink, you have paid for the money. The water you drink, you have paid for it. So it's not for free.
Nothing is for free, eh?
Yes. So for that, that is how it ended, and I was happy that I was among the people they called Brilliant. Thank you.
That's an absorbing story, Terence. Thank you. What Terence is again explaining to us was how she got to be part of the fellows in Conversations for Change. So it's an amazing story, and we thank God, as you have said, for Chidera, who was there to encourage you, to give you an opportunity to rise to the questions. So now that you became a C4C fellow, how has that affected your business?
So much. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, viewers. It affected my business in the sense that I went through workshop training, and they really helped me in the sense that they taught me about how I can manage my business, how I can save my money, how I should not, like, I have a receipt of everything I do. I write everything, all the back, what I bought, the market I bought, I go, and everything I do is recorded down. That is what C4C taught me how to do it. So at the end of the day, I come out and I sit up and I will now cross-check all that I did. If there is a gain on my work and I'm able to save money now, C4C taught me how to save my money, a lot of things. I benefit so many things in C4C, and they also helped me to launch my business. The generator I'm even using in my shop now is from C4C. The dryer, a lot of things, and they pulled crowd for me the day I launched my business, because they opened the place and people were like, wow. So even though the shop is very small, I can tell you that I make money more than those who have a very big shop, because it is from the help of C4C that I was able to get the shop and start my business.
Thank you for that beautiful story, Therese. For me, as I listen to Therese, I am awed, I'm overwhelmed that when despite challenges, when you see the potential in a young person and support them, that amazing things can happen. Stay with us. We'll take a short break, and when we come to the last part of the segment, Therese will also give us some words of wisdom. Welcome back to the Sage, and thank you for staying with us. You will remember we have Therese Marcus on the set, and together, working with her, we'll be telling a beautiful story. Sometimes things Therese cannot say, because I journeyed, I was part of this journey, I will say. As I had said at the beginning of the show, Therese is an example of the thousands of young people we have out there. Sometimes the circumstances of your life do not allow a college degree, a university degree, or a post-university degree, and yet you have a God-given right to still make a way in this country, in this life, to economically and otherwise empower yourself. And Therese has been an inspiration in that regard. Let me tell a little story. Let me tell about, with the other fellows in the set, like I said, perhaps Therese was the only one who didn't have even a second degree or something. Part of the requirement of the program was that you would do a pitch, present your business plan to an audience in a PowerPoint presentation and all that. Therese was determined. She was determined to achieve her life's passion. This was an opportunity, she realized, to finally do that thing she wanted to do, to own a salon that would be hers, in which she could express her creativity. And so she never gave up. She now tells me in confidence that her personal angel, Chidera, was there also helping her. Sometimes she will call her, Chidera will tell her, you can do it, go ahead, you know. And so what the particular incident we remember, that it's a standing joke, is that she was asked to do, like all the others, a presentation of her business plan at the end of the fellowship. She got help, she put together the presentation, she did everything, started the PowerPoint presentation. Halfway through the presentation, the English was too much, eh, Therese?
They were wasting my time.
and she said, and she did like this and removed the PowerPoint presentation and said, I have not come to Abuja here to waste my time. I intend to make a success of this business. She won that day. The day was hers.
Hello and welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele. In the headlines, 2027 polls, NBC, INEC joined forces against unethical broadcasting. Troops bust kidnap syndicates, recovered suspected ransom money vehicle in Imo. Hungary's president agrees to resign after constitutional amendment. World Cup. Ticket prices hit $60,000 ahead of Spain versus Argentina final. Details in a moment.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, and the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, are set to introduce joint broadcast monitoring measures ahead of the 2027 general elections. The initiative will tackle unethical broadcast practices and promote responsible electoral coverage nationwide. The NBC Director General, Charles Iboibo, disclosed this in an exclusive interview with the News Agency of Nigeria in Abuja. He said the Commission would collaborate with INEC to improve election monitoring through advanced technology. He said agencies could no longer operate separately, especially with the growth of digital and online platforms. Iboibo explained that joint monitoring would enable NBC and INEC to address violations collectively rather than independently. He added that NBC was engaging with other stakeholders, including digital platform regulators, to strengthen election monitoring. The Abia state government has assured residents affected by flooding along the ongoing Owerenta Road reconstruction corridor that the situation is temporary and will be addressed before the completion of the project. The government gave the assurance in a statement issued on Sunday by the Commissioner for Information, OK Kanu, following the circulation of a viral video showing flood water within a residential compound along the road. The government attributed the flooding to the area's natural terrain, saying the affected compound had long been vulnerable to flooding because it sits on a downward slope from the main road. The government also dismissed political interpretations surrounding the incident, insisting that its priority remained the welfare of residents and the successful execution of the project. It stressed that the reconstruction and dualization of the road were intended to improve resident quality of life, enhance road safety, and support economic activities. The government recalled that similar engineering concerns encountered during the reconstruction of the Onuomo-Umuahia Road corridor had been successfully resolved and pledged to apply the same level of professionalism to the Owerenta Road project. It further blamed the flooding on the unusually heavy rainfall recorded over the past 2 days. The government urged affected residents to remain calm, assuring them that officials were already working on a lasting solution. The government urged affected residents to remain calm, assuring them that these have been looked into for a lasting solution. The Lagos State government has commenced the controlled demolition of the fire-ravaged Great Nigeria Insurance House, which was severely damaged by a fire on Christmas Eve last year. The exercise, being coordinated through the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, follows a comprehensive structural integrity assessment that deemed the building unsafe. In a statement, the Permanent Secretary of LASEMA, Dr. Olufemi Oke, said the demolition was being carried out in line with international best practices for urban safety, disaster risk management, and public health protection. He explained that the decision was taken to eliminate potential risks posed by the weakened structure and safeguard residents, businesses, and road users within the vicinity. Oke added that the operation would be executed in a controlled manner to minimize disruption while ensuring that the safety of personnel and the public throughout the exercise will be guaranteed. He explained further that the demolition team would maintain close coordination with the Nigerian Police Force, LASEMA, LASMA, Fire Service, Neighborhood Service, and other relevant emergency and regulatory agencies to ensure adequate security, effective crowd control, and overall public safety, adding that continuous public sensitization would be carried out to discourage residents, traders, and onlookers from gathering around the demolition site until the operation is completed and the area is certified safe. Troops of the 34 Artillery Brigade under Operation Udoka, in collaboration with other security agencies, have disrupted a suspected kidnapping syndicate in Imo State during an intelligence-led operation. The operation, conducted on July 17, 2026, led to the arrest of a suspect, the recovery of cash suspected to be part of a ransom payment, and the seizure of a vehicle allegedly used in the crime. Acting Deputy Director, Army Public Relations, Lieutenant Colonel Olabisi Ayeni, disclosed this in a statement on Sunday. According to him, troops carried out a cordon and search operation in Obenwane, Umuaka, Njabe local government area, following credible intelligence. During the operation, security personnel recovered a bag allegedly used to transport ransom payments, which had been abandoned in a nearby bush. Ayeni said further intelligence exploitation led to the arrest of a suspect at a residential building. A search of the premises reportedly uncovered a black Lexus saloon car, believed to have been used during the kidnapping, along with mobile phones, identity documents, and 298,200 naira in cash, suspected to be part of the ransom proceeds. He added that the rescued victim identified the suspect as one of those involved in the abduction. Preliminary investigations, according to the Army, indicate that the suspect allegedly provided his vehicle for the operation and received a share of the ransom. The suspect and all recovered items have been handed over to the Department of State Services (DSS) for further investigation and efforts to apprehend other members of the syndicate, including the alleged kingpin, who remains at large. One of the teachers rescued after spending 56 days in the custody of kidnappers in Oyo State, Zacchaeus Olatunde, has claimed that he and other captives were released by the abductors before security personnel eventually escorted them home. Olatunde made the claim during a telephone interview with Nigeria Info FM aired on Friday while recounting the ordeal of teachers and pupils abducted from schools in Orire local government area of Oyo State. According to him, the captives were permanently blindfolded throughout the captivity and were unable to determine where they had been taken. He said the abductors communicated in Hausa, Dukbe, English and Yoruba and insisted they were members of the Islamic State West African province. Describing conditions in captivity, the teacher said the kidnappers ensured they were fed twice daily, but placed strict restrictions on their religious practices. Olatunde made the claim during a telephone interview with the radio station while recounting the ordeal of teachers and pupils abducted from schools in Orire local government area of Oyo State. According to him, the captives were permanently blindfolded throughout their captivity and were unable to determine where they were taken to. He said the release came unexpectedly after the kidnappers' commander informed them they were free. The federal government has unveiled a new agricultural financing program aimed at increasing Nigeria's annual grain output from 11 million tons to 25 million tons as part of efforts to boost agricultural productivity. The initiative, known as the Renewed Hope Smallholder Agricultural Financing Program, is being implemented by the Bank of Agriculture to provide smallholder farmers with affordable access to improved farm inputs, including subsidized fertilizers, certified hybrid seeds, and other essential agricultural materials. Speaking at the unveiling of the scheme, the Managing Director of Bank of Agriculture, Ayodele Sothruni, said the program was designed to improve crop yields and increase national food production. Sothruni explained that the farm inputs will be financed through BOA's single-digit lending facility at an interest rate of 9%, stressing that they were not grants but loans intended to ensure the sustainability of the intervention while remaining affordable for farmers. It disclosed that the first phase of the program will benefit about 500,000 farmers during the current farming season, before expanding to 2 million farmers next year and eventually reaching 5 million farmers nationwide. Also speaking, the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Abubakar Kyari, reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to addressing food inflation by increasing local food production rather than relying on imports. Kyari said food affordability is determined largely by supply and demand, noting that expanding production through timely access to quality farm inputs remains the administration's central strategy. President Bola Tinubu has signed the Presidential Executive Order on Virtual Asset Coordination 2026 to harmonize the regulation of virtual assets. The presidency said in a statement that the order responds to regulatory environment that has become fragmented as virtual assets increasingly blur the traditional boundaries between currencies, money, commodities, and securities. It explains that the executive order, which takes immediate effect, is also aimed at strengthening cooperation among the nation's financial, revenue, and capital market agencies, protecting citizens from fraud, and safeguarding the integrity of the financial system. The executive order, according to the statement, establishes a virtual assistant, a virtual asset council, chaired by the Central Bank of Nigeria, with the Nigeria Revenue Service and the Securities and Exchange Commission as vice chairs, and comprising the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit and the Office of the National Security Advisor. It noted that the Council would provide policy direction, promote synergy among the participating agencies, and work with the Attorney General of the Federation to develop a harmonized legal and institutional framework that aligns the sector with Nigeria's national security, economic, and social objectives. It was a historic occasion in ENUGU as the city played host to eminent Nigerians who gathered at the International Conference Center Independent Layout. They came to celebrate a former Minister of Power and Chairman of Geometric Power Group, Professor Bath Naji, on the occasions of his 70th birthday. Correspondent Chinemerim Ikegunam captured the exciting moments for Signature TV.
Former President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the Emir of Kano Muhammadu Sanusi, and governors of Enugu and Abia states were among eminent Nigerians who gathered in Enugu to give honor to whom honor is due. The event held at the International Conference Center brought together political leaders, traditional rulers, captains of industries, academics, and other stakeholders to honor the renowned engineer and entrepreneur for his outstanding contributions to Nigeria's development. Glowing tributes came in torrents as each speaker tried to define what Professor Bath Naji, who served as Minister of Power, represents on the occasion of his 70th birthday. Enugu State Governor Peter Mba described Professor Naji as a man whose life exemplifies purpose-driven leadership, innovation, and selfless service to humanity. He said the celebrant's humility, commitment to excellence, and immense contribution to national development remain a source of inspiration to the younger generation.
Life has shown us what becomes possible when talent is matched by purpose and ambition is balanced by service. You have demonstrated that excellence and humility can work hand in hand.
Chairman of the occasion and former President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo commended Professor Naji's remarkable achievement, describing him as an outstanding Nigerian whose career has been defined by excellence, integrity, and transformational leadership.
Today, we are here to celebrate achievement. Today, we are here to celebrate exemplar, what we can show to other people that this is the way to go. And perhaps you have a lot of that.
Delivering the keynote address, the Emir of Kano Muhammadu Sanusi praised Professor Naji's resilience and determination in overcoming bureaucratic, financial, and regulatory challenges in pursuit of national development.
Coming from across the Federation, Professor Naji stands as one of Nigeria's most accomplished engineers and visionary leaders, whose life and work have profoundly shaped the nation's scientific and energy landscape. Unlike other academicians who theorize, Prof practicalizes his profession and has contributed to humanity in solving everyday problems.
Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti also paid tribute to the celebrant, describing him as an innovative thinker whose pioneering work in engineering, robotics, and artificial intelligence placed him ahead of his time.
If you are the engineering and artificial intelligence, by the way, MIT, he was studying artificial intelligence and robotics 41 years ago. And whatever you saw, because artificial intelligence is just coming up. So you saw tomorrow.
Responding, Professor Bath Naji thanked the dignitaries and guests for the honor and pledged that he would continue to contribute his quota to Nigeria's industrial and technological advancement. He acknowledged the support of governments, financial institutions, and development partners in the successful delivery of the Aba Integrated Power Project.
I want to thank the people who organized this program, my darling wife and the team. Job. The government of ENUGU State, led by our very eminent governor. Thank you very much. I cannot begin to thank Baba for coming, Mayor Khalifa, coming, Governor of Abia. These are the people who have supported us in several ways.
The event attracted a distinguished audience, including the widow of the Nigeria's first president, Professor Uche Azikiwe, former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi, Senator Enyinaya Abaribe, and Kelvin Chukwu, President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo Chief John Azokambata, as well as lawmakers, religious leaders, traditional rulers, and other stakeholders from across the country. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
The Enugu state government has announced that 300-bed specialist hospital, currently under construction, will commence operations before December of this year. The Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugo, who gave an update on the project, described the facility as a state-of-the-art hospital equipped with advanced diagnostic and treatment technologies that are largely unavailable in the southeast region. Professor Ugo disclosed that the hospital's dialysis unit will be equipped with more than 10 dialysis machines, and that patients would also benefit from a central oxygen supply system and other modern medical infrastructure designed to enhance healthcare services. He explained that the specialist hospital would serve as the apex healthcare facility in the state, receiving referrals from primary healthcare centers, cottage hospitals, general hospitals, teaching hospitals, and federal health institutions across Enugu State. The Commissioner revealed that the government is engaging Nigerian medical specialists in the diaspora to strengthen the hospital's workforce, noting that the hospital is a critical component of the state's ongoing healthcare reforms designed to help reverse the trend of Nigerians traveling abroad for specialized medical treatment. The federal government has charged 3 men, Abdul Razak Umar, Yunusa Musa, and Shamsu Sani, for the recent kidnap of children and teachers of a school in the Orere local government area of Oyo State. The 10-count charge filed before the Federal High Court Abuja borders on terrorism, kidnapping, concealment, incitement, and illegal mining. The defendants, all of Suleja local government area of Niger State, are alleged to have conspired with Muhammad Sani, Jibril Mohammed, and Ibrahim Kabab between January and May 2026 to kidnap school children and teachers in Oyo State, contrary to the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. It was further alleged that they aided the kidnap of the school children and teachers and concealed information regarding the identities and activities of the alleged masterminds despite knowledge of the plot. In separate counts, the first defendant, Abdul Razak Umar, is specifically accused of providing training and instructions to the terrorists and inciting members to commit acts of terrorism through a WhatsApp group titled "The Oneness of Allah is the Foundation of Peace." The suspects are expected to appear in court next week following The suspect is expected to appear in court this week following conclusion of investigations. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has announced the rollout of VPass, a biometric identity verification system designed to make domestic air travel faster, safer, and more seamless. The system will enable passengers to verify their identities through facial recognition and technology, reducing reliance on physical identification documents at airports. FAN's Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, Henry Agbebere, who disclosed this in a statement, said the initiative underscores the authorities' commitment to leveraging technology to improve passenger facilitation and strengthen aviation security across domestic airports. FAN explained that the dual verification process is designed to prevent impersonation, unauthorized access, and identity fraud, while providing security agencies with greater confidence in passenger authentication. During the rollout phase, passengers will be able to use self-service kiosks or receive assistance from FAN personnel. The authority added that electronic gates will automate access to controlled areas, reduce queues, and improve passenger flow, as biometric verification will take less than 30 seconds after enrollment, while first-time registration is expected to take about 1 minute. The VPass platform will also provide airlines with secure access to flight schedules, passenger manifests, and boarding statistics through a digital interface. Nigeria and Ghana have agreed to collaborate and strategize to prevent crises from escalating in Africa following recent Afrophobic protests and incidents targeting African nations in South Africa. The agreement was reached during a meeting between the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Chola Anikanoyoleye, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Ghana, Samuel Ablakwa, on the sidelines of the ongoing ECOWAS Mid-Year Summit in Freetown, Sierra Leone. He described the need of increased collaboration and strategic consultation between both countries and prevention diplomacy, which will enable both countries to nip irritants in the bud before they escalate. Both ministers expressed deep concern over the resurgence of Afrophobic sentiments and violence, noting that such acts undermine the ideals of African unity, solidarity, and regional integration as enriched in the Constitute Act and the African Union and the objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Area. They condemned all forms of xenophobia, Afrophobia, intolerance, and violence against fellow Africans, emphasizing that such acts are contrary to the shared values of Pan-Africanism and the collective progress of the continent. The ministers stressed that criminals among migrant populations must be treated in accordance with the rule of law and not be subjected to violence and mob actions that often target regular migrants and other law-abiding African citizens. The United States said airstrikes on Sunday aimed to punish Iran over the first U.S. military death since renewed hostilities with the Islamic Republic. Iran rapidly announced its own retaliation, saying the 2 U.S. bases in Kuwait were targeted in response to more than a week of intensifying attacks, which Tehran said included strikes on an airport, railway stations and bridges. A preliminary deal aimed at ending the war has collapsed as the force fights to break the deadlock over the Strait of Hormuz, a waterway key to the world's oil supply. The Iranian army announced on Sunday it targeted 2 U.S. bases in Kuwait and drones, hitting an ammunition depot at Camp Udeiri and Patriot Radar and air surveillance systems at the Ali al-Salam Air Base. Tehran said it had also launched fresh strikes in Jordan, where the U.S. Military Central Command said 2 service members were killed Friday, as defended. Now, some sports stories. Fans hoping to witness Sunday's FIFA World Cup final between Spain and Argentina will have to dig deep into their pockets, with ticket prices on resale platforms climbing as high as $60,000 ahead of the highly anticipated showdown. The surge in demand for the final, which pits defending champions Argentina against a rejuvenated Spain side, has sent prices soaring across official and third-party resale platforms as supporters scramble for last-minute access to one of football's biggest spectacles. On Saturday morning, FIFA's official ticket resale platform listed its cheapest available ticket at $6,411.25 for a mid-tier seat behind the goal. Those tickets were quickly snapped up, leaving only higher-priced options on the platform. By midday, the last expensive tickets available were located in the upper corners of the stadium, with asking prices approaching $10,000. Seats offering better views of the action were selling for about $16,000, while premium hospitality packages reached as much as $60,000, according to reports. Meanwhile, the final has generated exceptional global interest as it brings together two of the tournament's biggest attractions, Lionel Messi, widely regarded as one of football's greatest players, and Spain's teenage sensation, Lamine Yamal, who has emerged as one of the brightest stars of the competition. Argentina will be chasing a fourth FIFA World Cup title and attempting to become the first nation to successfully defend the trophy since Brazil achieved the feat by winning consecutive. That's the wrap on Global News. I am Christopher Lele. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Let's pray. Father, Lord, our Heavenly God, we come before you this evening with humility and love, because we are the people who call by your name. And you said that we will be blessed going in and coming in. Father, speak through me so that your people will hear what you intended them to hear. And not only them be a hearer, but also be a doer of the things they will hear, so that they will be blessed by. This is what we ask in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen. Everybody say amen. We give God glory for today. We are not going to waste any time, but to dive into the scripture. Go with me at Exodus chapter 20, starting from verse 1. Exodus chapter 20, starting from verse 1. I hope everybody is there. If you're not there, follow the screen where our media will help us out so that you do not have Bible with them, will follow. But you are encouraged every time to have your word, your sword with you all the time, either through your electronic or through your conventional Bible. Excuse me. Exodus chapter 20, starting from verse 1. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other God before me. You shall not make for yourself a carved image, any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord your God, I am a jealous God. It's good to take notes of what we're reading. God said, I am a jealous God. A lot of people use the word jealous in a negative connotation. But you can see here, our Lord is showing you that he is a jealous God, because he loves his children and he does not want his children to go astray. So he does not want anything that will pull his children away from him. He said he is a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the father upon the children to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing mercy to thousands, to those who love me and keep my commandment. There is something you have to understand of what I just read. For us who are born again Christians today, God does not visit our generations, our third generations, for the sins that their father is committed. I want you to get that. If this mic is not going to behave, I'm going to take up that. But let me see. I don't know why you keep coming down. Many times they will tell you ancestral curse is following you. he should come for this crusade so we can cast it out and broke the bondage. It's all good. But I will tell you, Jesus went to the cross and paid the price and said it is finished. If the sins of my grandfather are going to follow me now, I am not going to be here. My grandfather was a chief priest. If you know, I came from ENUGU. His name, I'm coming to cast, but you know that you are born again Christian. Unless you are a wishy-washy Christian, yo-yo syndrome, you don't know where you are. One day you are going to the Dibia, the next day you are in the church. Agada. Lukewarm. And God say he will spit you out of his mouth. We have to know that this Jesus we serve went to the cross. He went to the cross and surrendered himself. Don't forget, we thank God for giving his son. You remember? For giving his son. But let me tell you, his son has to be willing and agree to surrender himself so that he will be crucified. How many people who have disobedient children today, they don't want to even listen to you, let alone agree to? Even, do you know Abraham was counted as the father of faith. He took Isaac when God told him to sacrifice Isaac. Do you know he hid it from Isaac? Isaac did not know. They'll be walking towards Isaac will ask, Father, we have all the firewood and the matches, but we do not have the lamb. And he told him, the Lord will provide. When he was saying the Lord will provide, he is saying it because he knows his God. If my God that I serve, who gave me this child that I have been looking for 100 years, and telling me to go and sacrifice this, it's on you, Lord. These are the kind of people that Christ is looking for. Who will give it all? Who will know that whatever you have is not yours? Can you live a life like that? You shall not take the name of your Lord, your God, in vain. Don't talk anyhow. But before we leave the area of making another image, what is that? What is making another image? Anything that replaces God in your life is an image. Anything that replaces God in your life is an image. And as we read down, he said, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day. Keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord your God. In it you shall do no work. you, your sons, your daughter, nor your male servant, nor your female servant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger who is within your gate. How clear can God get? But this is a caveat also. Because I have said before that everything that God said he would do for us, or he prepared for us, he's not respect of person. The way we relate to God is the thing that changed after we say we are born again, after we follow Christ. The way we relate to God is the thing that changed. We don't sacrifice animal anymore. We believe. He said, I did not come to destroy the law. I came to fulfill it. Whatever law that we're reading here, God aged it up. Sometimes it seems like he's not calling it out, but he elevates it to the high level. Like the Lord said, I and I, but for Christ, he said, turn your cheek. So he takes his oath to the high level. This law, where you don't do anything, calls for your voluntary honoring of God. And he's the only one to know it. Because the Pharisees accused him for healing person on the Sabbath. You understand? So when things are necessary to be done, you have to do it. But always know that Sabbath, Sunday, you honor it to God. Make effort of your own. The reward that you make by yourself. I was driving through presidential, going to government house. I saw that Roban was closed on Sunday. A big giant. Do you know how much money he loses every day that he did not open? It is in millions. But he chose to honor God. That is his own, and his reward is always there. That doesn't mean that if his lamb fall into a ditch on Sunday, he's not going to go and pull it out. Something necessary need to be done. You don't say that because it's Sunday, you're not going to do it. That's why God put the law into our heart, because he is the judge, not you, not me. So don't get tied down and don't do and you stop doing the necessary thing, something that will honor God, like the priest that was going to church and somebody's bleeding to death, and he was worried about being in the church on time. You see, even that God says that is wrong. So we have to follow accordingly. For in the 6th day, the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in them, and rested the 7th day. Therefore, the Lord blessed the Sabbath day, and hallowed it. Hallowed it. Hallowed it is glorified it. Honor your father and your mother, that your day may be long upon the earth. Honor your father and your mother, that your day may be long, that it will be well with you and your day will be long. Do you see? This is the first commandment that has a promise attached to it. Only commandment among all the 10. Can you understand that? This is the commandment that has a promise. It carries a promise with it. To honor your parent. It's a duty that you cannot neglect it, no matter how you did not like your dad, what the dad did, or what your mother did. Your responsibility, if you're a child of God, so that all the promises that attach to this will be yours. You have to remember your mother, even when you are married and be in your husband's home, or you marry with your wife and kids, and you think that the responsibility is now mine. My dad can take care of himself. Yes, but always remember to honor them. Call them. Let them know that you are available there for them, whether they need your help or not. It's always good, because this is only promise that has a blessing attached in it. Honor your father and your mother, that your day may be long upon the land which the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet. You shall not covet. I will pause on that one, because covetousness is something that a lot of Christians do not take seriously. They treat it very carelessly, but it is a commandment that we must obey. Covetousness. What does that mean? It means taking things or yearning for those things that your neighbor has that is not yours, but you wish to take it from the person. You want to take it from either by cunning or by trickery. The only thing is that you want to take it from him. Separate covetousness, separate this from that you saw your friend has something and you wish, and I hope I will work hard to get those things. It's different, because you can emulate. That's why we have testimony. When we give testimony here, is for your spirit to stir up so that you can attain those things that was testified. But when your spirit is geared to take things that doesn't belong to you, that becomes a sin, and we should not do that. Now, go with me at Mark 10, 17 to 30. Mark 10, 17 to 30. The media is already ready for us. Jesus, he said, now he was going out on the road. One came running to him. And knelt before him and asked him, good teacher, what shall I do that I may inherit eternal life? Pay attention. Internal life. What do you understand about internal life? Everyone will say internal life is heaven. I will show you. He's not talking about heaven. He's not talking about heaven. This is why you come here. Because you get things that you have not heard before. So anywhere. But you will find in the Bible that that's what it is. It's just I said, what shall I do to inherit the kingdom of God? The internal life. So Jesus said to him, why do you call me good? Pay attention. Jesus said, why do you call me good? No one is good but one, that is God. Does anybody dispute that Jesus is God? Is anyone here who doesn't know that Jesus is God? He knows he is God, but he was walking on earth as a man, and he wants people to see him as a man. I told you before that God walked on earth for 33 years only to teach us how we should live. Other than that, the Herod would have gotten him on the manger and he would still be God. But he avoided everything to make sure that he walked on earth and trained all the disciples and the people on those days to show them how you can do as a man. That's why he denied, he didn't show them here that he is God. He said, it is God is the only one. So that that person will see him as a man and not think that he has some divine, which he is divine, but that's not what he wants them to see him as. He wants them to see him as a man. And he said, no one is good but one, and that is God. You know the commandment: do not commit adultery, do not murder, do not steal. Do you see that? You remember? I told you here that the 10 commandments is divided into 2. The first 4 is for God. The last 6 is for me and you. Our neighbor. Your neighbor. That's why he started from this, from number 6. He didn't go back to number 1. He started. Don't you see? I'm reading the Bible. I'm not quoting anything. He says, do not commit adultery. Do not murder. Do not steal. Do not bear false witness. Do not defraud. Honor your father and your mother. This is what God reminded him. And he answered, he said, oh. And he said to Christ, teacher, all these things I have done from my youth. Since I was born, I have been doing this. Wow. Then Jesus, looking at him,